the record button? Awesome, thank you so much. So next on the list, we've, as Russ alluded to, we've prepared we think a pretty decent agenda today that has plenty of time to talk. I will note that a few folks from the Southwest and the Yampa White Green have had some issues they raised about demand management. We do have some time built in, well, a lot of time built in, quite honestly, for open discussion, where I think there'll be time to get to those. So if you don't see a time slot built in for something that you wanted to say, I think that time is inherently there in the demand management discussion. We've tried to be responsive. I know there was a request to hear about kind of the Homestake releases, and we were lucky enough to have Kevin Ryan with us, state engineer, today. But any discussion around the agenda? Okay, and hearing none, I will just say, is there any objection or abstention on approving the agenda? Okay, so with that, we will move forward approving the agenda. And then last but not least, Russ hit on this already, but another thing that we heard from you, and we're just trying to mix it up for a few reasons, to be honest. Just as the budget is challenged on every level, really, for the roundtables and CWCB, the same with our funding for IBCC is similarly something that we don't see getting refreshed, or certainly not getting significant amount of refresh in the near future, or maybe for years. So we were trying to save some money in that bucket. Not having a facilitator is one way that we could do that. And since there were at least a few requests, I know Southwest and the Arkansas had some very strong opinions about not having things as heavily facilitated. And as Russ said, you are getting, maybe the second ring of facilitators, but it's not our day job, but we do play facilitators on TV. So Kat and I will try to do our best today. We will also, in light of this, and especially because we're recording, be moving to a different system of notes. I think having the facilitator take notes has been great. At times, it might have been problematic for just how things were tracked or how folks would like to see it. Now that we're recording and that can be something that we're referencing, I think we will move to a much simpler version of notes, something that's more akin to how we do notes for our board meetings. It's much more about, here's what was on the agenda, here's the loose discussion, and in the case we would say, the agenda was approved. So not a ton of detail there, but I think that is arguably going to be a little bit more helpful and quicker for all of us to review. The last rounds of notes, they act more like a transcript. Of course, they're not attributed, so it's just kind of a list of bullets of the discussion. But I'm not sure how helpful that always is. So I just wanted to flag that we will be changing that process, but would like to see, I know that there was some thoughts on the notes that Kat sent out an updated version. Ed Millard had flagged that there was some of the final vote left off at the end of the last meeting. I'm not sure how that happened, but at first it didn't bug me, because I do want to flag, I think that there was some variant opinions of how that vote went, and I would just concede that I think that it was framed up, and we tried to call that out in the notes, that the final vote that we took in June was really what other things outside of demand management would IBCC like to look at if we're not thinking about demand management or maybe Colorado River issues. So those items are certainly on the minds of IBCC, and we do not mean to minimize that. That's certainly at the forefront of things that IBCC would like to discuss. So that tally of vote was added in. But is there any discussion around the notes from last meeting? Okay, hearing none, are there any objections to approving those notes or any abstention in approving those notes?
This is Ed Millard. I did have one comment on the notes.
Sure.
You did have an asterisk about the demand management issue not being voted upon. That was good. It would be nice if you could put an asterisk that there may have been instances in which IBCC members didn't vote because the text number wasn't communicated very well, and it's possible that non-IBCC members voted. So if you could just put an asterisk to say that those probably are not, that those numbers may not be representative of IBCC opinion, that would be all I ask about the notes.
Perfect. We can add that in. Kat, can you just make note of that, and we'll add that in, get those reposted. Does anyone have any other comments or suggestions for amendment to the notes? Okay, hearing none, then we will approve those notes with that addition, and we'll get that up ASAP. We can. I think that's a pretty quick change, Ed. So good point. Good suggestion. Okay, next slide. Moving forward into this may be our last big point of procedure before we get into some of the fun conversation today. But go ahead and click one more time. I did want to flag, I know that this has been another point of maybe just confusion. The number of meetings that we had this year, this being our third, was set out and voted by IBCC last October. In fact, the dates were set at that time. And so we put those meetings on the calendar with that. And I think at the time, and just to be clear, our thought was, this was, Greg Johnson and I at the time, was that, this 3-meeting schedule probably made sense in perpetuity. IBCC has traditionally met 3 to 4 times. Sometimes we've canceled those meetings. The idea was to fall in between board meetings so that staff could, IBCC members could digest and ask questions. Staff could bring information back. Setting meetings is it's not a haphazard task. It takes a ton of work to go into setting these up, and we want to do a good job. And 3 meetings seemed to strike the balance that would avoid some of that kind of misalignment where we're running up against things like whether it was Water Congress or any other major event that's out there on top of our own board meetings or roundtable meetings. Next bullet, Kat. So we had thought initially in June that we would cancel that meeting, and this has been maybe another point of clarification. I want to make clear like how things unfolded, but we had never done online meetings. This is our second ever online meeting for IBCC, and in the bylaws, it actually says that we will not meet remotely. So we will not meet by teleconference, unless it's at the discretion of the director or in case of emergency. And so we, one more click, Kat, please. So we did a quick vote, and there was only 8. We just did a quick poll of IBCC members and basically asked, kind of at 4 different levels, would you like to have this down to, would you not? And that was split evenly. So we had 2 said definitely cancel, 2 said definitely do it, and then 2 on each side of the middle. So it was just a very even split. And in talking to Russ said, well, I think that that's enough of a direction to say that people would probably like to move forward. And that's how we ended up with our June 17 meeting. And I think, again, apologies for things that we're learning on the fly of doing things via Zoom. But I think that we pulled it off well. Arguably, we're learning those lessons and trying to do better today. I do want to acknowledge that given this kind of precedent that IBCC doesn't meet online except for the direction of the director, click maybe 2 more clicks, Kat. That we know that COVID is still going to restrict our in-person meetings, and that because of that, we think it probably makes sense to honor that kind of vote and continue to keep to a 3-meeting schedule. And I will maybe kick that over to Russ George to offer his thoughts on that.
Well, of course, it's hard to see the future, and none of us probably ever imagined that we would still be meeting virtually by now, which means we haven't the faintest idea what next year is going to be like. So the idea is to remain flexible, and to my mind, it helps to have at least some predictability, and that's why I've been encouraging let's look at the calendar, let's try to pick so that we can all pencil it in and plan. But there's nothing here etched in stone, and if the issues dictate and you folks tell me that there's value of getting together, it's not all that hard to pull onto the calendar and pick a time whenever fits for 100%, but it can keep us moving. So we can do ad hoc or spontaneous throughout the year if that's what conditions require. So that's always in my mind. And I got to confess, I've not been one that felt we were accomplishing the promise that IBCC has virtually. And it finally dawned on me that I was probably the worst dinosaur of that crowd, and the slowest one to embrace it, to tolerate it, to become capable. And I've certainly learned to tolerate it. I don't think I'll ever get capable. But for those of you who joined me in that feeling that we just can't have as good a conversation this way as we can together, it's true. but that doesn't mean we can't accomplish our goal and we can't talk. And I think we're all just getting better at it. So I've kind of gotten over not wanting to do this. And so if we're going to have to do it this way, that's fine with me. And I'll keep trying too. But the main point I wanted to make was if you don't mind at least having this level of planning for the calendaring, it really helps the staff. And I think you all know by now that CWCB staff is where the slack gets picked up and all of these things, not just IBCC, but virtually all of the business of water and with the states involved. And so pulling together a big meeting like this actually takes quite a lot of time and effort and planning on their part while they're doing everything else. And so I'm confident that you as well as I want to respect them and cut them a little slack where we can. And so by not scheduling too many meetings, but scheduling just enough and giving them some advance warning, I think is helpful to them trying to serve us as well as they do. So that's the thinking that's going on behind all that. And gosh, folks, if you got a different opinion, and now's the time to tell me.
Good point, Russ. Thank you so much. And yes, so I guess our thought is that given this direction that Russ can set the schedule effectively, that it probably makes sense to have these 3 meetings, but it also probably makes sense even if we meet in person for all the reasons Russ said, and especially understanding that the bylaws do allow, we can call special meetings. If the majority of the group think that we need to add meetings, then we can always do that. But for planning, I think just thinking about this general February, late February, early March, June, and October, it's exceptionally helpful for us just to get those on our calendars and yours. I know that we're all busy, but we would like to at least open that up for discussion and get a vote. Is there any further discussion around the number of meetings, understanding we can have these special meetings, but really trying to keep that to 3. Go ahead. I see Ed's hand raised.
My personal preference would be that we meet quarterly so that we have a little bit higher frequency, but I am very mindful that we have budget constraints and staff constraints. So I certainly won't forcefully ask for 4 meetings a year. It partially depends on whether we're meeting virtually or in person. Because we're meeting in person, obviously the expenses are much higher for travel and accommodations at the convention. Virtual meetings are relatively inexpensive. And again, I guess I would sort of like to see that we move to a point where IBCC members are picking up somewhat more of the load as far as putting on brief presentations so that the CWCB staff isn't quite as loaded. I'm not hard over on doing 4, but I would prefer a somewhat higher meeting rate.
Thanks for your comments, Ed. Are there other discussion points around this? Anyone have another opinion or have the similar opinion? Okay, so then hearing Ed's suggestion to go to 4, I think, Ed, when we had voted on this before, we went to 3 for the reason that we had done 3 to 4, and the 4th typically got canceled. So if I'm hearing correctly and following Russ's direction, I would like to at least ask for a vote to keep to the 3, and if we need to add a 4th and it makes sense to do so. I want to be cognizant of the other, including things that we've heard from the Southwest, of just not meeting to meet and making sure that we are being able to carry things from meeting to meeting. And I appreciate that offer, and definitely would look to see how we can better engage our membership in helping kind of set up presentations and talk during these meetings. But if we could keep to the vote for now, are there objections or abstention from keeping at least a high level 3 meeting vote? Okay, hearing none and understanding and noting Ed's point that perhaps a 4th would be nice to have, we'll proceed with 3 meetings, and again, looking at the kind of end of February, and we'll maybe do a doodle poll around these, I think is how we kind of came to these meeting dates last time. And then we'll look for end of February, early March. June seems fairly open for folks, and then October. And then if, as we're moving forward, we need to add a meeting, we can always have that discussion. So with that, we can move on to other business. So thank you for handling it, mugging through the procedural pieces with us. But I did, next slide, please, Kat. I did want to talk a little bit about funding, just to give an update. I think you've all heard at the roundtable levels, and I just have one slide on this, but just to note that there were changes to WSRF that were made. I want to specifically thank Stan, Joanne, and Aaron on our team here at IBCC for being a part of that subcommittee to work with our board to just look at the changes that were being proposed and offer their input. We had unanimous support for the direction moving forward. We did also do a kind of an initial outreach with all the chairs of each basin to let them know the direction we were headed. Those changes largely include three things. One is we went to a common time for depositing money into the statewide and basin accounts. So previously we had split that up with a 40% in like July 1, 30%, 30% throughout the rest of the year. That's just a cumbersome process, and being that funds are challenged, it seemed better to give the roundtables their money all at one time and just let them kind of have that to plan, and understanding that there would probably be little coming in, and dividing up a small amount over 3 different installments probably didn't make sense. And to that end, we were fortunate that we had some carryover dollars that we were able to add in. So each basin got an additional $100,000 that was just added on that new deadline, kind of looking in the month of September to adding funds. The other change that was made was to change the deadlines for when we receive WSRF grants, and then allowing a 3-month window instead of a 1-month window. Some of this is really in response to just changes that roundtables are making. So 3 to 4 roundtables already have moved to just approving the WSRF grants 2 times a year, really trying to track more with when the board hears statewide match, whether the roundtable is hearing statewide match or not. So what that did is it kind of increased the number of grants that staff would get in certain months, really kind of creating this extra work on these specific months. And certainly if all roundtables move that way, that might be too much of a workload. Additionally, we're trying to balance the issue of trying to get better about getting things moved to contracting more quickly. So we have a challenge right now of sometimes the board makes approvals, and if the project manager has not been as involved on the front end, they may have additional changes that they're looking for with regards to some of the detailed budget, how things are, task orders are broken out, or just the general scope. And we feel this time is going to allow us to bring those project managers in early. That's our goal. So that we can, once the board approves these, more quickly move them into the procurement side of things, which is it has its own timeline. Let's just put it that way. So just trying to get better about getting things out the door on our end so that we can provide better customer service. And the last thing we did is just general cleanup of a lot of the language in WSRF. There's a lot of outdated things, some that cause confusion, questions of if the tech update was still something they could reference because the language said Swazi. So just being clarity around language, and some things just read poorly. And so trying to enhance the readability of the document were the main buckets of changes. So I did want to stress that $100,000 deposit we talked about, and the money coming into the statewide as well, is likely the only money we think that will come into WSRF for 3 years. So the state has a 3-year spending plan, and we are encouraging roundtables to similarly adopt a spending plan. And on some levels, it actually having a finite limit, while maybe not desirable, does allow for better planning. So for example, we know the board approved about $1.8 million at the last board meeting for state match, and that only leaves giving the kind of 3-year spend plan, and knowing we have about 2.5 million in statewide to spend each year, it leaves about 600,000 or just north of that in the account for approval at the March meeting. So with that in mind, basins at least have some kind of frame of reference to know if grant requests that are coming in that have a statewide match portion might be higher or too high in some cases, or at least subject to potentially being asked to be cut back. So just wanted to put that out there so you guys know. I know there's been some slightly rosier news coming out as far as forecasting, but just to note that that's amidst the backdrop of what is a fairly deep financial hole. So the budget will remain challenged for some time. And obviously, as was noted here, we're trying to be as fiscally responsible as we can. Next slide. I also want to acknowledge that November 19th is coming up here pretty quick. And that is the 5-year anniversary of the Colorado Water Plan. It's also this year marks 15 years of IBCC and roundtables. And maybe Kat, if you want to click the next slide, we have a new website that we just wanted to talk to you about and encourage you to participate in. But if you go to engagecwcb.org, you can also get there just going to the regular website, but this is kind of the quick link that gets you to this more interactive functionality. You will see these tiles, and each tile has information, so you can readily see where we're at in the water plan update process. You can look at timelines. There's a lot of ability. In fact, you may be familiar with this. I know Ed and a few others participated in the same tool. We actually first trialed it with the demand management memo from the board and allowing people to have comments. So there's functionality in here to have surveys or polling and kind of identify where that's coming from, which I know has been something that's been raised, of just flagging who's giving input and being true to noting that. We can do quick polls on here. There's places to kind of have ideas. So there's just a lot of functionality that we're probably just scratching the surface of, but do one more click, Kat. We'd like to really encourage you to check out the tile that's, to share your water plan story. We think this is a really neat feature and are really hopeful. I know that there's a lot of good work that's going on out there. Originally, we'd wanted to have a 5-year anniversary event that invited all of you and roundtable members and the board to an actual event, but COVID and budget and just general changing of thoughts have conspired to not make that a reality. But it doesn't mean that we can't really celebrate the water plan our own way. We see this as one of the tools. So there's an interactive map here. You can go on and kind of mark where you're at in Colorado and what water means to you. And there's a place where you can upload videos and pictures, or you could tell a story about a project or a person or the place that really inspires you and tells the water plan story. So just wanted to highlight that. And next click, Kat. As Russ said, I mean, speaking of engagement, this is, we'd be remiss not to add that this is also 15 years of having PEPO. So as Russ said, PEPO is mandated as a work group of IBCC in House Bill 1177. And I think Russ framed it up really well. We're so grateful to all that good work. Education is critical to so much of what we do in life, and certainly that's true for water. But we really want to thank the PEPO members for joining us today and for the work that they continue to do in the basins. And we're excited to have our conversation later today about just how we might combine. I know some PEPO members have some really good ideas about just being more collaborative, and I'm excited to talk about that. So today we are hoping to really kind of make a more concerted effort to kind of make this connection stronger, and really acknowledging the two statements in House Bill 1051, or excuse me, House Bill 1177, about what the purpose of PEPO should be for IBCC. So it's to create a process to inform, involve, and educate the public on IBCC activities, and to create a mechanism by which public input and feedback can be relayed to the IBCC. And so with that, I would like to ask if there are any IBCC members that would be willing to be this PEPO liaison and be a part of this work group to kind of coordinate more directly with our PEPO members. I see in the chat that Lisa Darling said that she's in. Do we have anyone else that would like to be on? We certainly don't have to lock it down, but I am grateful to at least have one. We got a couple more. Oh, great. Robert Cicada and Elaine said that she would be in. So that's great. So we have a few members from IBCC that are willing to support this and be on the formal work group. I really think, and I will turn things over. Conversations from June and subsequent conversations that you've all been having with roundtables highlighted is just maybe the disconnects between what roundtables are doing and what IBCC is doing, and really trying to strengthen that and pay tribute to the original legislation that created these two groups 15 years ago. I think that strengthening that PEPO connection is really going to pay dividends and just enhancing communication. So thank you so much, Lisa, Elaine, and Robert. I appreciate your time and willingness to participate in this. Russ, do you have any final thoughts on this, or anything you wanted to state before we kind of move on to the homework?
No, I'm good. You're doing a good job. Let's keep going.
Perfect. Okay. Well, now we get to start into the maybe slightly more exciting piece where we are going to be turning things over to you. So I know Kat just has a few slides that we just really kind of cover the context of the homework. I do want to say, I know that there was at least one comment that came in that said that if I think it was something to the effect that if IBCC's discussion around the homework is simply a report out, that's not really engaging dialogue. So please be thinking, as people are talking about anything that you want to build on or how you can really augment the conversation. We want to make it as interactive as possible. I think Kat just has about 5 slides here, and then we will be turning it over to you.
Hi everyone, Kat Weissmiller here. I'm just going to go through quickly the homework from June. And I want to thank you, Russ, for kind of highlighting the integration of PEPO and IBCC. That's something that did come out in the homework, and I think it's going to be an important thing to talk about. And I think PEPO is really going to be a bridge for the roundtables and IBCC going forward. So that's really exciting. So just as a quick process review around what we did in June, I want to talk about the live polling we did. So first of all, we asked you some live polling questions about the future topics we want to discuss in IBCC, and what you guys would like to know more about. And then we asked you, in addition to that live polling, to go back to your stakeholders and roundtables and ask them what they would like to see IBCC do next and what they wanted to learn more about. So we'll talk through that. If your roundtables or stakeholders submitted feedback via our general survey, you should have received a short summary of that. And after we go through these slides, we'll have an open discussion. We'll go around the state and hear what people heard from their stakeholders and have a little bit more of a robust conversation. Hang on. Okay. So just a quick preview of the homework results. I wanted to talk through where we got responses from. So 4 basins took us up on the general survey that we sent out shortly after our June meeting, and that's the Arkansas, Colorado, Metro, and South Platte roundtable. So thank you guys for pushing that out. Really glad to see that that was useful to you. And we also got specific feedback from the Gunnison, the Southwest, and the Yampa White Green. They sent us write-ups and summaries of the conversations they had within their roundtables. I want to note that we didn't hear from all of the roundtables, and we didn't hear from some of our gubernatorial appointees, but that's okay. And there will be opportunities for additional conversation around IBCC topics going forward today. The next slide I'm showing you is kind of it's a bar graph showing the first 2 questions that were asked in our homework, which were basically, what do you want to learn more about, and what does the IBCC want to discuss next? And I'm going to come back to this because I know there's a lot to see here, but the topics that really rose to the top of the conversation were drought and climate change, big river issues, Colorado River, demand management and demand management equity, forest and watershed health, regional planning and IPPs, and funding. And then as you can see on the right, a number of other topics came up, but they were not quite as popular. I want to note that the feedback that we got from the 3 roundtables that submitted summaries also echoed what we see here in this survey. So they identified funding, demand management, and big river issues as real key priorities for them. We also asked a couple additional questions around specific things that IBCC could do, or questions that we could have answered for you. And the things that came out of that were really great. We got some fantastic feedback. And if you got an email with survey feedback, you probably could see that. We got some interesting stuff. But one of the most prominent responses was that people wanted a stronger connection between the IBCC and the roundtables, and a better discussion around what those respective roles look like. Additionally, funding and equity and demand management continue to pull high. We know that that's really important to this group. And then I'm going to turn over these next 2 bullets to Amy Ostick to cover, because they really touch on Colorado River issues and demand management. So Amy, would you like to chime in here?
Sure, thanks, Kat. Can everyone hear me? Great, okay. Yeah, I just thought I would chime in a little bit here. As with all things Colorado River, It's complicated, but you know, I think with anything relating to the Colorado River, public input, IBCC input always has been and continues to be very important. You know, we have the board, obviously, that is in place to set water policy for the state, but we also have Becky Mitchell acting in her capacity as commissioner to the Upper Colorado River Commission and those interstate negotiations on Colorado River issues. And again, you know, public input, IBCC input is always a high priority and very important. And we've really seen that play out, I think, with the demand management feasibility investigation. Through the 2019 work plan, we had an extensive public process. We got a lot of great public input. As we look forward to the next step, that will continue to be really important. And we look forward to talking a little bit more about how IBCC might plug in the next steps going forward. But of course, there are a whole lot of other Colorado River things going on, and we don't want to lose sight of those. I think that the thing that comes top of mind for a lot of people is the 07 guidelines renegotiation. We know a lot of people are really interested in that across the state. And as many of you likely know, the focus, the Bureau of Reclamation's focus has really been on that look back at the guidelines and the effectiveness so far. But as we start to look forward, we will certainly be considering, you know, how we're communicating with you all, and we'll be sure to provide regular updates on those efforts and look for opportunities to get feedback. So stay tuned on that. And I look forward to talking a bit more about the demand management part of this in just a little bit. Thanks, Kat.
Thanks, Amy.
Kat, maybe before we go to this, like, and I could just answer it in the chat, but Amy, one question came through from Casey Davenhill. She asked if we could give an example of what is meant by public input. And I'm kind of thinking about like our public board workshop, but there's probably other examples.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I think about our the 2019 work plan for demand management that we just kind of completed the work of, there were 3 big components to it. One of those was work groups. So a lot of IBCC people were actually on work groups, and those were all open to the public, so people could come to the meetings in the time that seems forever ago when we could still meet in person. But once we switched to virtual meetings, we invited the public to those as well. So anyone could listen in and provide public comment at those meetings. Another element of that work plan was workshops. So we did regional workshops. Again, that got a lot more complicated with COVID. But we would essentially just put on workshops where we went over what we've been working on, what's going on with demand management, where everyone was really welcome to come and ask questions and engage. And the third element of the work plan was continued public education and outreach. So we recognized that not everyone would be interested in or able to come to those work group meetings or even the workshops. So we were really committed to continuing to just do outreach as we needed to reach people who weren't as engaged, and to be responsive. You know, I think between Brent and me, Brent Newman, I don't think that we ever turned down an invitation to speak to anyone about demand management. People probably got really sick of hearing us talk about it. So that's kind of how it played out in the first, you know, year of this feasibility investigation. And it might look slightly different going forward because of the strange times that we're in, because the focus of the work going forward might shift a little bit, but it's still going to be a really important element of what we do.
Thanks, Amy. That's really great background and really good information. So moving forward, we asked all of you to go back to your stakeholders and talk about what IBCC should look at working on in the future. And we did a little bit of that exercise ourselves. One of the things that we came back to over and over and again was the possibility of IBCC working on updating the scenarios we used in our water plan. And you probably have seen this graphic before. This is the 5 scenarios that are in the water plan. This came out in the tech update. But these scenarios were originally you know, something that IBCC did work on. And right now, 3 out of the 5 include climate change. 1 is moderate climate change and 2 are significant climate change. That's something that we may want to look at going forward. Maybe we want to reconsider how we apply climate change, potentially across all scenarios, or you know, that could change going forward. And this is something that we think it could be an interesting possibility for IBCC to work on. So I want to just tee that up and float the idea that it's something that could be really interesting. And there was a lot of interest in working on climate change in the polling and the homework. So just floating that idea for you guys to think about as we go into our discussion.
And Kat, there was a question in the chat. I was going to respond, but it might be easier to say. There was Barbara Vasquez asked if there was any climate change temperature increase in scenarios A and B, and there was not. Those were modeled using historic conditions effectively and forecasting out. So the 3 of the 5 scenarios include climate change, being scenarios, the remaining 3 scenarios, with the last 2 having the highest amount.
Yeah, there. So you can see the temperature increases. The first 2 are no change, then 3.8 degrees Fahrenheit, and then 4.2 degrees Fahrenheit for the last 2 scenarios. Thanks for the question.
And Aaron Citron asked, will the climate roadmap be used to help update the climate scenarios to provide consistency? The underlying data that we used is the same data that's being used through the climate roadmap and for just the climate plan in Colorado. So there is consistency there. We are working with Megan Holcomb on our team, and she's been very involved in a lot of these discussions, especially with the climate roadmap. And so there will be looking for opportunities to kind of integrate those ideas and really focus on both kind of resilience and adaptation, as well as kind of the mitigation components and how that integrates with the water plan moving forward.
All right, well, thanks for being patient getting through that other stuff. And this is my last slide, but it has a couple layers, so that we're going to talk through them, kind of the evolution of the conversation around the future priorities for IBCC. I told you we'd see this again, so there's a little bit of a twist here. But before I get into it, I kind of want to lay out what this conversation is going to look like. So we're going to walk through an evolution of the conversation around future IBCC topics, starting with our polling in June till now. Then I'm going to pose 2 questions to all of you, and then we're going to go around the state basin by basin and talk through what we heard from the roundtables, from stakeholders, and try to answer the 2 questions I'm going to pose at the end of this exercise. So just to tee that all up, and as we start that conversation, I'm going to start with the Gunnison, because they provided some really good summary feedback. So just so you know, Gunnison, you'll be first up when we start the conversation. All right, so like I said, I'm showing you this graph again. I want to tee it up with a couple layers. So the first being these yellow bars that I've just added. The yellow bars represent topics that we know are important to this group. We've heard that over and over again, and we will continue to track these topics as they evolve. But right now, these might not have an immediate path forward, or we might be waiting on additional input. So I want to kind of put these aside in our minds for now. And the next layer I want to add is these green bars. So the green bars represent what we heard from you all during our live polling in June about priorities for IBCC going forward. And I want to note that when we surveyed you in June in the live polling, as Russ mentioned earlier, we did ask what you were interested in looking at besides demand management and Colorado River issues. So what rose to the top there was drought and climate change, forest and watershed health, regional planning and IPPs, and funding, which are all still in our top 6. But in addition, we also had ATMs, which, as you can see over on the right, didn't poll as well in our homework, and Colorado Water Plan, which also didn't really poll quite as high in the homework this time. So I just want to lay that out there for you. I'm going to gray out the topics on the right that really didn't seem as popular. And I want to tee up these items for our open conversation. As you can see, the items on the left, the top 6 are kind of what we're, the top 6 are all of the things that are most important. The top green bars, so drought and climate change, forest and watershed health, regional planning and IPPs, and funding, are really the things that we can shape our future conversations around and start to build agendas for future meetings going forward with. So with that in mind, I want to ask 2 questions. The first being, are there any new items or additional context that we should add to this that's not showing up in this chart? The second being, what specific actions might the IBCC take going forward? So with those two questions in mind, I'd like to open up the discussion basin by basin, as I said. Any appointees, feel free to chime in with your basin on things that you heard. We'll go around the state, starting with the Gunnison, and I'd like you to introduce yourself when you speak, and feel free to respond and have an open dialogue here. This is not just questions and responses, report outs. I'd really like this to be an open conversation. So Russ, if you have anything to add, feel free, but I think we could probably jump into open conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just going to add that PEPO members, if you have context to add for your basin too, please do so, and to be listening as each person's kind of doing their report out, because there may be some item that really resonates with you that you want to build on, and if this kind of gets more collaborative, as more of an open discussion, I think that would be highly desirable. So yeah, let's start with the Gunnison. Thanks so much, Kat. I saw Mr. Trampy on. I don't know if I didn't see Joanne yet, but I'm scrolling.
I think we had a pretty good discussion at the meeting in July, and I'm not sure that, I think we've captured the bulk of what the roundtable provided in the way of input. I think all of the things that came up were included in the survey. So I don't know that we have anything to add to the list. Other than the importance of the IBCC serving as a statewide forum with representatives from the roundtables and statewide representatives, that was in our conclusion. Haven't given a lot of thought to what the tasks the IBCC might undertake to accomplish the goals of funding and equity management were our two top priorities. And not sure there's much more we can do on funding other than to look back at what we were doing 2 years ago and trying to figure out how to get some money that is specific for water planning, and the equity and demand management. I think knowing more of what came out of the demand management work groups and talking through options to make it more equitable.
Thank you so much. Anyone else from the Gunnison have anything to add to that?
Russ, this is Bill Trampy. I'd just like to put a little different context on everything. Up to a couple of years ago, most of the IBCC's efforts were being really driven from the top down. In other words, we were working on the water plan, and CWCB staff would come to the IBCC meetings with questions and debate, and really the CWCB and the state level entity was directing what they wanted the IBCC to do. Now that the water plan has been completed, I think we've just kind of been floundering around, recognizing that the 1177 legislation basically told us that this was supposed to be a grassroots process. And now we're floundering, trying to figure out how that grassroots process moves items, discussion, decision-making from the grassroots up through the level. In other words, we're reversing the order that information and ideas and discussion comes from. And I think all of us are struggling with how we're going to do that. And I'm glad to see this homework process come about, but it makes it difficult because we have different interests from different corners of the state. And so hopefully we go through this prioritization process and come up with something that's beneficial to everyone.
Good comments. Thank you so much to both of you. Any other comments out of the Gunnison? I thought maybe the PEPO rep on as well. Yeah. Okay, Kat, should we move to the next basin then?
Yeah, let's move on to the Southwest. Anyone feel free to unmute and jump on.
This is Ed Millard. The highlighted bars are pretty good. My highest priorities personally, and it has to some extent been reflected for my constituencies, are probably big river issues and forest and watershed health. And there's certainly, as Greg Felt put in the comments, a link between drought and climate change and forest and watershed health. And I think those are really important. Obviously, the wildfires we're seeing in the state in California kind of drive home how important this issue is. There are certainly a lot of entities involved in forest health, and we need to learn to work with them, the collaboratives, the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative, the forestry. But I think there's certainly a value in having IBCC weigh in as to the link between water and forest, because that is kind of a place that there's not a lot of focus. I don't see exactly what the purpose of regional planning IPPs and funding would be for the IBCC. The only one I can think of on funding is it appears that oil and gas revenue and severance taxes are probably going to disappear based on the direction of the state as far as climate change. So I guess there might be some value in starting to look at what kind of funding we're going to have if severance taxes don't come back. I did comment to Russ some time ago that there might be a reason to have at least one meeting where we talked about ATMs, because there was a recent report on the status of the ATM program, and it certainly looked like there were a lot of areas of concern in there, and I could certainly see us talking about that. And I guess finally, I raised this issue with Russ by email. I could see a value in creating a collaborative editing document platform for the IBCC. The work groups, DM work groups, many of them had one of those, and it worked very well so that members could get together and work on documents. And I think we would probably have better results with all of these instead of just being one word and a bar graph. If we had members writing up brief abstracts as to what exactly each of these mean and what areas could we start working on, and have multiple members work on them, and then we'd have better definition of what each of these items are. It's a little hard for me to even figure out what some of these are, and I think our members should step up, and I really would like to have a collaborative editing platform so that we could work in between meetings together and put together better documents than we have in the past. Thank you.
Sal Pfister. I guess I would agree with Ed that, you know, the raised bars, the green bars, are representative of the discussions we've had in the Southwest. We're got a workshop planned on forest health later next month. So I guess I don't really have anything additional to add. I guess I'd like to we're trying to figure out what the direction is that the IBCC is going to head, and how we're going to interact with the round table. So that's it for me.
Thanks, Al. Anyone else from Southwest want to chime in?
Hi, this is Elaine Chick with PEPO and Water Information Program and Southwestern Water Conservation District, wearing a few hats. Yeah, I agree with a lot of these graphs, and what we're doing at PEPO this year, I think for me, you know, the question, what specific actions might be taken? I definitely think there needs to be more public education down around this area. I'm working towards doing another, I guess it's an online, I do a Water 101, 201 event for mostly water law, but I'm looking to make it a bigger topic for the entire state to participate in, which I might be coming to you, Russ, and a few other people to look at presenting, to bring these issues to the public. I'd like to make it a more public forum other than the same water people that always attend, and we need to broaden that spectrum. As far as our PEPO Education Action Plan this year, I'm working on a video that actually, it's perfect timing because my key elements are forest health, watershed health, river health, and ag, and how they all tie so closely together. Now I've had some amazing people speaking on it. It's going to be an 8-minute video that's going to be free for the public, but especially with all the fires, our key component on it has been forest health and how do we mitigate our forests. We're going through such horrible fires and drought and everything, and this video speaks directly to that. So my quest and goal is to definitely work closer with our roundtable to be more active with PEPO and create more collaboration as well with the IBCC. And what can I do down here to bring more public aware of what IBCC's issue, what all these issues are. And so I'd like to be more involved with you guys to, because I also represent WIP and PEPO, I have a broad reach, and you know, I'm here and available to help whatever we can do to bring some of this stuff to the public and educate them. So that's all I had to offer.
And this is Melly. I don't know if I do have a couple of observations, general observations, and I think Mr. Trampy's statement really resonated with me. We really are kind of floundering here. I wanted to point out that I don't think that we have a full understanding of where the Basin Roundtable is at in terms of what the priorities of the IBCC should be, what we should be tackling. I think a lot of members don't quite really understand what the IBCC does or what the roles could be. We did a survey that was responded only by 2 people. We got comments from 2 people from a 40-person voting roundtable. So I think that's something we definitely need to work on to really get a better understanding of what the roundtable wants, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, or 4 very vocal individuals within the roundtable. I think that's going to be important. In terms of the, just another general comment, I think whatever we do, we need to focus on it. And, you know, if we keep bouncing back and forth among different things, it really is, I think, discouraging. And I think that that's how we end up with hearing a lot about updates from staff rather than having conversations, because we don't really have a whole lot to do. So I think whatever we pick, we probably should stick to it for a while. My comment that I made on the notes here was that it seems like we've discarded demand management and equity, and maybe I misunderstood that, but it sounded like we're setting that aside. And I think the board is going to make some decisions in terms of a work plan in November, or can't remember, I think November. And I think that's probably going to have some movement. I still think that there is a strong role there for the IBCC. And the reason for that is because I think some of these other things like drought, climate change, forest watershed health are very important. And I wouldn't discount them. But the question is, what can this group do about it? I mean, you're talking, Aaron asked a question about climate change that I didn't even understand. You have a bunch of people here that are mostly policy oriented, policy driven. We're not experts. And even though I think it's important for us to understand what's going on and learn, I don't know that we have a whole lot to contribute to it. And I may be wrong. I may not be seeing some aspects that would be helpful. I think demand management is a very highly policy driven issue. And I personally think we should keep our focus on it, whether it goes forward or doesn't go forward. I think it's important to bring the roundtable's views into whatever the CWCB is deciding, and that's the place we should be. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
If it's okay, this is Amy. If it's okay with everyone, if I just step in very briefly. and respond to one point. I think that you raised some really good points, and I just want to clarify that I don't see the demand management discussion stopping anytime soon with IBCC. That's not at all what the intention is. You know, we're at this point where I think that the board has taken a lot of time to really digest what came out of the 2019 work plan. And you're exactly right. There's kind of a shifting, and the board will be considering some next steps, like the November board meeting. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But I just want to be very clear that from my perspective, there will continue to be an important role for IBCC to play in that discussion. So that's not going anywhere. What exactly it'll look like, we can talk about more a little bit later and beyond. But it's not going away. That's all I have.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Melanie, Elaine, Ed, and Al. Really great comments, and 100% agree with Amy. I think Melly had actually emailed and said it kind of echoing your same comments, that the board has some decisions to make, and we're going to talk through in the next section that Amy's going to be leading. At least, again, short slides, and then turning it over to you guys to talk about, but just maybe where those opportunities are. And another piece that I know, Melly, that you worked so hard and others had kind of contributed to, even in that report out that we sent to the board, kind of made that statement that, you know, we really need something to respond to. You know, I think we specifically called out if there were straw man or things like that. So, you know, where those opportunities come up, I think Amy's got some ideas of how IBCC can be engaged. Kat, do we want to go to the next Basin?
Yeah, next on my list is Rio. We didn't hear specific feedback, but if there's anyone from the Rio that wants to chime in, you're welcome to do so now, or we wait till the end.
This is Ann Bunting from the Rio. I'd be happy to chime in. I don't have a lot to add. I do agree that I think there needs to be more understanding between the roundtables and the IBCC, so we're starting to move towards that. Didn't get a whole lot of response because, at least for myself, I didn't feel like I was able to present the questions with kind of enough specifics to really elicit answers. But again, we're moving forward with that in the next month or two to start to develop that understanding. Also, I wonder a little bit about when we're talking about the bars and which bars to keep and, you know, which subjects to focus on and which ones to set aside. It just occurs to me how interrelated some of them are. I mean, certainly drought and climate change at the forefront. You know, that's big river issues, that's demand management, that's forest and watershed health. So to some degree, I'm not sure how much they can be separated out. And then last from me, specific actions to be taken would be, I think I can speak for the Rio Grande that we'd be interested in updating the climate change scenarios. And that's it for me. Anyone else?
This is Nathan Combs. I hope it's appropriate. I'm just an alternate to the IBCC, just newly appointed. I would ask you to forgive me for my ignorance if I say something stupid. Something that struck me here is as you look at looking for new items or context to it, I see how high the funding rated. I think really that's on everybody's mind. Is it appropriate for the roundtables or the IBCC to start looking as we move really away from fossil fuels as a whole, not just as a state, but as a country? The chance of severance tax coming back diminishes greatly. Do we need to kind of be the tip of the spear and start finding out where the fund, what's going to replace that funding statewide, not just for our issues? Because I know since the roundtables have been implemented, the Rio Grande has benefited greatly from having that cohesiveness of projects and having some funding to do those projects. I realize the work we do is bigger than the funding. However, the interest and the ability to affect more people in our basin is directly related to how many projects we can help them accomplish and keep moving forward. You know, if we get away from fossil fuels, there's no road tax. There's a whole lot of areas of our state that are gonna struggle. I don't know that we want to just sit back and wait and see what happens to us. I wonder if there's not some kind of proactive action we can take to even propose some options for new funding for electric vehicles or whatever the alternatives are going to be. There has to be something to replace that. And I think, to be completely selfish, let's get our finger in that pie from the beginning rather than wait till we see how it goes. The other thing that I noticed on this is I'm surprised at the interest of the ATMs. I think there's a whole future there as far as the state and the water needs. And I think for our basin, we've been really focusing on what the opportunities are there. We don't have the municipal growth, obviously, but the strategies that ATMs offer, I think, will help us. I'm not versed enough to talk about demand management, but for the Rio Grande, we've been dealing with it for since 1938. We've been in demand management being curtailed. So learn from our mistakes and get it right. It can cut pretty deeply. So I agree that I appreciate Amy saying that will stay on the discussion and on the docket, because that is going to be very important to stay on top of. Anyway, allow me to talk.
I know this is Aaron. I know I'm not from the Rio Grande, but if I can respond to that, I completely agree that the issue of kind of what's next, what's going to replace severance tax is really critical. I don't know exactly the role that we would play, but because the connection that the IBCC has with the roundtables, helping to broker that discussion with local communities would be really interesting. And I wonder if, although this is a slightly removed, but maybe a conversation with the folks at the new Office of Just Transition would be interesting, because there's two sides to it. It's both that there will be a reduction in severance tax revenues that we and DOLA and others rely on, but there will also be impacts to local communities from the shift away from fossil fuels, and that's going to happen in all of our various basins. So, yeah, I don't want to put aside some of the other kind of other issues on this screen that I think are really critical, but that's definitely an issue that's on my mind. And I don't know if it should be central to the IBCC, but I agree it's something that we will feel, the Basin Roundtables will feel, and could be an interesting place to have the discussion. Otherwise, I fear that it'll be had just in Denver. And when the whatever is next gets fed out to the local basins, it's going to be met with suspicion. So, yeah, I totally agree with Nathan that that's a critical issue to think about over the next months and years. We have a little bit of time, but let's not wait too long.
Great comments. Thank you so much, Ann and Nathan and Aaron. Were there so somebody else about to jump in? Sorry. Okay, Kat, should we do the next basin?
Yeah, how about we move on to the Arkansas?
Well, good morning, everyone, from sunny La Junta. If my thoughts seem disjointed, it's probably because they are. I think the 6 bars that Kat has emphasized are probably reflective of the interests in the Ark Basin. However, ATMs also are of great interest because we are a basin that really has a target on its back in terms of we're close to the metropolitan area. Our agriculture is not as robust as the South Platte. So there is a lot of interest in ATMs also. I second Mellie's question, and I think she summarized my feelings in terms of where we are as an IBCC, and it seems to me at least, in the last year or two, we really have begun to flounder. I think there's a reason for that. When we first started this IBCC operation, it was a robust dialogue between the members on the IBCC, between basins, between government reps. But over the last several years, I have had the feeling that we're just like little birds in a nest waiting for mom to come and shove a worm in our mouth, because the programs have been totally dominated by staff, by facilitator, and I would like to see us get back to a more robust dialogue between ourselves. I don't, I think we ought to be deciding what are the issues that are important to the state and important to us, not being told, okay, you're going to focus on demand management. Well, demand management in the Colorado River Basin is an extremely important issue, but I'm not sure how much impact the IBCC is going to have on that. That's a political decision that's going to be made at way above our pay grade, I think. The whole predicate of House Bill 1177 was grassroots, the roundtables. And I see the IBCC as the conduit to capture that grassroots feelings and then move that information over to CWCB or the governor or whoever wants to listen. But I get very frustrated every meeting we have, and we meet monthly. I ask the roundtable, what would you like me to take to the IBCC? Well, if you look at the general survey feedback, out of 54 members on our roundtable, 2 people felt compelled to answer a question. That's what frustrates me all the time, because I ask these guys, what do you want to hear? What do you want me to tell them up there? Nobody ever speaks. I come back, I report on the meeting, the IBCC meeting, and ask, anybody got any questions? I've never had a question. So what I'm trying to point out is we've got to figure out a way to get more input from the grassroots, from the roundtable, into the IBCC reps. And I don't know how to do that. Maybe we do that with more staff presentations to the roundtable, for example, on demand management. It's difficult in a 3-minute report out period at the meeting to try and get across to them what this whole issue is. So I think maybe we need to have more staff input at the grassroots level to motivate the roundtable members to ask questions, start thinking about these issues. So that's kind of my thoughts, and I really think we need to sit back and take a hard look and discuss among ourselves, what is it are we about? And the one thing that did come out of the survey, in the ARC anyway, they don't see the IBCC as policymaking. And I agree with that. I see us more as an advisory group, as a conduit to bring stuff from the ground level up to CWCB. That's it.
Good thoughts, Jairus. Thank you so much. Well said. I didn't see if Terry's on. Do we have anyone else from the Arkansas that wanted to add something?
Russ, I guess this is Pat Wells. I could jump in since I live in the Arkansas as a governor's appointee, and I did have some conversations with folks, I guess, in 3 different basins about the role of IBCC and the questions. And I would like to, I guess, kind of open up with echoing what Jairus indicated, that there seemed to be some discussion about, oh, the IBCC is still a thing, and what are you guys doing? And I think there was kind of a question about the relevance of the IBCC and what is your role relative to the CWCB board, the roundtables. You're not out forming interstate compacts, and so what are you all doing, and are you floundering? So I did hear those comments from multiple folks, and then I guess also what I did see was kind of the interconnected nature of some of these water issues. So even Colorado River demand management, there seemed to be a lot of similar themes around economics and equity and some of these other things that we've been wrestling with on Colorado River demand management that translate over to something like ATMs, when it comes to taking statewide policy to implement ATMs, but how do you do that boots on the ground in a way that's fair to local economies and counties and ditch companies and that sort of thing. So I saw a little of that maybe come out during our discussions at IBCC, and I think that is kind of worth keeping ATMs on the list as something to continue to look at and explore. And then some of the other comments I received was just, input from smaller water districts. I guess that would fit in kind of the regional planning and IP&Ps and giving them a voice or a way to have input, and also kind of giving them tools and planning assistance to help increase their sophistication, also their education. So I think there's a good role for PEPO there. And then particularly on some of those items like conservation, reuse, water quality, helping their constituents understand how those play into their systems and the need and value of using those tools. So that may be a good assignment for PEPO, is to keep some of those kind of basic building blocks of water supply planning and development at the forefront, and get their user base educated. And then I guess the last thing I will say is that I thought Nathan had a really good comment on funding. And as you know, Aaron and myself and a few others wrestled with those funding questions in the demand management work groups. And there is a lot to chew on there, and the issue of severance tax funding and how that's going to change and evolve, and where the funding comes from is going to become a bigger challenge right at the same time when our water challenges are growing. So I do think that was a really important comment that I hadn't really thought through, and maybe where IBCC could play a role in continuing maybe even some of the great work that was done on the demand management work groups. I think they did a good job of identifying what some of the issues are and some of the funding mechanisms were. And I think it could be an area that IBCC could pick up and dig in a little deeper. So that's what I have.
Thank you so much, Pat. Other comments?
Yeah, Russ, this is Jairus again. I think Nathan hit it right on the head. Certainly the Rio Grande and the Arc Basin, and to some extent the South Platte, we've been dealing with demand management for 100 years. We have to run water down the river to adjacent states. Maybe there's some things that we've forgotten that how we're dealing with that issue that could be helpful in the demand management discussion. Although I know it's a whole different framework, political framework. The other question I have, and Russ, you might have the answer. We passed the gaming funding bill, whatever. Is there any movement on that? Are there any revenues flowing in that we can look at? Because I think severance tax is a thing of the past.
I will tee up Lauren Riss, who I think is on the phone, Jairus, to maybe augment what I'll add here. But from what I know, it does have movement, but as you know, it's filled by tiers. So no money that I'm aware of has come in for CWCB and water plan grants to date, but it is moving forward. Lauren, if you're on and able to chime in, do you have something to add there?
Yeah, sure. That's right, Russ. So the gaming initiative, Prop DD, did start to get some tax revenue, but part of that initiative was that they were required to pay the state back for some of the startup costs on the order of, I think, around 1.7 million. And so the last I heard, the revenue had come in around about $500,000, although it may be slightly upward since I got the last report. But yeah, the short story is that we still don't have any funding for the water plan or compact issues yet.
Thanks so much. Okay, great comments. I guess just keeping things tracking here and kind of keeping an eye on the clock. Kat, should we go to the next basin?
Sure, the next basin on my list is the Metro. Do we have anyone that wants to chime in there?
Hey, so this is Lisa, and this has been a really super helpful discussion, and it makes you think about a lot of things. So first of all, on the survey, Melly in the chat box said a while back, if we're planning on 2021, let's maybe look ahead and not leave anything behind quite yet, which I agree with that kind of forward thinking. And I know that ATMs also came up as important for Metro and South Platte Basin. So I wanted to point that out. But I wanted to just throw an idea out. And we talk a lot about the IBCC purpose and our genesis and how we were we were meant to be this grassroots group to encourage discussion and collaboration between the basins. And I'm just wondering, we're talking about our role and what our role should be, and whether or not our role hasn't evolved, and whether or not our role could actually be, redefined to give it that importance that Jairus was talking about, to reflect what Nathan was talking about, how demand management it's just part of the fabric for all of us, right? So Kat said earlier, about the IBCC sort of taking on a role or renewing a role of reviewing the scenarios, maybe being more involved in the technical updates in the future, having a really important role in that input. I think could really be something that we could get sink our teeth into, and would also reflect on all of those the green and gold bars that are reflected in the graphic that shows the importance. I will say that on roundtable discussion, and I know Dave's on the phone too, roundtable discussion has kind of gone the opposite direction from us. I think, our roundtable has really queried, what is your purpose? What is IBCC's purpose? Can you bring us more to talk about? Or in the opposite direction, can you bring this stuff up? Can you bring this up to the larger group? And it's how to facilitate those conversations, and maybe it's part of that new role. So I don't know if Dave has anything to add.
Well, I would agree with what you said. I think that our roundtable, some of them kind of scratch their head and wonder, what is it that you guys do? You just sit around and talk about these abstract issues. And our roundtable functions very well, and they're concerned with very practical things like climate change, drought, watershed health. And I think that a big part of the efforts that we'll be doing with the roundtable in 2021 is to have presentations on those things and bring folks into the discussion on some of those topics. They're all top of mind, especially after this year. We update them on our discussions on demand management and things like the equity issue. And we get a couple of questions, but not really a lot. So I think that our roundtable is concerned with kind of some of the more practical things going on in the water business.
And we also had a lot of participation in the demand management work groups, just from our roundtable membership. So the conversations are pretty to the point and are pretty aimed at progress. And then of course, education and outreach is continuing to be important, I think, not just in our basin, but statewide.
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks, Dave, for the comments. Is there anyone else in the Metro that wanted to chime in?
Well, if I might just take a moment to, I understand that there are certain language and legislative constraints in the bylaws as to what is public education participation and outreach. But I think we're finding more and more that it's really important to educate the roundtable members so they feel comfortable asking the kinds of, or answering the kinds of questions that we're asking. Because I think some of the silence comes from just, being not wanting to take the risk of sounding dumb. Fortunately, I don't worry about that. But so the way of looking at public engagement, we need to engage the roundtables too. And there's a possibility that then they are connected to a network within their community that in turn starts to raise interest and awareness, kind of like a web that goes out from that. So just kind of, to me, talking about what exactly do we mean by participation, what do we mean by the public, is a timely topic. Thanks.
Thanks, KZ. Any other members from the Metro? And if not, should we move on to South Platte?
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, if there's nobody else from the Metro that wants to chime in, the South Platte would be next.
All right, this is Jim Yan. Hope everyone's doing well. It's great to be on here. I think I might be the only one from the South Platte on, so we'll move quickly through this. But I've been on the roundtable since the inception, and I've been on the IBCC since 2012. And something that everyone should know, it's not the first time that the IBCC has felt like it's floundering. And I remember one of our first meetings, my first meetings on the IBCC, and I met after, I think maybe it was the second one, and we had similar discussions on which direction we should go, what we should be doing. And I made a comment of, well, if we really want to do something, we have to meet more often, kind of what Ed Millard was suggesting. We have to meet more often, and we have to really be focused. And that's kind of what Melly said as well. And out of that, we did. And I also said we need to have a kind of a plan. And out of that, not because of me, but because of staff pushing us in a certain direction and different things, the water plan kind of rose from there. So I was in 2012, and the water plan, of course, came out in 2015, but it really focused us. And that's kind of the way I'm feeling right now a little bit. But as being on the roundtable and the IBCC, one thing that surprised me from the perspective of things that our roundtable mentioned that needs to be discussed is, I realized that maybe I wasn't communicating very well to our roundtable, because we have a lot of newer roundtable meetings. And so things that I've taken for granted by being part of this for a long time, I wasn't communicating some of those things, especially to our newer roundtable. And one thing that our roundtable chair has been doing is getting more people involved in filling positions, because we have a large roundtable, 50, 55 people on a roundtable, and he's been drawing new people in to fill spots. And I just realized that they don't know the history and everything that we've gone through. And some of the things, one of the things was they wanted to know more about how we're connected between West Slope and East Slope, and how the drought affects both sides and that kind of thing. And to me, it was always a given. We're Colorado, we both have water in all these basins, and how all that works together. But maybe I wasn't communicating that very well, and perhaps I need to step up. And with the BIPs being updated, I think there may be an opportunity when these come out that maybe will help us focus. Maybe there'll be something that come out of all of these that we can glean from them, that we can move the IBCC forward in that direction. But I guess the main thing was, at our last roundtable, I noticed that Ed Millard was listening on our roundtable, because I looked through the people that were at our roundtable meeting. And for some, maybe that feels like, other basins are watching this and we should watch out for that. But to me, it kind of brought to my mind that maybe each of us should be doing more of that. We're in a time where our roundtables are on Zoom, and it affords the ability for other people to listen in. And I think that might help us understand other basins better. And so I guess my closing remarks would be, if we don't know what's going on, and if we don't have some direction, of course the staff has to do something. So, they're trying to get us to open up and discuss, but like Jairus said, in his roundtable, people just don't. Well, maybe that's our job. As IBCC members, maybe we should be more more like Ed and listening in on other roundtables and gleaning what we can from them, and then focusing ourselves on how we can work together. So I guess I'm gonna kind of follow Ed's lead maybe and try to participate in not vocally, but at least listening in on other roundtable meetings. And I think, you know, that is a lot to ask of people with the regular jobs, but I think as IBCC members, it would behoove us to maybe do a little bit more of that so that we can come up with how we would work together more on a statewide basis. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Jim. And since it sounds like you are the only one, maybe from, I'll put it out in case there's anyone else that we're not seeing. Anyone else from South Platte? Okay, next Basin, Kat.
North Platte. I know that, I think Barbara's on.
So I guess if it's okay, I'll start. I'm Jeff Myers. I am not just a relatively new member of the IBCC also, but kind of a relatively new member of the Ample Green. I think, and Tom and Kelly are here from the AMPA, so I hope they can guide this a little bit or correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our roundtable members kind of expect the IBCC to function as a sort of a two-way pipeline. The idea that there are things happening at the state that it's kind of hard to keep up with from the northwest corner of Colorado. And so our roundtable, I think, kind of counts on us, the IBCC members, to be able to bring those big issues, those big policy things that are happening at the state level back to the roundtable, and conversely, especially things in the big river vein, to be able to communicate our concerns at a policy level to folks at the state level. And so that role, I think that's what our roundtable members expect. Now, it's just a little bit simpler for us right now, I guess, because the Colorado River issues are so critical. And so in a way, we have a focus that maybe some of you don't have. And I think that makes us almost in a way, the IBCC has a fairly simple job. You know, that's the IBCC members from the Ample White Green, and that's policy around the Colorado River system. So I think that's the sort of role expectation. When we think about the tasks and the things those big policy things that we should be talking about and thinking about and learning what other basins think about those, there are just a couple of things that aren't on this list from the survey for us, and maybe they have more context in the demand management discussion. But so, for example, we certainly have worries and thoughts on demand management, and I think it was maybe Jairus Daniels who said, gosh, we've been doing this for a long time. Boy, it would be great for our roundtable to hear about those experiences and learn more about some of our concerns. If we could know about people who have already sort of been in the crosshairs there, that would be so great. We hear a lot about the interim guidelines and the renegotiation of those. And Tom and Tom's going to jump in here in a sec, and Russ, if that makes more sense to talk about in detail in the demand management discussion, then that's okay. But a lot of our members link the renegotiation and think that you know, there has to be implications for the interim guidelines with respect to the current Colorado River System demand management planning and thinking. So that's a thing that I think, as we can learn more about that process and about what Colorado's goals are and help our roundtable members understand that would be, I think, really important. And then the last thing just on this list, and I know Director Rain is participating in this meeting. He's been really kind about sharing his thoughts with us. And I think actually Kevin's coming to our November roundtable meeting, which is really great. Sometimes in the demand management conversation with roundtable members and that discussion, we get a little pushback like, well, what will happen if the river falls under administration? Why would that necessarily be worse than demand management, as an example? And so helping us understand the method and the mechanics of compact administration is also an issue that I think our members are vitally interested in. Exactly how IBCC fits into that and can communicate that, that would be, you know, I think a good job for us. I've taken up a lot of air here. Tom, maybe you should jump in.
Okay, yeah, this is Tom. Jeff, you did a great job of summarizing some of the things I was going to say, so I won't add to them. Jeff and I came away from the last IBCC meeting with our homework, and we dutifully took it to our Big River Committee, the question, what does the White Green want from the IBCC? And before I talk a little bit more about what we heard, just listening to all the great comments today so far, and I think Bill Trampy started out by saying it seems like we flounder, and several others in one way or another have echoed that. I do as well, and it occurs to me that even in our Big River Committee, which is obviously quite a bit smaller than the whole roundtable, when we brought those questions, what we heard was all over the place, because there's such an various levels of understanding and various areas that people are familiar with on the ideas surrounding either demand management or equity or climate change. So we, not to harp on the overused cliche of herding cats, but even in our small committee, we flounder because everyone has comments and thoughts, which is great, but we don't ever focus on any one thing very long. It's kind of like when you get up in the morning and you feel overwhelmed, you've got too much to do today. And if you flit around from one thing to another, just doing a little bit of one and a little bit of another, at the end of the day, you can't really see that you've gained much. If you break it down and you say, okay, I've got 18 things to do, can't get them all done, but I'm going to do one today, and you stick with it, you begin to see progress. And I think not only for our Big River Committee and our roundtable, I think even for the IBCC, that we could benefit if we broke it down. And by the way, Russ and Kat, I think what facilitators do is they don't lead, they just help people focus. And I would like to see us focus on a couple of things, which is what you're trying to do. You've got your graph there showing the top 6 things. I think we might have to even break those down even more. But I think we could make some progress and become that advisory body that we're supposed to be, and be the conduit back and forth to our roundtables on specific things. Even though people are going to want to talk about a lot more things, we may need to be focused. So with that preface, the top things for the Yampa White Green were to continue the demand management discussions regarding equity, regarding the definition of storage as part of the DCP and as part of demand management, how that can be used within the state. And I would even submit that on the questions, for instance, of equity, that could be broken down to identifying what is inequitable, not what you don't like, but what is actually inequitable. And I think we could have some really productive discussions, as Jairus pointed out, that we should be, if we can get on something like that and break it down. I think even, and also, you know, one of the things that we've heard here in our roundtable and in our Big River committee is, gosh, it would be nice to know how TMD participation in a demand management program would be administered and accounted for, because you know, the idea of measuring it at the tunnels, but what happens with storage on the eastern slope, and is it paper fill over there, or is it not? When you forego some usage, some actually reduce some consumptive use. I think some of those really broken down and then identify what won't work may lead you to what will work. And so I'll leave it at that for now.
Thanks so
Russ,
much, Jeff and Tom. Go ahead.
So again, I don't know if there's an opportunity for governor's appointees to jump in specifically, but I just want to say I agree with Tom just said, that it seems like that is particularly consistent with, you know, the statutory foundation of the IBCC. It starts off with to facilitate the process of interbasin compact negotiations, and to some extent thinking about demand management or just interbasin, intrastate conversations happen is a good place for this to be. So that's equity, that's focusing on accounting for Trans Mountain diversions in a demand management program. And to that end, I'm curious to hear from Kevin later about the test that was done recently that touched on that. Certainly there's issues in the Rio Grande about interbasin issues with potential new Trans Mountain pipelines, which of course then implicates the Front Range Basin. So I agree that concept, maybe a little bit more broadly than just the interim guidelines, which are important, but thinking about the way that the basins work together, how that's equitable, how that functions, how that's measured, is a really important role for this group. So I really like the way that Tom framed it, certainly better than I'm fumbling around trying to do. So that'll be from my perspective, that's my response to this and having conversations with some partners.
Yeah, great comments, and thanks for jumping in. And Tom and Jeff, as always, really enjoy talking with you guys. Thanks for bringing your thoughts. We are kind of running long on time, but this is such a good conversation. I don't think we want to run short. And I think that we can take time out of our kind of last 30 minutes for wrap up. So if it's okay, let's just push a little bit longer. I'd like to see first if there's anyone else from the Yampa, and then we can circle back to North Platte and go to Colorado. So first, anyone from the Yampa that wanted to add anything?
Russ, this is Jackie Brown. I'm not a member of the IBCC, but after listening to the conversation, I just wanted to share one thing that I took from it. So, you know, in other roundtables, and I'm not sure about all of them and their makeup, but especially Front Range, Metro, I don't know about South Platte, but the roundtables are full of people that work on water issues all day, every day as their job. In the Yampa, that is the exception. We have agriculturalists, of course. We have a few of us that, you know, work on water issues as part of our careers, but we also have this vast majority of people that that touch water every so often. And so, you know, I think that is an issue when I think it was Jairus that mentioned, you know, you ask people, what do you want us to bring back? You know, I've often struggled with that too. We have issues that we need to tackle as per the state, like the BIP updates and our, you know, general networking updates from different organizations. But it's difficult to get an entire roundtable of 25, 29 people on the same page to be able to really dive into some of the big issues that we face. For instance, forest health. In the Yampa, we have dedicated basically no time to that. And we've been lucky because we haven't had any major fires until this year, you know, since 2002. And so, you know, I always come back to this: how do we educate people so that we can be on the same page more often? And I'm not saying that I'm educated in everything, but how do we take more time out of people's lives to have that education opportunity that isn't necessarily Colorado Water Congress or something that people have to pay to go to or in normal times travel to go to. And I just wanted, I don't know how other roundtables tackle those things, or even if my own fellow Yampa members agree with me on this, but as we look forward to things that the IBCC can look at, and especially timely with PEPO, is again, not only how we educate people outside of these water committees and organizations, agency boards, how do we educate ourselves so that we can continue to be on the forefront of some of these issues that we'll have to deal with. Thanks, that's all.
Good comments, Director Brown. Thanks so much for jumping in. And it reminds me, it seems like another one of the common themes here that Casey touched on. I saw that Kelly was also on. I don't know if she wanted to add some thoughts here, but seems right up her alley as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Russ. Can you guys all hear me okay?
Yep.
Great, thanks. So Kelly Romero-Heaney, I'm the PEPO chair for the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. And I echo what my fellow roundtable members have said. I will confess that when I first started as the PEPO chair about 6 years ago, I didn't know what the second P stood for. And now I realize that that is the most important one. Obviously, we have to do outreach so that we're transparent. We have to do education so that our communities understand how policies, these water policies, will be affecting them. But at the end of the day, we need people to participate. And I believe that's what the roundtables were set up to do. I think one way, I fully agree that we need to better educate our roundtable members about the sort of the genesis of the IBCC, the roundtables, PEPO, and the role that IBCC and PEPO, the roles that they were supposed to play kind of in lockstep. So I do think we need to return to that. What I would propose to for accomplishing that would be to clone Russ George. I think that we need him at all of our roundtable members a little more frequently. And now with Zoom, we can teleport him. So as much as he is willing, I hope that we can all get a pep talk from the Winston Churchill of Colorado Water. I think that's in order for all of us. So Russ, I hope you don't mind that. Another thing you guys said, as CWCB staff, I really appreciate your commitment to the as needed outreach. I think that's really important for our rural communities that don't necessarily have access to broadband or the time to commit to a lot of these all-day meetings like Jackie referenced. We don't have a whole lot of water experts per se on our roundtable, but we have people that are committed and care and use water, but it's not necessarily their day job. So again, that even if it's that one-on-one outreach, I really appreciate the CWCB staff doing that. And then the other piece is, you know, I just think it's, you know, the more that we can engage directly with CWCB staff, I think it's great that the importance of PEPO is being elevated by today's meeting. And I think that the CWCB team can really appoint kind of key folks within their staff to making sure that that link remains strong. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. I appreciate the time.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Last call for the Yampa, and then maybe we'll go over to back to the North Platte. Anyone else at the Yampa have something to add? Okay, Barbara, I know it sounded like you had tried to speak before and we may not have heard you, but are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks for everybody's patience, allowing North Platte a chance to weigh in here. Just for framing, I've been on the roundtable as the environmental rep since 2006, but am a recent IBCC appointee, so I don't have the history many of you have with the formation of the IBCC and the work that's gone on before, other than what has been reported back to our roundtable. And as kind of an appendix for Colorado, with all our water flowing north into Wyoming, not being party to the very important discussions between East and West regarding trans-basin diversion and population versus water availability, the big issues around the Colorado River. I think the former reps to the IBCC felt that it wasn't relevant to the North Platte, and that was the message the roundtable continued to get from our representatives. And as a relatively new representative, I hope that the work that we're doing here can have not only more relevance for the North Platte, but can be delivered to the North Platte as more relevant. So that's the job I'm excited to take on. When I look at the response to the survey, first of all, let me prep, although the question was asked to the roundtable members, there was no response. Again, because of that historical perspective from roundtable members regarding IBCC work. So I look forward to having the opportunity to carry the message back to the roundtable that not only is this work relevant, but the interbasin communication to help us learn what's working well and not working well in other basins is really important. And if I could take a minute to go to the bars on this histogram, I'm echoing comments from other people prior to me. I think drought and climate change zoom down this graph from left to right and embrace a great deal of these topics. And having been evacuated from my home not only 4 years ago in the face of the Beaver Creek fire, which decimated a large part of the Zirkle Wilderness and the forest around it, but just this past month by the Mullen Fire that blew down into Colorado from Wyoming. Climate change, I think, and the drought associated with it provides a platform for pulling all the basins together. And it, with COVID, now gives us two scarce resources to deal with, right? Scarce resource of water, which was I think the origin of all of this work, and now scarce resource of funding. The thing that concerns me about the reduced funding is I believe the funding, as has been commented a little bit on today, is what holds these diverse interests in water together. I think absent funding, a lot of this work will start to fall apart. So that's a big concern on my part, ignorant of whatever legislative discussions are going on about refilling the hole in the statewide budget that's introduced not only by the COVID economy, but also by oil and gas severance tax. So I look forward to that. And I think we're facing kind of an existential crisis in terms of roundtables and IBCC brought on by funding issues. So I look forward to learning more from all of you, and thanks for the time.
Thanks for your time, Barbara, and thanks for attending and representing the North Platte. So, Kat, I think, are we at the last basin now?
Yeah, we're rounding it out with Colorado. So, anyone from the Colorado, feel free to chime in.
This is Carlisle Courier. I'll jump in, and
have the benefit of listening to all the good discussion we've had. And I have a friend that likes to make the frequent statement, everything's been said, just not everybody said it yet. And I think we're there to a certain extent, but I really appreciated the comments to start with by Bill Trampy, because I very much share those comments. And with that, we have the added problem for our roundtables that I think the funding is crucial, because the roundtables' hands are very much tied when they don't have funding available. And of course, the roundtables do not have the legal authority to set policy, nor should they. That's not the role of the roundtable, but sometimes I think there's that indication that maybe they should be setting policy, which is not their role. I look at my industry of agriculture and what has been successful in it. Agriculture has always dealt with constant change, whether it's markets, technology, supply, demand, you name it. The farmers and ranchers that have been successful in agriculture are those that are able to adapt and be flexible to the changes that come along, not the ones that beat their head against the wall trying to prevent change from happening. And I think that's a lesson for those of us in water that we need to remember as well. There's a lot of things we can't change, and we need to be aware of what we can't change and be adaptable to the things that we can do to be able to meet the changes that we keep facing. I also would like to call attention to, in the chat box, a comment by Robert Sakata that he made earlier. I don't know if everybody saw that, and a reminder of what the role of the IBCC is, and Aaron Citron kind of followed up on that too, that our primary job is to bring the roundtables together, the different basins, and to try to find solutions that work across the state, and we need to keep that in mind and be that voice that unifies the water interest in our state, helps bridge those gaps in the divide. And I'll stop there, won't take more time, but thank you all for your comments. It's been a very good discussion.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the Colorado?
Stan Kazir. Yeah, I thought it some really great comments. I think I'd take something from the Music Man and said, we got some real problems here in River City. And if you look at the 3 items to the left on that chart, I mean, it's been a long time since all of those things have occurred, especially in the Colorado River Basin. Interim guidelines, climate change is fast upon us. It's got to really be analysis. Big river issues, what's going to happen with the compact. The drought, there's not enough water to go around. We're having major problems right now in the West Slope. And of course, that reverberates throughout. The question is, how well can we as the IBCC find ways to work through that? To some extent, the roundtables are really, really useful. They're useful to telling us what we should be doing, but they're also useful in those people are able to communicate the problems and issues to our legislators. And this isn't the first time we've seen legislation this last legislative session to address some of our major issues. So what I'm trying to say is there is a lot of room on those first 3 issues. And particularly, I'm looking forward to, the staff, the CWCB, coming and keeping the roundtable up to the extent you can, because it's almost impossible unless you're in some of those demand management committees to know what's happening. Likewise, and this isn't an example for anybody else, the River District has done an outstanding job through the way they've assembled various articles on a bi-weekly basis, at least, have gotten that out to everybody that wants to be on their list. And that really has updated everything. As far as miscellaneous things, forest, watershed health, I'm looking out my window 2 miles to the East Fork fire. And I've got a rustic cabin that's right in the middle of it, by the way. But, that's, all ties together. We haven't really talked about in the past the fact that what's going to happen over here because of these fires, and we've had 4 or 6 in the West Slope, is going to affect everybody downstream, but it also affects everybody in Northern and Denver that needs So it's an issue that should be as far as skipping over regional planning, but hitting funding. The other issue that's developed during the last few years is the fact people are buying ranches and agricultural property around Grand Junction. Part of that is they have the funding to do that. That may be part of the solution on demand management, but we may be getting there too late to do anything at that level. So I think there's, a lot of interesting things out there. And the most important thing is for us to define with the roundtables effectively communicating and assisting the state in where they're going.
Thank you so much, Dan. You were cutting out a little bit there at the end, but I think we caught most of that, and I really appreciate your comments. I know Paul Boucher had raised his hand, and Abby, I see your camera's on too, so maybe we'll just go in that order. Paul, did you have something to add in?
Morning, everybody. Pleasure to be with all of you as always. I'm still a little confused about this watershed health conversation and forest health based on my current location. That's a hard joke in case you guys can't see my screen. I'm about 3 miles north of the East Troublesome Fire and about 2 miles south of the Williams Fork Fire. And this is what our forest looks like. Trying to save a ditch up here. I think that it's all been said well. I did want to speak on behalf of the roundtable. I think based on timing of virtual meetings, COVID, our inbox is more full than ever, more polling, more doodling. I think there is a little bit of fatigue, and I think that that's tied to somewhat with the BIP update. And so I don't want, this group to lose focus because I think that there's just a lot going on right now that makes it hard for us. And I just wanted to give, kind of the rally cry that I think it might be time for this group to look towards more action-oriented steps because as it's been, we're just being repetitive here. But if we don't find ways in the state to conserve water and to look for programs and ATMs, we see where this is going. If we don't find ways to receive funding resources to solve these problems, we see what's happening. And if we don't work on climate, watershed scenarios, this is our new life. My entire working season here, spring through fall, has been modified about 50% of my time based on wildfire activity. I mean, it is bonkers, this world we live in. And I think that for this group, under some guidance from Director George, I would love to see us take some action steps forward in starting to tackle some of this stuff in statewide conversation and connectivity with the Water Conservation Board and the roundtables, and say we've got to kind of quit talking about some of this stuff and we've got to start doing a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paul. And Abby, did you have something to contribute?
Thank you, Russ, and thank you all for the rich conversation this morning. Good morning from Glade Park. I'm Abby Burke and know many of you and look forward to working with each of you in my newly appointed Colorado Basin Roundtable PEPO role. Ken Neubecker and I are transitioning the history engagement of this position, and Ken is not able to be on this morning, but will be joining us this afternoon. And I've just adding in just a little bit for some of the conversations that I've had with Jason Turner and Ken about some of the future and forward-thinking PEPO work. And our collective theme is really to expand the appreciation of our interconnectedness of water, critical to our communities, to our basin, and to our state. And I just wanted to tag in and just say how much I appreciate today's joint meeting and feel PEPO's work is critical now and to come, especially in the light of the water plan update and big river issues, persistent drought and wildfire, which has really touched all of us this year, particularly in our state. So with that, I just wanted to introduce myself and say thank you again for this meeting and the good conversation.
Thank you so much, and great comments all around. I guess just to give one nod, I think we did a pretty good job of hearing from most of the gubernatorial appointees, but if we didn't capture everyone, or if there's anyone else that had a final thought, I wanted to at least open up that opportunity. Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much for the rich discussion. I think it's helpful, and there were definitely some reoccurring themes that came up. And I guess I would just add, I don't, yes, this bar graph is helpful, and I mean, Ed raises some good questions too about, who's voting and how we're tracking. There's some consistent themes I think we've heard even, around ATMs that seem to pop up even though they're lower on this. So maybe the concept isn't to lose any of these so much as just to, what's the order of priority that we focus on. For example, we're working to set up that next meeting, and I definitely feel like there's some opportunities. Aaron may have noted, Ed noted, how we can engage members to think through those a little bit, and certainly heard some thoughts from Bill Trampy and Carlisle about how we can really ensure that this is feeling, and of course it always has been and always will be, but how it's feeling more grassroots, because I think Jim's comments resonate with me that in absence of not knowing or having just one issue, like demand management, where we have this kind of syncopation with what the board's doing, we're not always able to kind of fully act on any one person's view, and don't always have access to getting the full slate of opinion. So this has been really helpful for getting some common thought, and I really appreciate everybody's time. Let's go ahead and move to break, and when we come back, we will be diving headlong into some of those DM discussions, and really looking forward to that. So I think that we still have enough time to go ahead and allow that 10-minute break. So let's do that, and then we'll get back. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
So we will get back at 10:24 for the record. And Sam, could you post that in the chat?
Yep.
All right, everybody. Looks like it is 10:24, and Sam, I see you. Kat, are you on and ready?
Ready.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, well, as we're getting back into it, and before we kind of get to the bigger open conversation on demand management, per at least a request that had come in, and we were lucky enough to have the state engineer, Kevin Ryan, with us today, and I'm very grateful for him coming to talk about this. And Russ, before we get into it, did you have any kind of wrap-up thoughts on this morning's discussion that you wanted to chime in?
Thank you. I'll just take a minute. I got to say that whole exercise for the last hour and a half or so was one of the most outstanding conversations and sharing of good thinking that I've heard in a long time, maybe in recent memory. And it actually just makes my heart sing, because this is what we'd always intended and hoped for. And we'll talk some more about it as the day goes on, but you know, what we're all about is thinking things through. There is a dynamic tension between thinking and doing. And one of the issues that we've always contended with in this business, and certainly in the membership of IBCC, is that we populate ourselves with people who are accustomed to getting things done. And so there's always this need, let's get on with the thinking and let's get to work. And so that's the tension that we feel every day. And both of those are critical. The thinking, the planning, the imagining, the creating, the sharing, all of that is just as essential as the deciding and the doing. And so we saw a wonderful example of that chapter of what we're all about this morning. And I'm so grateful that everyone weighed in the way we did. And it gives us fuel to get on to making some of these decisions that we're going to continue to wrestle with us later today and on in the future. And let me just say to Kevin, thank you for taking your time. And I'm glad you were here to hear this morning. You've been a great fan of IBCC roundtables from the beginning. So thank you for putting aside your other work and being with us this morning. In particular, I'm very anxious to get the update on this very creative, collaborative partnership that you're involved in. So thank you.
My pleasure, Russ. And the other Russ, shall I just jump right in?
Please do. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm going to be mindful of the amount of time you folks have available today. You've got a busy schedule. And I really want to give you some factual information, but as so often happens in a situation like this where I'm speaking to a group and we all experience this, you can plan your comments a week ahead of time or maybe a day ahead of time, or even that morning. But you find as you listen to the conversation, you're saying, well, here's what I think I really should say now. And so you don't always have a chance to react to that. But I do want to put this in a slightly different context before I go into my planned comments, which are really just factual comments to update the IBCC and anyone listening in. And the point I'd like to make, to put this in a broader context, is I've heard so much good discussion this morning, and I want to acknowledge Jeff Myers and Tom Gray, both from the Yampa, and some of their comments, because Jeff, you acknowledged that I've done a lot to just try to be informative in recent months or maybe the last year about what compact administration would look like. And I appreciate that, Jeff. And if you all have heard me probably more than once talk about compact administration, one of the things that I've talked about is things like compact administration rules or something like compact administration rules. We're not really ready to do that yet. It'll be several years at the soonest before we have to do true compact administration directed by the UCRC. And it's premature to do rules right now because there is so much yet to learn. I've talked about we can learn from the compact compliance study. We can learn from just the data that we're able to gather, the development of the interim guidelines. Certainly the work that the demand management group is doing will provide a lot of information. And we saw this reservoir release as just one more way to gather information. And having said that, I'm just going to mention, Tom, you talked about TMDs and how they would operate in demand management. And I just want to say that this, to the Division of Water Resources, was much broader than demand management, and it wasn't really about demand management at all. Quite frankly, I believe Becky Mitchell and the CWCB board are doing a great job with the demand management feasibility investigation through Greg and Amy. I don't want to get in the way of that. That's not my role or our agency's role. So I recognize that from the board. This reservoir release was broader than and did not have the depth of many demand management feasibility investigations. So that's not what it was about for us. But I will, having given that preface that I really didn't plan, I want to go ahead, Kat, and give you some of that factual information on the reservoir release. And so we'll start, and you can jump ahead to the next one too. So this is a concept. The reservoir release is a concept that originated with the Front Range Water Council. They brought that to us. And it's a good thing for you all to know that we didn't go out seeking partners or willing cooperators to do this. It's a lot to ask someone to forego the use of 1,800 acre feet of water. So this was brought to us by the Front Range Water Council. And the concept in a nutshell is they would release water from a high mountain reservoir. It's stored in priority for trans-basin use. Division of Water Resources would administer that water to the state line. We often use the word shepherd, and that really means bypassing other water rights. And that would be potentially representative of what could occur if compact administration is required by the Upper Colorado River Commission in the future. And again, so you see where that bullet there kind of gets into that idea of gathering information, learning more as we look to the future, whether compact administration rules are necessary, which I think they'd be very valuable. But you can see where that leads into that. And the outcome of that, of course, is a report on the findings. And that's really just memorializing everything we would learn along the way. Okay, Kat? To give you a little more detail, the summary of that reservoir release and the way it would operate, the Front Range cities, and we're really talking about water from Colorado Springs Utilities in Aurora, release water stored in Homestake that otherwise would have gone through the Homestake tunnel to the Front Range. It was stored in priority, and it's, as I said, shepherded to the state line, all of which I mentioned before. But what would really be happening during that release at a high level, without going into too much detail, DWR staff would document that what's going on, the release schedule, what was released from the Homestake Reservoir at that time, but then monitor gauge flows as that flows down Homestake Creek, the Eagle River, the Colorado River, all the way to the state line. And then we would also do the administration to get that water to the state line and monitor how that administration takes place, what we're finding, what we're learning from that administration as we go along the way. And so after the release, then DWR staff would do the analysis of all those things that were documented, monitored, etc. And that would, again, go into a report. Okay, Kat? As I said, the release water goes through Homestake Creek, the Eagle River, the Colorado River. And I think what's so important about this is this concept was brought to us by the Front Range Water Council. We're always on guard. not because it's the Front Range Water Council, but because we are doing something with water that wasn't planned, and we're on guard for how that would impact water rights. In other words, read the word injury into that. So we wanted to make sure there's no impact, no injury to West Slope water users. And in an immediate sense, recognize that through this process, this is a release of what was non-native water. It was bound for the Front Range, and it was released for no beneficial use in a water rights term. It was not released after some process to deliver it to some beneficial use. It was released for no beneficial use, and DWR found a good valid basis to administer that water past other water rights that probably could have diverted it and get it to the state line. And so that, in that sense, again, it's water that otherwise would not have been seen by the West Slope. And so that was that short-term touch point on impact and injury. And in the long term, we need to see that there will be an equal reduction of use, that amount of water that was released, an equal reduction in use on the Front Range. Now, and Kat, if you could move ahead, please. We developed a protocol, an administrative protocol that guided us in what we were doing, and certainly the Front Range entities agreed to the terms of that protocol or the direction in that protocol. One important aspect of that, and probably maybe it's the most important aspect of it, is that it requires verification of that reduction to the Front Range. And what form does that take? We outline that to a certain extent in the protocol, but we also need to allow the Front Range cities to put that in their context in the form that both they believe can satisfy us and that will satisfy us. So that's an important component of that, to ensure that there's not any long range impact to the West Slope. I also want to mention that part of that reservoir release was that outreach by the cities. Once we found a way that we could do this without impacting the West Slope in terms of water rights and injury, we also allowed them the time to communicate and coordinate with some of the local interests, the counties or other areas, to make sure that they knew this was going to happen, that they weren't caught by surprise, even for simple things like suddenly this creek that had 10 CFS in it now has 175. So that led to, I think, good coordination. And next slide, Kat. What do we expect to get out of this? What information can we gather? And I've broken this into two categories for the sake of our discussion, but in the data and administration context, you can learn more about transit losses, certainly about the timing, especially when we're using a high mountain reservoir and going down that smaller tributary, Homestake Creek. We release water into the Colorado River all the time to be delivered, but not from a high reservoir like that going down a small tributary. So the lag time and the attenuation of that hydrograph, we can learn more about. We'll do that by comparing that release to field data or the gauges. And then, of course, one thing we can learn, and this goes back to Tom Gray's comments, I think, is how that verification of the reduction in use should be done, can be done. I think that's just such an important learning component of all this. And I know that the Front Range folks agree with that. On the coordination side of it, again, notice too, in coordination with local interests that the cities did, coordination with other agencies, and just learning about identifying the appropriate release schedule. Again, they didn't suddenly open the gates and release 175 CFS. That was a ramp up and a ramp down, and that was important for the stream and for, quite frankly, for the fish in certain reaches and so on. And lastly, Kat, the next slide. Where are we now? So this was completed in September, and DWR did gather a lot of data. We have our division staff that's processing that and building a report. That report will be publicly available. I don't think we've given any thought yet as to some sort of rolling out, but I think that we will let people know that report is out there, and I'm sure that should put everyone on notice, and it'll be available for review. I think that report is just going to be so valuable. That is I hope maybe I hit my 10 minutes right there, Russ, but that's all I have to say about that right now.
Perfect. And Amy, I think we were gonna just have if there are any quick questions or something that came up for folks, we're gonna see if anybody has comments.
Yeah, Russ, this is Andy Mueller. I do have a couple comments. And Kevin, I really appreciate your presentation today and the discussions we've had before this about it. Just a couple things from West Slope's perspective. Really appreciate the data that you're looking for, and we're looking forward to reviewing that. I think exercises like this are really important for all of us in the state to generate data and an understanding as to how releases like this will work in the future, if we need to use them. I have to take exception with the comments regarding collaboration and outreach. This first thing that I think the West Slope learned of this release was on September 1st, Kevin, and that was from you. And you were kind enough to reach out to the River District and talk to us, but informed us that you would prefer that we not talk with anybody, including the proponents of the release, until they reached out to us. It's not exactly the collaboration that we expect out of the state or, frankly, our partners on the Front Range on the Colorado River. We think that this discussion ahead of time would have prevented a lot of the consternation that has developed on the West Slope regarding this release. And we formally request that the state engineer's office not engage in releases like this for the purposes of studying compact compliance without talking to water users in the system and really engaging with them in a collaborative process, similar to the process laid out by the CWCB as demand management policy. And I understand from your perspective, Kevin, that this was not related to demand management. Certainly the letter from the Front Range Water Council to you 2 days before the protocol was finalized indicates that they believe it was a demand management study and purpose. And that's, fine. I understand legally you may not want to say that, but certainly it is data that is useful for studying demand management. And I would agree from that perspective with the Front Range that that's one of the primary goals that we would be looking at on this issue. But I think that the discussion ahead of time would have been helpful. We have a couple major concerns about it. We don't think, and I guess I think maybe from your presentation today that you're giving it some thought. We don't think this water was released for a beneficial purpose. We question strongly the legality of shepherding water past head gates on the western slope that is released for a non-beneficial purpose. And we question the legality put forth by the state for doing such activities. And I think, again, that's the kind of thing that we could have worked through. And in the past, I think we've come to terms, found some way to work around the strict legalities in the system. We're still very concerned about injury to the West Slope. We think that we may have an issue with refill next year. As you're aware, there are reservoirs that operate on exchanges on Homestake Creek that may be directly impacted, as well as other water rights in the Colorado River system. We're certainly reserving our right to assert injury as a result of this. And I think, again, these are the kind of things that can be avoided by collaboration in advance. I think the other issue here that is present in the documents, and Kevin, I think it sounds like maybe you're looking deeper at it, is the assertion by the proponents of the release that merely by releasing the water instead of bringing it over in 1 year, that it somehow is equivalent of conserved consumptive use under demand management, or it's foregoing water taken in the Colorado River system. But frankly, without a concurrent reduction in use, documented reduction in use on the Front Range, whether it's a reduction in irrigation of urban infrastructure, city parks, medians, something like that, we have a hard time understanding, given the way the systems work for these cities and their multiple sources of transbasin water, how this can be declared to be a reduction in use in the Colorado River system just because they didn't bring it over in 1 year. We think that if it's refilled next year, it certainly is not a reduction in use to the Colorado River system. If in fact it's brought in or replaced by a different Colorado River diversion from a different system, it is not a reduction in use of Colorado River water. So we'll be very interested in the discussion, and I do think exercises like this are valuable. I think that, especially given the discussion that just happened earlier here at the IBCC and all the efforts of Amy and the folks at the CWCB to really collaborate with water users throughout the state, we think that this could have been done a whole lot better. And in the future, we'd certainly ask that of the state engineer's office and others involved in these kinds of releases. So, thank you.
Russ? Hello?
I just want to step in and pivot to a question that Melly had in the chat. She asked when the report would be expected.
Yeah, thanks, Melly. You know, coincidentally, I'm going to be meeting with our division staff later tomorrow, and that report's being built. I would expect that we can have that done within weeks. It's certainly not intended to be a long-term effort. We've got the data. We'd like to make it available.
Russ, this is Jairus. Hello, anybody there?
I can
Yeah.
hear you.
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
We can hear you. Russ Sands just dropped off. His internet cut out. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I did have a couple of questions and a comment. I share Andy's concern about the issue of beneficial consumptive use. Colorado water law is certainly predicated on any diversion is to be placed to beneficial consumptive use, or most are required to be. And I'm curious, Kevin, how you get around that. Secondly, can you give us at least a qualitative assessment of whether the release was a success or not? And thirdly, how are you coming on plans to administer a lower basin call?
Okay, good questions, Jairus, and I'll be mindful of time. But so the authority question, I think, is a new approach or a new look at the statute that people are unaccustomed to. But if we look in the protocol document, there is a basis for the state engineer's office to conduct scientific investigations. And that does not give an opening for the state engineer's office to do anything, regardless of injury or impact or other things. And so that's why I want to be careful, you know, with some of the comments we've heard from entities that authority does not, or that statute does not give you the authority to cause injury. And so I think through my comments, through the protocol, through this verification, it's clear that that is not the intent and that we've put the safeguards in to prevent injury. I want to be clear about that. But it is in statute, Jairus, as you know, 378102 does give that ability to conduct investigations. And really what it is it's just a deviation from our reservoir administration protocol and this water that otherwise would appear to be waters of the state. I forgot your second question. I'm sorry, but what are we learning qualitatively already from it? you know, we learned again on this small tributary, Homestake Creek, I think some nuanced things with smaller diversion structures, and how they need to be managed if they're perhaps not taking their entire water right, but maybe not able to through low flows. That's something you would see in the report. Maybe the necessity to bypass non-consumptive diversions, just to ensure that we don't make that administration more difficult. You'll see more detail on that. I think the timing of it and the reliability of gauges, that's something we learned. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the reliability of gauges, but the precision of gauges for smaller flows like this. And you know, that's a start, Jairus. As far as compact administration, I'm just going to maybe be mindful of time and not get into that, because I could spend a fair amount of time on that, and I know I had a 10-minute window here.
Kevin, this is Aaron Citron, and if we don't have time, I'd be curious to chat more about it in the future. With the authority you mentioned, I'm curious if that, hypothetically, that authority could have been used in the past for, you know, for system conservation, something like that, where it was our understanding that administration was too complicated, so the system conservation pilot projects were kind of following without administration. So kind of curious what the distinction was then versus now, and might this authority be something that would be tested for different types of water in the future, not just Trans Mountain water, but if local authorities, local folks wanted to use it, is this something that the state engineer's office would be open to continuing to use to do different, what did you call it, scientific experiments, tests?
Yeah. So, Aaron, I'm afraid I'm going to not answer your question well on the system conservation pilot project, because quite frankly, I was the deputy state engineer at the time, and I learned about that after the fact at a conference or a presentation. I believe I was in Cortez or Mancos at the time. So, you know exactly how that came about, but it did happen without administration. I believe it was conducted under a different venue and not in coordination with the state engineer. For future projects, I think Andy's comments are well taken. How well this could work with coordination with other groups, and probably that means all groups and all groups in the state. I think this did not happen that way because the conditions were good this year, and so doing that through stakeholder outreach and input and comments from the west slope and the east slope, it probably would have been a little bit preclusive in allowing it to happen. And so, but I guess to your point, if other entities want to do this type of investigation, and it's separate from demand management, remember, but if they want to do this sort of investigation, then yes, I think in keeping with Andy's comments, maybe we bring in all the parties to work it out and find a way that everybody's comfortable with it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. In the interest of time, I think we should probably move on to our DM updates and discussion
Kat,
with.
I really apologize for interrupting. I just want to say one quick thing.
Sure.
I want to acknowledge Andy Mueller brought up some very important concerns, and I don't want my silence on them to be misunderstood. I'm mindful of the time and the 10 minutes I was given today. And Andy, as you know, we've talked about your concerns before, and we've addressed them, not to your satisfaction, but we've addressed them. We'll continue to meet with you, Andy, and the River District to continue to discuss that. So I'm not silent today because I'm not understanding or not giving any regard to Andy's concerns. And Andy, and we can sure meet some more. And if you want to make that in a larger public venue, we can, to be inclusive, we can certainly do that. Thank you, Kat. Sorry for interrupting.
No. I think I cut you off a little bit when you were about to respond to him earlier. So thank you for circling back to that. I appreciate that. Thank you for your presentation, Kevin, and thanks for all the comments. I think we can move on to the demand management updates and discussion with Russ George and Amy Ostick.
Okay, Amy, let me make a couple comments and then I'll pass it over to you if that's okay.
Sounds great. Thanks, Russ.
So this next question, we already started with a little bit this morning with a stated observation that did we stop our work on demand management? Are we going to stop? What's going on? And I just wanted to explain my point of view, and it really goes back to where we were when it was time to report to the CWCB, because that's really the answer to the question. We are still very much interested in demand management, and particularly fascinated with the unanswerable questions surrounding equity, or what's not equitable, fairness, how is it administered? All of those questions are very sharp and very much at play. What we learned in our first several outings on the question is that there are many good questions that can be asked and organized so that you can get to the next step of trying to answer what I keep calling unanswerable questions. And I'm serious about that. And I'm not joking when I say that the task before us is impossible to answer. That's a question of timing and extraneous facts. We can analyze, we can think, we can imagine, we can articulate, and have been doing a good job of that. We paused only, well, I should say not only, we of course, COVID has caused blockages in what our patterns might have otherwise been. But we had always been mindful that we were not going to supplement CWCB in trying to make decisions about any of this. Our role had been to do the initial groundwork and intellectual work, and then provide results or summaries of what we'd learned to CWCB, always posing the question, is there more we can do to help on this question? And so that's where we paused. We presented that to them, as you know, at their last meeting, and we left the question open. We stand very ready to continue the conversation, and are welcoming CWCB's guidance and expressions of support in helping them. And I do think that's where this is going to go. I think we should continue to keep the equity conversation loaded and ready, because it is so fraught with difficulty, and because it's the essence of fairness, not only in the conversation, but in the decision about how to implement, if it ever comes to that. And that's where the real action comes. And that's part of why it's so difficult to wrestle, because it means different things in different places. It means different things to different people. And it's a many-faceted problem to try to wrestle down. So I just wanted to reassure everybody that I think IBCC is still just as interested in making progress and headway here as we've ever been. And I hope all of you agree with that, because that's the context in which I think we want to have our conversation this afternoon. So I just wanted to sort of set that tone in the conversation. Amy?
Sure. Thank you so much, Russ, for setting us up for this discussion. I think those were some excellent points. And Kat, if you want to go ahead and move to my next slide. You know, I think that some of the discussion that I've been hearing today around this kind of question of where are we going, what are we doing, you know, is demand management, this discussion stopping? It really kind of speaks to the moment in time that we find ourselves in. It's awkward in some ways because, you know, we've completed the work of the 2019 work plan, and we're in that kind of in-between area before our board has set out the next steps that we're going to take in this feasibility investigation. So you could call it awkward, but I guess what I would call it is a good opportunity, because that means that today we have an opportunity to get some real input from you all and to have some good discussion about the next steps of all of this, and particularly the equity and proportionality piece and how IBCC could fit in to that discussion going forward. So I'm not going to talk for too long today. I think that we have a lot of time set for discussion, but I did just want to set out some context first. So first, I did just want to very quickly review where we've been, because I think it sets the stage for what we're talking about now and kind of makes sense of why we're talking about the things that we're talking about now. So as many of you know, we had been working pursuant to the 2019 work plan that our board adopted, that set out those three elements that I discussed earlier, the work groups, continued education and outreach, and the regional workshops. But to get to the goal of that first step in the feasibility investigation, it was really to talk about the big picture threshold issues associated with demand management. We set up a process that really, I think, did facilitate really open, frank discussion. You know, the world was our oyster, and we just talked, and we had the work groups talk about all the issues associated with demand management. So I think that that really served us well, and it really set us up well to begin talking more about some specifics. So I guess just to back up a little bit, after that work was completed, and that was a fiscal year timeframe. So you know, that work was completed, I think, at the end of June. We have reported out to our board a few times. We had a full day workshop that was open to the public. We talked about it at the September board meeting. So I guess I just wanted to make the point that I think the board and all of us have really taken the time to digest that and to think through the hard work that the work group members put in, that IBCC members put in, that everyone put towards that first year of work. So again, though, that set us up really well to start talking about where we might want to go next. And I want to maybe start that discussion with a really huge caveat, which is that, again, our board has not adopted a work plan or determined what the next steps are going to be yet. So what I'm going to talk about today is really kind of a recap of what our board discussed in September and an update on what we've been talking about since then, about potential ideas based on that discussion going forward. So Kat, if you want to go to the next slide. So we're talking about the next stages of this, a 2021 work plan, or a next stage work plan, whatever it might end up being called. But there are a few things that in our minds will and really need to remain consistent. You know, we have some guiding principles here. We know when we're talking about demand management, it's temporary, voluntary, and compensated. We know that we need to comply with state law, including non-injury. We know that anything we're doing here would be in an effort towards the demand management storage agreement and in compliance with the demand management storage agreement. So we have certain parameters that we're working within. And you can revisit the November, it says 2019, I think it's actually supposed to be 2018, maybe, support and policy statement that our board adopted. They adopted that before they even adopted the 2019 work plan. And it really kind of, I think, set the stage well and set the tone for this entire discussion. And as we go forward, we will continue in working with those guiding principles. But as we go forward, again, kind of the focus and the type of work might shift just a little bit, because we've done some great work in identifying those threshold issues. Now, how do we put a little bit more meat on those bones? How do we add a little bit more substance to that conversation and specificity, really? And I think that as we have been thinking about demand management and talking about feasibility and what does that actually mean, we've really begun to conceptualize it as a three-part question. And I want to be clear that these aren't, we talk about this in, I think, very different ways using different words. But everything that I'm about to go over really speaks to the feasibility question. Feasibility is defined legally in the demand management storage agreement. That's a decision that each upper division state would have to make, that demand management is feasible from their perspectives. But I think what we realized very quickly is that there is a lot that goes into that. There is a lot that would need to be determined before making that policy statement that demand management is feasible. A first question is achievability. So I think that you can think about this as doability or achievability, but really this looks at questions like, could we even come up with the funding this type of program would require? Are we able to get the water where it needs to go? Those types of questions. And a lot of the work that we did in the first step of this, the 2019 work plan, really, I think a lot of those things were aimed at the achievability question. So as we go forward, our hope is to really build on that work and build on the some of the questions that were answered, and start thinking about the second question here, which is, would it be worthwhile for Colorado? So I think that this question is really focused on, even if we can do it, should we do it? Is it worth it for the state of Colorado, for our water users? Does the protection offered to Colorado's water users in a demand management program, does it make sense to take that approach, given the cost, given the challenges, given everything else? So that's kind of what that second question is aimed to look at. And the third question is advisability, and this is a little bit, I think, more nuanced and complicated. And the idea there is, even if we determine as a state that demand management might be worthwhile, it might be achievable. As we all know, there are a lot of different things going on in the Colorado River Basin at one time. And so this really gets at, at a moment in time, whenever it is that we can answer these first two questions, there will be a question of, okay, but is it advisable to do this right now? Given our broader Colorado River strategy, given the other state discussions going on, is it advisable to take this approach at this time, to add this tool to our toolkit, or does it not make sense to do so? So that's kind of the framework that we're working within. And Kat, if you want to go to the next slide. One other, I think, very, very key point that has been consistent, will continue to be a consistent theme in this, is that public engagement and outreach continues to be imperative in all this. And again, the substance of what we're asking and what we're looking at will be different, but that priority issue of engagement will remain consistent. Part of that is ongoing discussions with the tribal nations in Colorado. And part of that we'll talk about here shortly is continued engagement with this group and figuring out how and when it makes sense to plug in with you all to make sure that we're getting feedback. So now to get to some of the specific tasks that we've been discussing. And again, I just have to say one more time that this is not a baked cake. Our board has not adopted anything. This is simply based on the discussions that we've had to date and what we've been working on. But here are some things we've been talking about. So I think that the priority here as an initial matter is to build on the work that we've done to date. So the work groups have produced a lot of really great material. There was an update that went out in July 2020. If you haven't read it yet, it's available on our website. Take a look. So I think that the first step is going to be taking all of that in addition to other things going on across the state, whether it's looking at ATM projects or anything else that might inform the demand management discussion. So taking that all in, and then using a lot of that to build this framework. And this concept is really, I think it has grown out of what we've heard from IBCC people, from a lot of people across the state, that it's really great to have these open discussions about demand management, but we don't have anything to respond to at this point, right? It's just kind of this big open question. So the goal here is going to be to give people something to respond to, give people something to kind of poke holes in, and give, I think, particularly for IBCC, give you all something to judge your ideas about equity and proportionality against. So that we would envision will be an iterative process. It'll be ongoing, and it'll continue to be refined. So, you know, I think that if that is the course that we go down, the path that we go down, what I would ask for is that we all go into it with an open mind. If we present something to you and you think it's terrible, that's okay. Just let us know. It's not the policy position we are adopting. It's simply an effort to really start to dig into this difficult discussion in a more concrete way than we've been able to so far. And like I said, we know that there are a lot of discussions going on across the state about demand management. This is not intended to be, you know, we're just going to kind of put everything that we've done into this. We really want to analyze the full spectrum of discussions and reports and everything that's come out across the state, and see what we can plug in to make this a helpful mechanism to study demand management. So I think we're ready for the next slide, Kat. And I just kind of want to put this in the context of the various timeframes we're working on. It's complicated. So we plan to talk about this, what I just discussed with the board at the November board meeting, so stay tuned to that. But, you know, taking it a step back, as I always say when I'm talking about demand management, we have to remember that if we're going to set up a program pursuant to the demand management storage agreement, we need agreement from all the other upper division states as well. They all need to make their own feasibility findings. And we expect to learn a lot from the UCRC investigation, from other state investigations through this next year. So, you know, that is going to have to, that means that we're going to have to be somewhat nimble. We're going to have to learn from what they're doing, plug it into what we're doing, share information, and kind of reassess as we go. But what we are committed to is providing regular updates, not only to our board, but to this group, and actively engaging this group on, you know, the proportionality, the equity question. And I'm hopeful that we're going to have something a little bit more concrete for you to respond to as we go forward. So I think that's actually all that I have. And what I'd like to really conclude with, I guess, for the presentation portion of this is just to reiterate that engagement with IBCC is going to continue to be important. And this entire discussion that we're about to have, I think, is really aimed at gaining a better understanding of how we can best do that within this kind of framework that we just discussed, that I just went over. So with that being said, I think that we can go ahead and go on to the next slide, or the slide with the first question that we're hoping people will have some thoughts on. So I think, you know, thinking through this framework concept, let me just set the stage a little bit for some ideas that we have about this framework. I think that we imagine putting a lot of the information, like I said, from the work groups into this. You know, adding points about the potential timing of creation of a demand management program, the amount of water that might go into the storage pool, the funding that might be needed, local impacts, potential environmental benefits, all of that. And so what I think would be helpful at this point is to talk through, when you think about building out that framework, in your minds, what are the key points where you think that equity and proportionality are especially implicated, that would really make sense to touch base with IBCC, and you know, get your input on how we're building that out. That's the I think first question we'd like to pose. So Kat, maybe I'll hand it over to you to facilitate. I don't know exactly how we're going to facilitate the discussion, but or maybe people can just jump in.
Well, I did see that I think Ed had raised his hand. So maybe Ed, if you'd like to chime in and share whatever you were hoping to say.
I wasn't exactly planning to answer that question because I raised the hand before she raised that question. I have two issues that I've raised at the demand management workshop, and I just sort of need to know, maybe it's more for you guys, how do I bring them to CWCB staff or the board or the AG? And the first one is legal authority. And I've had questions, Peter Fleming raised it at a panel at Getchus recently. Is demand management compliant with Article 3A of the compact and exclusive beneficial consumptive use? I don't want to belabor today. I just want to sort of know, how do I bring this to you guys and how do we go about getting an answer? Because it seems to me when we start buying water rights out of our appropriations and we move that water down to Lake Powell, it's not being beneficially consumptively used exclusively in the upper basin. I mean, it's going to go one place. Gravity works. It's going to go to the lower basin or it's going to evaporate. So how do I bring that and get an answer? And then I guess the second one, which is more related to your question, I want to sort of talk about how is the demand management storage pool used? And once again, go back to that question of whether we're going to have a communal pool, or I gather a couple of years ago, the Front Range really wanted ICS accounts down there. And I sort of want to know how we go about having that discussion. Because if we have ICS accounts there, then the proportionality and equity questions change a lot.
Yeah, you know, Ed, I would be happy to take a kind of an initial stab at those questions. I think that the first one, you know, at the end of the day, we have a compact obligation to the lower basin states. The non-depletion obligation is 75 million acre feet over 10 years. So you can look at, you know, the compact holistically and consider how all these provisions kind of work together. But that's the bottom line at the end of the day, that we have that compact obligation. And I think that your question really does a good job of reminding us all what the purpose of a demand management program would be. It wouldn't be to create more water to simply send to the lower basin so that they have surplus water. It would be to ensure our compact obligations are being met, to ensure our legal obligations are being met. And that's really important to keep in mind. That pursuant to the terms of the Demand Management Storage Agreement, that's the only way that UCRC can release that water down to the lower basin. So notwithstanding all the very complicated legal issues associated with the compact, that legal obligation of the non-depletion obligation to the lower basin still remains, and demand management would be a potential mechanism to help us ensure we are meeting that obligation. And that's, you know, the kind of the beginning and the end of it as far as what that water could be released for from Lake Powell. Getting to your second question, I think they're kind of related in this odd way, in that you know, the compact obligation is a state obligation, and it's a joint and several obligation actually among the upper division states. So any water put into that demand management pool would be only released, you know, at the direction of the upper division states through the Upper Colorado River Commission. I think that the ICS question is really interesting and very complicated. And one thing I'll note about that is that ICS is a creature of the 07 guidelines and also the drought contingency plan that provides the ability for lower basin states to store water in Lake Mead that they have the ability to then take out at a later time. We all know that wouldn't work quite the same in the upper basin because Lake Powell sits below us. So we send water there and we can't really suck it back up. So it's not quite possible to physically have that type of program, but I do appreciate that you're raising it maybe more as a conceptual idea that could be applied up here. And I think that we are working within the constraints of the fact that the compact obligation is a joint and several obligation among the states, that water would be held at the control of the Upper Colorado River Commission. But of course, there are a lot of issues, you know, within the state administration issues that would need to be worked out for a potential program to work. I don't know if I satisfied all.
I don't. You did a good job in the limited time we had. I don't want to belabor it, but for a future thought on the first question, what if we put all this water in Lake Powell and there's never a compact call? How does that work? And then again, I don't want you to belabor it today. The second question, obviously the ICS account and the in our context would be, for example, the Front Range cities would put water there, and in the event of a compact call, they would use them to defend their TMDs during a compact call, so they wouldn't be called. They could put, if they use the whole thing, they could put 500,000 acre feet there, and they could basically forestall a TMD being called for a year, and that takes a lot of the stress off of them. So again, I don't want to belabor this here, but I sort of want to have these, I want to think out of the box and start looking at some of these better questions instead of focusing on the specifics of how we're going to send our water to Lake Powell. So anyway, thank you very much for your answers. They were really good.
So Amy, to your question around facility, I guess we do have a few of these questions. The second, I know, Jeff, that you had some questions too that maybe we can circle back on that are similar to Ed's, but maybe just for this initial question, given what Amy presented, and I would really even harken back to the kind of summary. Like one thing that kind of caught my eye, and Melly, you really kind of reminded me of it just in one of our recent talks, but one of the kind of central pieces that IBCC helped kind of add in that kind of final language that we sent to the board of where we were at in the discussion said that some IBCC members did not feel that they had time to fully explore hypotheticals or scenarios that may have allowed them to reach consensus. So getting to this point of maybe where there are logical points and kind of given where Amy's at and talk of the work plan and what the board's doing, I mean, are those logical points when there are those potential hypotheticals that could be revisited, or what makes sense for the timing? No one?
You know,
are there no logical points by which? Go ahead.
Ellie raised her hand too.
Perfect.
I have to unmute myself. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand this question because I don't know for one thing, I don't know what the framework looks like or exactly what that is. But I think, and that's part of the answer, I think we need to take this outside of the theoretical realm and put it into the practical realm. If not, and I was a philosophy major, I made this comment before, and we drank a lot of beer talking about what's equitable, what's fair. And it's a very interesting mental exercise, but it's not very productive. That's how come I ended up going to law school. So I think that I think you just start with, 4 or 5 scenarios of what a program would look like. And as Amy said, just take shots at it. Is that fair? Is that not fair? Is that equitable? Is that proportional? What are the weaknesses? And then go from there and start tweaking. But we got to start with something a little more specific, or I think we keep talking past each other.
And Melly, I'm really glad that you framed it that way. As a fellow philosophy nerd, I enjoy those discussions about what does fairness mean. It's fun, but you're right, and I think that the goal in this stage is going to be to pose more specific questions, to say, okay, imagine it playing out this way. What are the pressure points? Where would we go wrong if we did it this way? And I think that the question that I have for you all is maybe when you think through the various components of a potential program or a scenario that you might see or a hypothetical, I would imagine elements being things like I said, the timing of water, the location of the use, the community impacts that we might see, the protocol for monitoring and verification. So I guess, what I'm thinking it would be really helpful to know is what are the points at which you think equity and proportionality, given that kind of list of the building blocks of this framework, where would those issues come in? And one thing that I think has been really interesting is, I can't remember who raised this initially, but there's been some discussion around equity versus proportionality, right? Like we talk about equity sometimes, we talk about proportionality other times. Do they mean different things, and would they be implicated you know, at different times as we're building this framework out or considering these things. So I think the feedback that would be helpful is these are the pressure points that we could envision seeing, and these are the points at which in this framework we could see equity really being impacted, or equity or proportionality impacted as you're making a decision to take one approach or the other.
Ellie, maybe just pivot back to you. Does that kind of help frame it up? I mean, I think we're all saying the same things. To me, I'm really queuing in on several points that you made. You know, not just the need to not spend, but the need to kind of get some more direction from the board to really come back with something that could be that concrete element that IBCC might kind of look at through this lens of equity. I guess we're all kind of asking that same question, but I mean, just most concretely, as we look to set up future IBCC meetings, I think inevitably, as you put it, Melly, in absent of those things, we may be destined to spend. And so in terms of, we've heard a lot today about several topics we could talk about. Melly, you had noted that, are we saying that we're going to set demand management aside? I think definitively no, it's just being strategic about where we bring that in at the opportune times that make sense to give you something concrete to respond to. So maybe the check back point is, does that make sense? Or you know, should we be kind of teeing up the next DM discussion for IBCC around equity to be at that check-in point we have something concrete, or is it no matter what, we just need it on the agenda?
Well, I can give you my thoughts on that. And, you know, again, I realize that, you know, the CWCB has to give direction. Just very simplistic. I would just put together 4 scenarios and put it out there. I don't know if it's at the next meeting, the following meeting. I tell you, getting through one scenario is going to take several meetings. It's just it's just something in a point to start. You know, I mean, there are certain things that definitely trigger, you know, the equity question. That comes to mind, the voluntary aspect of this versus restricting how many people can participate has been an issue that has come up. So whatever scenario is put out there needs to bring that to the forefront. Distribution among basins, which is a proportionality, is something else I can think of that would have to be an aspect of those scenarios. But I'm just sure that you guys have thought about this a whole lot more than certainly I have. And starting out with potential scenarios that we can say, well, we want to pick this one. No, we want to pick the other one, or we don't want to pick any of those. We need new scenarios. It would be a good place to start, in my opinion.
Perfect, thank you. Are there other thoughts? So again, I mean, I'm trying to kind of make that thread for you guys, because I think we struggle with a lot of the same things that you have identified just as you communicate with basins. When we ask the question of, you know, what detail we should provide, you know, we get a lot of the kind of what you're seeing on the histogram. There are some fine grained detail, and some of that may not be the opportune time or be out of step with what we need to get from our board, but really just trying to, if we're gonna, you know, really embrace this concept that you all have identified of, you know, the need to reinforce this grassroots and bringing issues up with this idea of demand management and trying to strike this right balance that really gives IBCC this place to kind of respond to something concrete and not quote unquote flounder. We're just trying to really think through how we set up future meetings. So I guess maybe another way to think of it is, if we didn't by February have a scenario or set of scenarios that you know, IBCC could chew on, are we saying that that would not be the opportune time to bring demand management back up to IBCC? Or is there another logical check-in point that we would want to discuss?
Hey, Russ, this is Dave. Sorry I didn't raise my hand. I don't see how to do that on the screen, but a thought that I had is that we're going to have a couple of concrete examples from these pilots that are, you know, there's the West Slope pilot that Paul Boucher has been running, and there's the Front Range Water Council pilot that we just heard about. That might be a good opportunity to use a couple of concrete examples to look at how it went and examine equity issues.
Good points, Dave. Thank you so much. Other thoughts?
Can I just respond just very briefly to that? One thing that I maybe should have mentioned a little bit more is that we are hoping to take the opportunity in this next stage of things to look at existing programs like the ATM program and look at, I know that funding is a real struggle right now. So instead of reinventing a wheel, are there projects there that we can learn from that might give us demand management lessons? And I think that we could definitely touch base with this group with IBCC and say, okay, yeah, look at this project that was implemented. What kind of equity concerns might you see with that? So I think that's really good feedback.
Looks like we've got another hand raised. Looks like Al has his hand raised.
Yeah, it's somewhat in relation to Amy's question, but we've heard from several different basins as far as they've been implementing demand management for decades. What lessons can be learned from them and are applicable to, say, the more recent examples like the Homestake or what's being done in the Upper Colorado with Paul et al. So I guess just, not knowing exactly what they have been doing, what lessons can we learn from them?
Thank you.
Hey, Russ, this is Jeff. I was I'd just like to echo what Alan just said. I was about to say the same thing. It seems like from the San Luis and other places, there are good examples, and maybe I'm a one trick pony. Well, I certainly am, but I don't think now is the time to take demand management off the IBCC agenda for any of the foreseeable future meetings. So, for me, this is one of the most important things. It involves many, many basins, if not all basins. So it's something that our network should really be focused on.
Great input. Thank you.
And
Russ, it's Bill Trampy.
Go ahead, Bill.
In my basin, we have people say, well, what if the demand management was handled this way, or how was it handled that way, or what if I do this, would it work? And so in my mind, if you could put together a scenario of a draft, how it would look, and then let people respond to that with their questions and see if their questions would fit into what you had in mind. There's got to be some give and take and back and forth in my mind to get to where we need to be to see if a voluntary program will work.
That makes sense. Thank you so much, Bill.
Hey,
Lisa,
Russ.
go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. I was just curious, and maybe this is a question for you, Amy. There was a lot of real positive work done by the work groups, and IBCC was sort of considered this additional work group. And I'm just wondering if groups in their areas of expertise, as well as IBCC.
I don't know if it's just me, but you're cutting out. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
At least some of that clipped. I heard that there was the work groups, and then IBCC was the kind of de facto added work group. Was there I didn't catch the end question.
Right, and I was a touch point. Yeah, so I was just wondering, and I apologize, I think it's my internet. I was just wondering if there's also going to be a touch point with the work groups at some point. Did you guys get that?
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a really great point. There are maybe two answers to the question. First is, I think it's really imperative that we build on the work that they have done and incorporate all of that into this framework, the scenario, that type of thing. But I think that, yeah, that it will make sense at various points with this framework to, to touch base with work group members and say, hey, does this kind of track with what you were thinking when you talked about this, or does this capture the full range of, monitoring mechanisms that you had in mind for this type of project? Things like that, I think will make a lot of sense. It's not going to be the same, I think format of meeting, or, I think it'll just be much more targeted questions and input that we seek from work group members. But yeah, we have so many great people who have been engaged in this so far, and I think it would be a real shame to no longer depend on that great, wealth of knowledge. So we'll continue to use people as much as we can.
Amy, this is Jairus. It seems to me one thing that we have to keep in mind, unless we change our constitution, is that we have to be very aware of injury to other water rights. And if let's say a junior user at the Montrose decides that he would like to participate and make water available, it seems to me the only water he has available is his historic consumptive use. Because other people would have been relying on the return flows that were not consumed beneficially. And that's going to be some substantial engineering required.
I think that's a great point. And I think that that's exactly the type of very specific analysis that we can consider in this stage. Yeah, I think that's a great point. And one thing I did also, I'm just trying to keep a bit of an eye on the chat, and Jackie Brown, Director Brown, just noted that it would be awkward timing if CWCB moves forward into the next phase of setting up scenarios to get feedback from, while IBCC works on demand management on a parallel track. Director Brown, I think that's a really great point. And I guess to clarify my thinking on this would be that the state, the board would be creating a framework and scenarios out of that framework that people would respond to. So it would be more of, we're presenting something for groups like IBCC to pick apart and analyze, not the other way around. But let me know if I'm missing anything there.
Yeah, well, I go to Mealy's point. I think what we need is for somebody, maybe you, but certainly probably CWCB in some form, create a document that we can all start throwing spitballs at. Because until we have something to address, it's just all very amorphous.
And just speaking for myself here, that is exactly what I have in mind. So I'm thinking the same thing, that it would be on us, it would be on the board and staff to really develop something that you all could respond to and poke holes in and tell us where we're getting it wrong. So that's exactly what we're hoping to do from my perspective.
Any feel for timeline on that?
I think that's something that we're still thinking through a little bit. A few timelines that I'm mindful of. One, we have a consultant team who's been helping us with a lit review, and I think that they'll be really helpful in putting this together. We have them through June, through the end of June. So I think that will kind of inform our timeline to some extent. And at the same time, the UCRC is I think getting more active on their investigation. The other states are going to be doing more. So it's complicated, but I think that some of the work that we have in front of us in the next couple months is probably to figure that out a little bit. And I would imagine our board will have some discussions around that in November.
Sure. So the question becomes then, what do we do as IBCC do by February? I don't see us working on this issue then.
That's exactly where I was kind of going with the question, Jairus. So maybe what I'm hearing from the collective feedback, and I certainly agree and appreciate Jackie Brown weighing in there, Director Brown's comments are appreciated, as well as I think Melly and Aaron providing a second, and Jairus, you've kind of said the same, that it would be most helpful when we get those back from the board for that to be something that IBCC could run to ground specifically, through the equity lens. And that's something I think that we all look forward to. But if those are not available by February, it seems that we would need to, at our next meeting, maybe think about, having that in the hopper for the next meeting after that, or potentially if we're going to keep talking about demand management, to Jeff's point, that maybe we shouldn't take it off the agenda. Maybe it is some of these other comments that are potentially some kind of review or presentations from folks that are doing some studies related to this issue that might be helpful, or some thoughts from the Rio on what they're living with in terms of kind of the constant compact issues that they face. So I know that Nathan had raised his hand. Nathan, does that resonate with you, or did you have a similar comment?
Yeah, what I was going to say is, when the compact came knocking, we weren't prepared, and we made a lot of mistakes. Allegedly, we ended up 900,000 acre feet in debt on our compact. Fortunately, there's a provision to allow for that to be wiped away by a spill at Elephant Butte. But what we found out by getting behind the ball, we've got the tail wagging the dog in a lot of instances because we weren't prepared. So I would say, as soon as you can, and with a lot of vigor, you start running some scenarios to plan. The biggest thing is you're not going to want to be divisive on this. And I know everybody has competing interests, but the fact of the matter is, we talk about proportionality and equity in a state that's governed by prior appropriations. And so unless you want the hard reality to smack us right square in the face, cooperation and working through some scenarios to plan will avoid a lot of heartache in the future.
Thanks, Nathan. I think we can move on to a second question. Whether Sam or Kat, are you seeing other hands raised or comments?
Yeah, it looks like we've got a couple hands raised. I think I saw, Patrick, Ed Millard, and then Heather.
Is that Pat Wells?
Yep.
Pat, let's just go in that order. Pat, if you want to kick us off.
Okay, yeah, don't want to belabor this too much, but I guess what I thought was helpful in the demand management workshop was coming up with some very specific and tangible questions to chew on. So the more tangible and the more focused the questions to pitch to us, the less I think we'll go round and round. And then I would, I guess, consider, particularly given the timing and given what we talked about regarding the meeting schedule, that it may be appropriate to give some questions or concepts to smaller work groups, and to split up into work groups and work some of those offline, and then come back and report out on some of our discussions and findings that would occur in those smaller work groups. It may be a way to kind of sharpen the point and bring some focus and do some pre-processing in advance of the meeting, so we can kind of get to boil things down a little more at the meeting. And then I guess the third comment and last comment is, as it relates to equity, I'm intrigued by the earlier comment about injury and kind of using an injury type standard. So for a particular scenario, or something we're considering in regards to equity, to say, how would a local community, how would a water user, how would someone be injured by this? Because then I think you can actually get to, is there a way to offset that or avoid that or mitigate that? And so it kind of gives a framework for, I think, identifying the magnitude and the extent of the impact, and then you can start focusing on ways to avoid or mitigate that, or identify it, that's just a non-starter because the impacts are too great. So those are just a few thoughts I have.
Thanks so much, Pat. It sounds like Sam, you noted Ed next.
Amy alluded to Jessica Brody's framework of can we do this? How do we do this? Should we do this? And I'm kind of old school. I kind of like to stick with can we do this first and then kind of move down to these others. And equity is kind of one of those out there. How do we do this? And it's kind of ethereal. I guess my question to CWCB staff or board members is, at what point do you think you're going to resolve the legal authority issues and then the funding issue? Because if neither of those are resolved, then the equity discussion is probably not the most productive way to spend time. So do you know who's going to decide those two big issues? And I mean, how long is it going to take? I mean, funding seems to me like that's just such a difficult question right now. We're not going to have a demand management program until you figure out the funding, and the rest of this is kind of icing on the cake. So I'm just kind of curious about what your sequencing and priorities are.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I think that one thing that we heard very clearly from at the board workshop and the board meeting, and that I think we're all feeling very deeply, is there's a lot of funding uncertainty right now, and helping getting to a point where we could better understand the whole suite of costs that might be associated with this will be really helpful. So I can't answer the question of when we'll know whether it's feasible to fund this type of program, but what I can say is that I think that we can do a bit more work to add some more specificity to that discussion to really kind of build out like how much would this cost in these different scenarios or different scales of a program, and is it even feasible to fund that type of cost? So that's not an answer, but I can just say it's on our radar, and it's in my mind a high priority issue. So yeah.
Well, my concern is we spend 2 years debating equity, and then somebody says we don't have the legal authority or we can't fund it, and we've wasted 2 years of our life. I don't want to make it quite that blunt, but I would rather we were focused on things that we know that we can do, and I'm not sure we're quite. Equity is kind of down the list of when and how and could we do this.
I think it's an interesting web of issues, right? I think that equity is related to the funding question. I think it could be. I think that looking at various program designs that could do more to ensure equity might have implications for funding. So I think it's kind of a discussion that everything, it's like the Jenga game that I think referred to Colorado River issues as before, that pull on one piece and it affects the other. And so I'm hoping that we can kind of visualize that a little bit more clearly with this framework and see really how, if you make this decision over here, if we need to set up a program that looks like this is what it's going to do to the funding element, or things like that. So I think one challenge through all this has been it's impossible to think about any of these issues alone in isolation from all the other elements of a potential program. But I'm hoping that we can do some work to put that all together. And the other thing I'll say is that I think that that regardless of what happens in this feasibility investigation, I think we will learn a lot. I think that we'll learn a lot about what equity and fairness means to people across the state. And I think that could certainly inform a lot of things. I think that this is a beneficial conversation to be having from my perspective.
I don't want to belabor the point, but if you don't have any funding, if you move to the ICS model where water rights holders deposit their own water, you don't need any funding. So it solves that problem immediately. I appreciate there's maybe problems doing within the framework, but I mean, by the time we have demand management feasibility finding in 2022 or 23, I mean, the 2026 deadline on that pool is going to be fast upon us. So I'm wondering if we should be thinking about what we really want in a pool if we're going to have it. And we should factor that into what Becky's team is asking for in the renegotiation. So I don't want to belabor it, but ICS totally makes that funding problem go away. And that seems like that is really the biggest problem right now. So please think about ICS.
Thanks so much, Ed. And Director Dutton, I believe you're on and had a comment.
Thanks, Russ. Sorry, guys, I'm going to leave my camera off. We are having some bandwidth issues down here, if you can believe it. I really appreciated the conversation, and I, don't want to jump in on your meeting, but I just had a thought, and especially building off of what Nathan had noted about really trying to get ahead of the game and really thinking about these scenarios. And so many of the rest of you have talked about scenarios, and I just wonder about kind of tying together at our board meeting. We were talking about taking it from scenarios and paper pilots to doing some stuff on the ground. And someone brought up, the work that's being done in Kremling with Paul Boucher and the Colorado River Roundtable project. And could there be an opportunity for the IBCC to be the place where if we have some folks who have some really cool ideas and we are able, I hear the funding concern, but we still do have funding through programs like WSRF and the ATM program and other things. So if we could create some on the ground projects at a limited level, could IBCC be that place where you as a community help work through some of the issues? And you've got experience. I mean, I'm always impressed with the experience that comes with all the people that are sitting here. And maybe by working together, that's how we can really get through the minefield of some of these scenarios and make these, or the on the ground projects, be an example. And I know that I shouldn't have used the word pilot. I'm sorry about that. We're not ready to do pilots, but do some experiments on the ground, because I want to remind the group that we had a lot of ideas about how things would go with fallowing in the San Luis Valley and subdistricts, and it's gone different than we thought. And so I really maintain that we need to be trying some things so that we can get at that question of, can we do it? Because maybe legally or on paper we can do it, but on the ground it might look a lot different. And I think you guys are the right group to help advise on this stuff.
Thank you so much, Director Dutton. Are there other hands raised, Sam?
I'm not seeing any hands raised right now,
So being mindful of the time, we had a couple of other questions, and we may have to kind of do the abbreviated version of those. Director George, I was just about to text you as much, but I'll just say it publicly. But question 2, and maybe we've laid it all out here, inevitably we may have done that, but we did want to at least ask the question, and kind of paying tribute to some of the comments, Ed, you were good about kind of saying, here's 2 things I want to bring up. I know, Jeff, you had some things too, but are there things that we missed? We've talked about a lot today. I think it's given us some really good direction. We've heard about some of the kind of ongoing concerns, whether they're directly related to equity or not, but are there other things? Are there things that IBCC feels that we've missed that haven't been stated here today, or that we haven't captured in our previous discussions? And Sam, let me know if you're seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything in the chat yet.
yeah, I haven't seen anything this far.
Okay, well, and we don't have to answer everything today. In fact, we probably arguably did our best at getting through quite a bit. But as things come in, I mean, always feel free to email me. Many of you do that, and you're certainly always welcome to do that. As you know, we do try to do things that are, kind of representative of what the group wants to do, but as there are ideas that come in, and certainly as we have synergies, we try to make those opportunities happen, like having state engineer here today, and trying to, and that was a big request in the past too, to have Kevin come present to us on just his thoughts around the challenges with compact issues, and we've tried to honor that feedback. So please let me know if things come up. Hold on, I'm just screening the chat real quick.
This is Ed. It's not exactly related to your question, but I'm going to bring it up again. Is there a way we can put up a collaborative document editing platform? I asked you an email so that we can have more continuity of conversation in between our meetings. And as Jim Yan said, we don't meet often enough to do some of this stuff. Is there a way we can get more continuity of our conversation? Or are we going to be meeting 3 times a year and that's it?
That's good feedback, Ed. And maybe there's ways we could even utilize our, new engagement tools on that website. We may be able to think about ways that we could kind of have at least some kind of format for ongoing discussion. I did want to maybe just make the point, just as a reminder. So first of all, I appreciate our board members being on the phone today. The board has been leading. As Amy said, they're setting the policy direction on this issue, and all input's important, specifically from IBCC, but also from the roundtables and members of the public. And we are really doing this so that we can try to determine our own pathway forward and control our fate and prevent legislation from just happening to us. So this is the spirit, and I appreciate all the good comments today that are kind of aimed at that and the collaborative nature that I know we're trying to build. Our last question, and maybe what we can do is just allow a little bit of time if people want to write anything into the chat. And maybe this is a bit out of step with some of the comments about, gosh, this seems so conceptual. But as we are a little bit kind of in front of maybe where, at least timing wise, where the board is and potentially looking at these issues and developing that next steps in the work plan and potentially kicking out some scenarios that we could look at. There is this idea that I'm not sure we fully chewed on, but we talked a lot about how to make things equitable. We struggled a lot with what that term means, but I do think that there's a question of, and maybe I will tee this up for Russ George to kind of chime in, but Russ had the idea of, while the board is chewing these things over, that maybe one space that we could continue the conversation is to kind of forecast out to that a future, and a future that obviously demand management is not a foregone conclusion, and we may not have a demand management program, or we could decide it's right for Colorado, but it's not right for the Upper Basin. But if we got to a point where we felt that there was a program, I feel like we heard a lot of comments from IBCC members. I remember one comment from Aaron Citron specifically, that flexibility was not enough to add into a program. So what would those things be? What are thoughts that people might have? And if you want to write things in the chat or raise hands to respond, but what are the safeguards we put in place to maintain equity moving forward? How do you keep things fair? What are the things that you would be looking for or want to be adaptive to that would tell you, hey, maybe this is an issue we need to think about how we're responding to this? Are there any thoughts that people might want to share in this space? And Russ, do you have more to build onto this?
Well, of course, I'm obnoxious about insisting upon all conversations ending up in a way that's fair to all. And I keep watching that, like the rest of you do, and we expand it when we then start talking about trust and now justice and flexibility. And those terms are almost absolutely defined in context. We all, in the last several months, we've been round and round this question in different forms. And I was reviewing some of those materials in preparation for today, and I remember how voluminous the conversations and the points made were. And how broad, because we keep coming back to the realization that it's in the eye of the beholder. Well, it's where you are in a place, and that's the context that I'm talking about. And so I've been very interested in this last hour, because it seemed to me the first hour we were saying, let's pour it on, let's get after it, let's move ahead. Now this hour, it's been, it may be too soon. Maybe our timing isn't good. And I get this feeling of, well, then let's slow down. So that just highlights to me how difficult and complex this is. I think that the nature of the question is good. I want us each to continue to imagine and sort of try to articulate what has to be for my location if, and then the if goes, we're out of water, we're on compact call, we need to build more storage, we need to pay for it. All of those questions fall into place. So what I'd like to say is, just the way, Russ, you've posed the question, let's just tell me folks, what does this mean to you? And we'll sort it, we'll organize it. And I think that is our task, to keep doing that. The reason I think it is, first of all, it bears more imaginative thinking, but it's our way of reminding ourselves and reassuring our publics that we get it, that we're not going to do anything intentionally and hopefully unintentionally that is unfair to some and larger than fair for others. So that's the discipline that comes from asking us to continue to think about these things. And so I think that's where we are. And I think I'm going to be okay to follow the thread of, all right, it doesn't have to happen urgently. But I don't want us to let up our imaginative thinking. I don't want us to lose our momentum. So that's how I'm going to be thinking about trying to set agendas in the future. Russ, you're muted.
Thanks so much. Gosh, every meeting there's always some mute and there's always some internet issues. I've had my fair share as well. Thank you so much, Russ, for those comments. And I'm also noticing that there's some good dialogue going on in the chat. And maybe just to hold on to this idea and keep thinking through it if nothing kind of comes up immediately. But I think this idea of how do we establish something fairly, but then how do you keep it fair? And I really like the way that Russ kind of framed that up as a good thought exercise that maybe augments what we're doing. So if you're chewing on that and you think about it and you have stuff to add, this chat will be open when we can just kind of keep this up through our lunch break, and feel free to add thoughts here or again, pass those along via email. I do know that there's some good conversation going on. Tom has had some points just kind of backing up these ideas of what kind of what Amy had noted, and I think others have mentioned here too. But if it's equitable and proportional, that I guess Tom's comment is unless it's equitable and proportional, many do not want to pursue funding. And then Nathan had some good thoughts of that the equity or proportionality is key to the whole thing, including funding. He'd like to see Colorado avoid the very difficult path of administration based solely on priority with our state, within our state. And then Melly had some good thoughts here. Of course, voluntary, temporary, and compensated are key impartial decision makers with a process that allow for public input and clear, predictable rules. That's a really interesting point, and I like the clear, predictable rules. What strikes me, this flexibility piece and how we might strike out down one road and then need to adjust and correct course as we go is another piece of that. Maybe any other thoughts there? We've actually made up some time in our agenda. But maybe whether it's question 2 or thoughts you've had on 1, is there anything else we missed or anything else with regards to this? How do you keep it fair question?
Russ, this is Jarvis. Just a thought, since we are going to have some time now, based on Mr. George's comments, I think, and I think that's good. Could the staff put together I don't know, a 10-minute presentation addressing, because I keep going back to the roundtables are really the basis for what we do. And these people have a lot of knowledge, but many are reticent to even speak. Could the staff put together a 10-minute presentation describing what is equity, what is proportionality, what is fair, what is flexible, and throw it back to the roundtables and have them discuss those things? What is fair to a guy living at Lamar in terms of demand management? Just a thought.
Good thoughts, Jess, and that's something that we can think through, and maybe something that we can talk about more with PEPO folks too. It strikes me, I think sometimes we it's the same issue as presenting to IBCC. We go around, we do a lot of presentations at the roundtable level. As Amy said, she and Brent probably never turned down an invite, but we still don't catch everybody. Inevitably, we end up repeating, and I know that can be frustrating for the people that have heard it. Certainly, we've heard that here at IBCC as well. But maybe there are other ways. I don't know if anybody have thoughts on that, of other ways that might. Could we do a video, or is there benefit in talking through that equity piece of it right now in absence of scenarios, or is it more about just explaining the kind of challenges that are at hand and what this is all about.
So I just want to respond to something in the chat. Just to clarify, Ed, I don't think I've ever said that fairness and proportionality doesn't matter. I'm not sure where that comes from. My suggestions in the past were just that I believe we've determined that it is possible that a program can be designed that is fair, that is proportional. Not that we know how. I think that's what I've suggested in the past, is come out of the CWCB conversations and the IBCC conversations to this point. How you do it, how you define it is still difficult, but my suggestion is that it will be easier and more likely that a program can be administered equitably and fairly if we are doing it in a managed process like demand management in some form versus just implementing under strict priority, which is inherently, I mean, it is fair from a purely legal perspective, but it is not proportional necessarily. So that's all I've said. So I just want to try to clarify the record. I'm not saying that fairness and proportionality don't matter.
Well, I maybe misinterpret what you said last time. I know Patty has mentioned this at several occasions, that as long as the participant is voluntary and he's getting money and the secondary impacts are mitigated, that maybe there's a question whether we should be enforcing proportionality by basins or whether it's east versus west. So I apologize if I put words in your mouth, but I mean, this is one of the questions that I've certainly had issues with, is voluntary, temporary, compensated. Do those even work with proportionality unless you have enough volunteers that you're turning people away? So
Good points. I see Jeff has his hand raised too, so we'll call on Jeff.
Thanks, Russ. I just wanted to go back one paragraph to, or maybe a couple of paragraphs to what Mr. George said and Dr. George said. And, public policy making, and especially with a lot of stakeholder engagement like we have in demand management, if you think about it, by the time you count the work groups and the roundtables and the board and the staff, there's hundreds of people working on this thing and thinking about it. And so by definition, it's going to be messy. It's going to be clumsy. It feels awkward. But for my part, I think what Nathan said is exactly spot on. Just because it feels clumsy doesn't mean, that's not an excuse to stop working. The only way to plow this field is to just keep moving forward. So for my part, I think, just this conversation today has been very valuable to me. And let's don't say, gee whiz, we're ahead of the board, or we can't stay in our lane, or, we need to wait. There are things we can do, things we can work on. And gosh, this just isn't a good year to convince someone, especially someone, well, I would have said from the West Slope, maybe anyone in this conversation, this isn't a good hydrological year to say, geez, we don't need to worry about a compact call. So for my part, it's clumsy, it's awkward, but let's keep working.
And Jeff, maybe I just challenge you a little bit on that and ask you for some clarification, because I agree, and I think we've heard that today, that there are ways that we can kind of continue to work through this. But I think we've also heard pretty resounding, call for, having some clear things to respond to that are arguably going to bear more fruit than just continuing to spend in absence. And I know that comment in earlier discussion, doing the same as you, going back a few paragraphs, but Director Brown's comments that it would be, we don't want to, it may be clumsy and we may be always kind of out of step. We've heard a lot today about just meetings and timing of things, but we don't want to make it clumsier, right? So it seems like there's a way that we can push forward and yet kind of make sure that I don't know if staying in our lanes is the right term, but just really being constructive and building off of each other's work rather than duplicating efforts and potentially running afoul. Is that Does that feel fair, or do you agree with that?
Well, certainly I agree, Russ. You know, I don't know though, with the number of people working on this thing, I don't know how you avoid duplicating at least some effort. And in terms of making things clumsier, that's one of my best things. So, you know, I appreciate that. I'm good at that. You know, there are just the chat conversation. There are people who think funding is the pragmatic threshold, and then there are others who think it's, you know, proportionality and equity. And we haven't used this phrase today, but at the IBCC Demand Management Joint Meeting, there was a lot of talk about shared responsibility, which I think is just an excellent term that needs to be a part of our dialogue. There are ideas about all those things that could be collected up and used by the staff to inform the board's process. And you know, every IBCC member has connections to a roundtable to be a conduit for those kind of thoughts. So, you know, without making things worse, that's my plea.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Jeff. And we certainly want to be that avenue. I appreciate, again, you had sent that email, and we can pass that along. And all this input would certainly be going to inform the board. And thanks for letting me spar with you. I certainly always appreciate and respect you and Tom up there and all the good work that you do. Any other comments? Do you have any other raised hands, Sam?
Yeah, it looks like Tom has his hand raised.
Tom.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, well, I was just sitting here listening to the talk on equity and proportionality, and taking into consideration some of Russ George, some of your comments very early on, that it's evident there are people who are used to getting things done, and I guess I classify myself in that area. And so I'm going to stir this a little bit, but you know, if you took a half a dozen elementary school kids and they all had bags of marbles with different number of marbles in, and said everybody needs to put in 1/4 of their marbles so we can have a game, they'd know what proportionality means. And I think, yeah, some might say, well, yeah, but my marbles are bigger than yours, or my marbles are but prettier than yours. And that could be for discussion, but we know what proportionality is. And sometime we're going to have the adult conversation, not about what really proportionality is, or yes, about what really proportionality is, not about what we want it to be. Because all the maneuvering that goes on with these discussions of, well, I don't like what I hear because I might have to give more marbles than the other guy who has less to start with, is what we're sparring about. And so I submit that we need to just have those conversations, and it's pretty easy. Like I say, elementary kids can do it. There might be discussions entailing size of marbles and prettiness, but I'm just going to throw that out there because I am, yeah, we've talked about it, but it's not that hard.
Any other final thoughts? Sam, are you seeing other raised hands?
Yeah, looks like Melly has her hand raised.
Melly, go ahead.
Yeah, just one thought that, you know, I mean, given that I've been the one singing the song of we need to stay focused on one thing, may sound a little weird, but I think that I would advocate to, you know, to wait for the CWCB to come up with scenarios before really tackling this, even if it means that we can't talk about it in February, but hopefully if the CWCB will move fast enough, then maybe we can talk about the following meeting. We can start that exercise. I just think that, again, when we are talking abstract, we run the risk of talking past each other over and over again, and maybe take a few steps backwards instead of forward. My suggestion, and in listening to other folks talk about priorities, I do agree the funding, and not funding for demand management, but just generally funding. It is a pretty critical issue. So if we need to take a little break from demand management until the CWCB is ready to hand to us a task with scenarios. I think that would be a really good topic. I don't know what we can do about it, but I think somebody mentioned there's a lot of people in the round table that know a lot of legislators and others that are influencers, that maybe we can have a conversation about how can we make sure that all the good partnerships and cooperative projects that have been occurring and the conversations continue in light of a really, really poor outlook for funding. So that would be a suggestion.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I think given our time, Sam, do you want to, is there any other hands I'm not seeing? Oh, Jeff, is your hand raised again? That may be a carryover.
Let's see, looks like I'm seeing Ed had his hand raised, and I also saw Joanne posted something in the chat as well.
So, but I just, oh, sorry, I was going to hit on, I saw that you had written in the chat too. I do think that staff can commit after the next board meeting and the board's had some time to kind of hear all the details, to giving updates of what else is going on in other states and at UCRC level. But you had an additional comment?
That was the main comment, but there was a UCRC demand management workshop in Utah summer of 2019. It was really useful to get that. And I'm just sort of curious if it's not probably our role, but UCRC or CWCB could maybe put together one of those someday, just so we can get together with what the other states are doing, because some of them don't seem to be doing nearly as much on this as we are. So we're kind of out in front of the rest of the states. And if any of them don't come along with us, again, we're kind of wasting our time here. So.
Perfect. Sam, I'm sorry, who else did you said, oh, just another comment in the chat? Oh, Jan, scheduling the meetings to fit with when CWCB has some direction. Correct. So I guess it depends on what the only, to Melly's comment, Joanne, it's a good point. We can do that, and yet the calendars fill up pretty quick, especially trying to get this many people together, which is some of the challenge. So in fact, Sam is going to put together a doodle poll so that maybe we can get some dates that are held. And it really will, we maybe don't have a firm answer of when these will, when these scenarios might be ready. It's really kind of based on progress that's made, in conversations, ongoing conversations with the board. So a good thought, and we definitely will flag that. But it sounds like we have enough traction on kind of the funding issue. I heard a lot about ATMs. I heard a lot about just other aspects of demand management that may be worth, if only the kind of Nathan's caution of, getting ahead of some of these things, scenarios or not, maybe just at least hearing lessons learned and talking about some of the other good work that's going around in the state in kind of other projects that are happening in Kremling and other places. So maybe in absence of those scenarios, if we don't have them, we will look at building an agenda around those things and floating that out to see if that makes sense. But that's a good point. And then any other, it looks like there's another last note here. Forest management is brought up. Director Brown is kind of flagging that forest management is another thing. That got a lot of votes, and I maybe circling back to just Lisa Darling's comment that some of the stuff in the tech update, and I will, fair warning, we're diving into scenario planning type discussions, and maybe Jim Yon could speak to this, having been on IBCC for some time. There will be a lot of presentation portion of that. Just getting into some of the modeling details takes a lot, but I'm kind of enamored with that concept that when you look at some of the stuff that's going on in the work plan, you think about climate change, and I think we heard from a few people that you can't really separate these things out. In some cases, they're very interconnected. Certainly looking at things in water plan or future modeling, those touch on all the things that IBCC has kind of flagged and the roundtables have flagged. So that can be another thing. We are, the basins, as they're doing their BIP updates, a few have really focused in on forest health case study. And then at the state level, we are also having some conversations, and I think maybe having a report out of where we're at in that process and where there's opportunities to be involved certainly is something that we can commit to as well. So good thoughts. And I don't want to cut the conversation short, but just looking at the time, I do want to leave a little bit here at the end for Russ George to kind of bring us home and kind of reflect on what we've heard today, and maybe give us those final remarks, understanding that conversation never ends. And Ed, as you noted, there's maybe some opportunities we can think through of how to keep that conversation going in between meetings more effectively. Ed is also noting that there's a RMRI. This is another forest health kind of group, and really almost group and initiative at the same point that's going on in the Southwest. So there's a RMRI public meeting on forest down in the link he's providing. And their roundtable, the Southwest, is doing a Forest Health workshop in November as well. So that's information that we could push out to this group as well if people are interested. And we had planned to do that, to push that out. Carrie Paget, the local expert down in the Southwest, has kind of been keeping us in the loop and doing a good job of kind of inviting other people too. So we can certainly disseminate that to IBCC. So with that, Russ George, final thoughts for the day and what your takeaways are.
Thank you. You did a good job of what would be a summary of how the points have been made and what direction they've implied. So I'm not going to repeat all that. And I've weighed in at several points already, so I'm not needing to reiterate that. I think we've done exactly what we intended to do today. And it does get kind of fun when several of us get onto a point or two together. And we did that quite a bit today. And I like that. It doesn't lend itself to summary, because summary means highlighting some points, maybe not so much others. That's not how I saw the discussion today. I thought everything was right on, even in its conflict with other points, because that's exactly the business we're in. And so what I recommend is that you do the same thing I'm going to do. I take notes as we go along, and particularly the points that I need to study more, or certainly need to remember and focus on, and then that's what I do. And that's how we eat.
I can fill in for Russ if he's lost.
All having our internet challenges. So Director Mitchell, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think Russ was probably going to close up with how really Colorado has been built on groups like this, and today's conversations just highlight that. This has been probably one of the better IBCC meetings that I've seen in a while, based on the discussion. Incredibly productive and helpful. I got some really key takeaways from my perspective on maybe some conversations to have with the board in terms of how we can work with the IBCC and the potential of giving tasks and moving in that direction. So I think those were helpful comments. And I also, just because we are just closing up on the demand management conversation, I want us to all remember this is just one tool in that final toolbox. And so remembering that it's like the water plan, we couldn't just move one idea forward. And as we talk about forest health and the watershed health and the renegotiations and the rulemaking process that will have to come in the future, that all of those are how we're going to move together forward. And I see the IBCC playing a role in that. So I'm sure I wasn't as graceful and elegant as Director George, but I was happy to be able to fill in for 1 second. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Director Mitchell. And as Kelly noted, we are working on getting Russ George cloned, and his clone will have a stronger internet signal, I trust. So it will be good to go. Yeah, thank you all very much for being here. And of course, this is just Act 1 of 2 acts. We would strongly encourage and are hopeful that as many of you can stay around for the second part. We're going to have about a half-hour lunch and then kick things off with the kind of PEPO leading portion of the discussion. But there will be some additional demand management discussion there. And I think we've heard a lot today. I think some very good comments from Director Brown and Melly Whiting and others just talking about the importance of education and really, I think its role in communication and PEPO's role in helping strengthening this connection between IBCC and the roundtables and helping bridge that gap if there is a disconnect between what IBCC is supposed to do and helping tell that story and helping filter information maybe back up. So again, thank you also to Robert Sagata and to Lisa Darling for agreeing to be on that group. And we will certainly be engaging with PEPO folks on the roundtable level and kind of integrating more strongly as we move through the second half of the day. And with that, I will let you all go to lunch for the extra 5 minutes and we'll see you back at 1. Hello again, Russ.
Hi, Russ. I'm back.
I'm glad to see it. It's good to have you, and we'll probably just kick off right where we left off with having you do an intro here. And looks like it's 1 o'clock, so I'll just see if Sam and Kat are back on. We'll give it one more second here, and we can dive in.
I'm here.
Awesome. Do you mind queuing up just the next slide then? Perfect. All right, thanks so much, everybody. It's 1 o'clock, and just to make sure that we have time to fit everything in, and if anything, maybe we can actually get out early today. We'll go ahead and get things going again. This is the second half of our meeting today, and very glad to have IBCC members participating in this. Of course, we had talked about at the beginning of the last meeting for anyone coming in new. I think there's at least one person that might have jumped on, but the roots of PEPO are truly in IBCC and House Bill 1177, specifically that IBCC is mandated to have a work group, a PEPO work group. And we were fortunate enough to kind of make that connection stronger today, and having Lisa Darling and Robert Sakata volunteer to kind of be those PEPO liaisons on IBCC, and really hoping that they can strengthen that connection with many of the PEPO members working across the state. I know there are a few PEPO members that were not able to attend, and let me know at least one maybe trying to join later, Bethany Howell in the Rio, who's just a powerhouse of good ideas that I'm sad that she can't be with us, but hopefully she'll be able to pop in, and I will try to do my best to capture some of the conversations that we've had regarding education and outreach. So while we get started here, and you can go ahead and go to the next slide here, Kat, but I might just kick things over to Russ George. But you know, the first bullet on this slide is just talking about education outreach being so critical to Colorado, and I certainly believe that. But Russ, I know you'll do a more eloquent job of setting that up than myself. So please have that.
Thank you, Russ. But we'll do it all together. We can disagree as a people over many things, but there's very little disagreement over the importance and value of education. And that's as true as in the water discipline as it is in anything else. In 2005, when we were a number of legislators and the governor and others were trying to examine what the next step should be in terms of expanding the role of water in state government and in the public generally, education was always part and parcel of that conversation. And for example, Diane Hoppe and Jim Isgar were instrumental in passing House Bill 2005. And of course, they were, Diane in particular, but Jim as well, and many others were advancing the cause of what is now Water Education Colorado, the foundation. Justice Hobbs was in at the beginning. Maybe some of you folks were there at the beginning. And then CWCB has been the loyal supporter of all things education, continues to be, finds resources, public's money to support. And so we wrote into House Bill 1177 that consistent acknowledgement. And we tried to imagine what the specific role would be, but we also knew that the general role was important too. And happily, we've seen that general role evolve and grow. My only regret about this whole conversation is that I have not had an opportunity or taken an opportunity enough over the last 15 years to participate in the PEPO activities. Occasionally I've gotten to meetings, and I was always impressed when I had an opportunity to touch base with the high intellectual level involved, the high energy level involved. And there's just been enormous success in both the outreach and engaging the public in participation. And so I'm glad we've sort of come to this point here with the more formal get together of IBCC and the PEPO committee membership, because I want to say for myself that I believe we ought to step up the pace of IBCC's participation and relationship, and then of course support for PEPO. And it's all the reasons that we all know, but one of them is that we have the public's attention probably better than we have in many other times because of all the obvious problems. But anyone in education knows that there are two parts. There's teaching and learning, and the public is in the learning mode. And if they aren't really paying attention and concentrating and receptive, it makes it much harder for us to teach. But I think we're at a good place right now. The subject matter invites attention. It doesn't invite solutions so much, but educating our constituents and the general population does give us them as allies and their resources to begin to help find solutions to match the enormity of the problems. So I'm all ears. We have a nice program this afternoon. We got a number of participants who are going to present, and I'm happy to step back and listen and learn a little bit. So thank you all for coming, and let's enjoy the afternoon.
Thanks so much. And I'm seeing a couple of people in the waiting room. Kat and Sam, if you can let them in, that would be great. And I'm also just doing a quick scan of the PEPO members that are here. I see a few of you, but I'm not, oh, there we go. Yeah, there's a few more. Okay, perfect. I guess what I wanted to do is maybe just a few thoughts here and then open it up for a few of the PEPO members, but I'd like to seed a few ideas. Is that one, it seems we have this enormous opportunity that Russ George is kind of aptly tied into, but this idea of how PEPO can really help us just communicate better. I think that's internal communication, so communications between roundtables, IBCC, and that flow of information, being a second person there. And if PEPO is more involved and continues this connection with IBCC, which I'm hopeful it will, it offer a second opinion, a second piece of support, a second person to note what went on at the meetings, and to really engage with the roundtables in perhaps a different way. I think earlier a lot of our conversations touched on funding, and I remember in talking with Bethany Howell, she said, it's really funny that IBCC was doing all this stuff talking about funding and outreach, but were that to be something that got rolled out, we're the educators, we're the ones that would be talking with people a lot, we're the ones that should be involved in that conversation. And it's not to suggest that one person is better than the other so much as to suggest that we could probably benefit from working more closely and bringing more people into the fold. And then I think on both of those internal and external fronts, it's only going to help to resolve these issues that we see coming up and points of confusion. And I'm very hopeful that PEPO can also serve a role that I think our IBCC members serve, as do our roundtable members, of helping be the ears to filter things up to staff and to the board, whether those are questions, like we've heard several of those, of how do I get this question answered, but also just points of communication, or maybe common talking points of what are common resources. And so I am very curious to maybe touch in with a few of the members that would be willing to speak up, but what are the opportunities for PEPO moving forward? I know that Director Dudden and in the Rio and Bethany Howell had a conversation once of just talking about the enormous opportunity that we might have in combining some resources and thinking about how we think about pushing information out at a statewide level instead of just basin by basin. Acknowledging that there's definitely room and full support of moving forward at the basin scale, but maybe there are opportunities to share resources or develop common materials. I know that there are podcasts that go on in some basins. We've tried to do podcasts. Is that something we should be partnering on? So just teeing up those ideas, and then maybe if I have a few members, and Sam, if you can help me see who might raise their hand. I don't want to call anybody out, but I know that leading into this, I talked with Bethany and with Abby and with Kelly, and there's just a lot of good thoughts, and I'm hoping that you might be willing to share some of those. Or Elaine, I know you had kind of volunteered to help be one of those people that builds the bridge with IBCC as well. If any of you would like to chime in, I'd sure love to hear your thoughts. And Elaine, I see that you posted in the chat that you would love to have more access to resources and collaboration. I wonder if you might want to elaborate on that.
Sure. I've enjoyed the few PEPO meetings that we've had, when we were able to do it in person. As I mentioned, I'm a little unique down here in that I'm the Water Information Program. And from my recollection, in the 4 years I've been around, other than my 2 years of being involved as a PEPO liaison, I don't think the PEPO had much voice down here and had much really to do with the roundtable and with IBCC. When I took over, there was really no torch passed to me or how to or what this even is. And so I've kind of been just doing it as I go. And I really would, I know some of the other basins, the PEPOs are really involved with the roundtable and with IBCC. And I'd love to have more of that. That's why I raised my hand to bridge that gap, to really find out more about what is the role of PEPO and how do we bring that information to the public via outreach and education. What does that look like? I know what I'm doing. I know what some of the other basins are doing, but I think, nowadays, especially with limited funding and we're all volunteering to do this, that collaboration, I think, is essential. I think there are a lot of commonalities, even though some of our basins are very different. But when it comes to bringing these key topics that we're talking about, demand management, water scarcity, forest health, all of these issues, if there's some documents, videos, or things, or that we even do as a group to not divide and conquer, but collaborate and conquer to outreach and education to the general public, and really trying to get, I mentioned this before, more than the same people who always are in our groups and come to the roundtables, but more of the public to engage and get our roundtables to engage more in PEPO. That's my goal for the Southwest Basin anyway. So, we have been doing some good education. We funded the Animas River, My Animas magazine last year, and this year we're working on a video. As I mentioned, that's going to cover some of these issues that we're talking about. So I'm eager to hear what other PEPO liaisons are doing and how they're engaging their roundtables and what role can we be to bridge the IBCC and roundtable to the public.
Thank you so much.
Bunch of mishmash in there, but I'm trying to learn more and figure out how to achieve these goals.
No, I don't think that was a mismatch at all. It was a very on point and very much aligned. I'm glad you brought up that connection to, bringing more people into the tent. I think we are only stronger when we bring more people together. And we talk a lot about diversity and inclusion goals. And certainly the governor talks about that, and it's something we embrace at the state. But I just see on the basin scale, just even through the BIP update, there's just so much good work that's going on in so many of the basins. Yours, but certainly Gunnison, Arkansas, the Yampa, White, Green have been very active in trying to get more input from more people. And who are we not talking to? And I think that cuts across a lot of different types of people that arguably all have a vested interest in water. And so I very much like your comments. Do we have any other PEPO members that might want to speak? Casey and Abby, I saw that your cameras were on. And oh, Abby, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Russ, and thanks everyone. It's kind of exciting to be my first kind of PEPO meeting and coming on board as the incoming PEPO liaison for the Colorado Basin Roundtable. And I've had some great conversations, and I really like it, Elaine, how you said collaborate and conquer. Like that resonates with me a lot with that. And in some of my personal work, for those who I don't know, in my professional life, I am the Western Rivers Regional Program Manager for Audubon Rockies. And Along this way, we've been engaged in the water plan update since the executive order to date. And some of the work that I've been doing lately is to be, to reaching out to a lot of the different environmental and recreational representatives across the state, and just talking with them about how their BIP update is going. And one thing that I found that would be so rich potentially for PEPO to serve a role in the future is, in these professional meetings that I've been having, is the cross-pollination of ideas that sometimes basins are not necessarily talking about. And so I feel that maybe when the BIP updates get a little further down the road and there's something to share and reflect upon, I think that this would be an opportunity for PEPO to help kind of bridge some of these practices that are kind of shining the light on some excellence that's happening within the basin, and that can be contagious and hopefully in a positive way be able to to move from basin to basin with some different project ideas. So that's something that I like to bring forward for our group to consider, as well as certainly there's something that I have found across the state, and I have been a participant both in the South Platte Basin Roundtable, as well as now my home basin of the Colorado Basin Roundtable, having been a West Sloper for almost 2 years now. But I find that there's a need to translate the work of the Basin Roundtables to the public, to make the Basin Roundtable work relevant to the constituents, the residents within the basin, why water matters. And I find that is, a theme that is maybe a more of a need in different basins than others. But I find that with working with the Colorado, I've been kind of socializing the idea of engaging the media around Basin Roundtable meetings and pulling out some of that work that could be then published into local papers and sources, and just, as we've been talking about, bring more chairs to the table, to have more engagement, not only within the roundtable membership, but also outside in concentric circles further than the Basin Roundtable, and have folks really realize that the incredible work that's been happening and why it's happening right now, and why the water plan and why the update. I find that bridge would be an excellent one to really create. And then I also like the comment, last one, sorry, getting really excited about this because I really am passionate about how water connects all of us, and that we have these stories where we can focus on the connections rather than the separations. And that to me is that kind of like watershed moment of bringing water to that relevant place where we are addressing the diversity and equity and inclusion portions, and again, kind of expanding that connection of our water and the great work that the Basin Roundtables have been doing, and why this matters more now than ever. And with drought touching all 4 corners of the state and wildfire grabbing the headlines, we do have the attention of the public now. And I feel that this is a way that we can kind of really gravitate and orbit around that value of water. So just some thoughts that I've been kind of socializing with the Colorado, and happy to talk more about them.
Thank you so much, Abby, and thanks for that idea of how you kind of translate what's been said. That's such an interesting concept. I know you've brought it up before, and it's intriguing to me, and it kind of reminds me of the comment I think Jairus had mentioned earlier too, of how to, whether it's staff presentations, how do we just communicate more effectively with roundtable members? We heard a lot, I think, about just bringing people up to speed on issues. Roundtable turnover is one that's been on my mind a lot, and we touched on that with the BIP updates. We'd seen about 50% turnover since the BIPs were written, with people coming on and saying, well, what is this? What is this, and how do I update it? And we said, well, it's the first time we're updating it, so we're all doing it together, but lots to pull from there. Casey, Kelly, and I saw Patrick on. Any other PEPO reps would like to chime in?
If I might chime in, Russ. Again, Kelly Romero Heaney with the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. I'm the PEPO chair. Russ, you mentioned something about turnover, and I would say one challenge we've had as a PEPO committee is we've had a lot of turnover on the CWCB staff side. So I really appreciate you in your leadership capacity, kind of elevating the status of PEPO and its role and its connection to IBCC, and I hope that momentum is maintained. What I will say is the decentralization PEPO and even all that we're doing in these water conversations, kind of handing it off to the Basin Roundtables, has been a really great venue for innovation, for cross-pollination. And when we get together once a year, we're able to share those ideas, borrow from each other. And I think you'll see a lot of us roundtables have been trending in the same direction. I will tell you, though, that funding has been a huge challenge. You know, we get $6,500 a year and we're told that PEPO is important. $6,500 hardly covers advertisements in a newspaper for our meetings. So we've all kind of figured out ways to, use our WSRF funds to build capacity and to do some of these outreach education programs. But I do hope to see a larger chunk of money dedicated to PEPO for each of the Basin Roundtables. And then on a statewide level, I think the work that WECO, Water Education Colorado, did on the sweep should not be lost. I think that that's a huge opportunity to take all this sort of diffuse work we're doing as roundtables and pull it together in a statewide umbrella. And I know that CWCB staff are already stretched pretty thin, can't be at all of our roundtable meetings or all of our events, but perhaps there's an opportunity to partner with WECO to help kind of reach each of our basins and to really kind of pull the messages together. And I think, and I guess the other piece I would say is sometimes I worry that PEPO has a little bit of an image problem. I think some people think it's just water festivals and teaching kids about macroinvertebrates, and that's super important. As a stormwater manager, as a mother of 2 kids in school, I think those things are important, and I think we should all continue to do them. But clearly, I think we play a huge role in educating our Basin Roundtable members about the work of IBCC. So anyway, with that, I'll let that be. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this today. Thanks, Russ.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Great comments. And yeah, it's it's the picture of the kids on the slide, but it's everybody, isn't it? It's the the roundtable member, and that's, I think, a lot. Again, Bethany's comments of, why wouldn't you engage PEPO? We're the ones that are out there talking to folks, and that's right. But you're so correct that a lot of times that's just at the roundtable level as well, or it's the adults as well as the kids, and it's really just having a shared message and trying to be better and more thoughtful about how we share that. So thank you so much for those comments. Casey, did you have something to add in?
Yeah, I mean, I would just really happy to be here, and it's always so great to see everybody, and welcome to some of the new faces I see. Abby, hey, welcome aboard there. I guess from my perspective, one of the things we struggle with a bit is messaging. What is it? Is there a statewide message that could kind of be a platform or a jumping off point for a more local message? What do we want people to know about the Colorado Water Plan? What is kind of like the state of proof message? We held a number of workshops internally with the Metro and South Platte roundtables to come up with that, and they were interesting from a sort of a bonding and team building perspective, but it also really did help us to establish the 4 or 5 talking points that we really felt were critical, but not knowing if from the state perspective, is there some other messaging to fit into? The PEPO liaisons have all talked about this before. It's important to have a statewide perspective, but at the same time, the watersheds have such unique personalities, and even communities have very unique personalities, and the relationships that are really crucial to building trust and effective engagement take place at the local level. So it's kind of a balancing act between having statewide perspective with a local flavor. So that's an important point that I would like to make. And I guess the other thing is when it comes to engaging the public to be involved. I think we're all just really hungry for good news. And I think that a lot of good things have come from, I really am just honored to be on the same screen with Mr. George, and I appreciate the encouragement and the hopefulness that you display whenever you speak. And I think that we all need more of that. I mean, this has been a process that's been going on for 15 years. We're still talking. I think that's a huge success. And to also be able to recognize the accomplishments, point to, you know, on the ground efforts will really help to engage the public. We were involved with a statewide public opinion research survey related to water quality. And it was interesting that in general, the responses were that people trust their local government, and people trust their local agencies and state agencies, that they are doing a good job. And I think that should be encouraging to us all. And also, you know, encourage us to continue to get, you know, of course, to be honest, if people make mistakes, you make mistakes, but there is good news out there, and we are making progress just by the fact that we are communicating more effectively. So that's what I thought. And I'd also like to introduce my colleague who may have to step in for me. Mallory Hiss is on the call here today, and I may have to step away for a couple of minutes, but Mallory's here if needed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yes, glad to have everyone that can join us. And good thoughts. I often think, and I remember talking with Director Dutton, and have been reminded of this in several conversations, but there is such a power in having PEPO outreach, just because no matter where the message is coming from, I think it can't help but sometimes feel top down if it's always being delivered from CWCB. And there's always going to be that question of, was everyone bought in? But having Basin, whether it's roundtable members or PEPO outreach specifically coming from people in those basins, I just think is so powerful. And that's never lost on me. I know Kelly's always reminding me of that point as well. So thank you so much. And I want to move us on, but DK, I see your camera came on. Did you have something you wanted to add real quick?
Nothing to add to the excellent comments before. Just wanted to say hello. I'm here. I'm tuned in, and appreciate the ability to participate in this esteemed group.
Welcome, DK. It's good to see you, sir. Well, I wanted to make sure that we leave some healthy time here for our next section. So, Kat, if you want to go ahead and click the next slide. I am going to kick things over to Amy to lead us into this discussion on demand management, education, and outreach.
Thanks, Russ. So I'm not going to talk for too long here, but I just wanted to introduce our next speaker and provide some context. As we discussed earlier this morning, the Demand Management 2019 work plan had a few elements, including the work groups. But one thing that also came out of that was a literature review, or that we're rather still working on. And we have a team of consultants that we've been working with who has not only been helping us with this literature review, but also they had the opportunity to actually sit in with some of the work group meetings, get a sense of what people were identifying as the key threshold issues, and really use that to start building their work on this lit review. We've been fortunate to have the funding for our consultant team extended through the end of this fiscal year. So we have more time with them, and I think it's really great and exciting that they'll be here the next stage of the demand management work. So one of the people on our consultant team, Emily's Mac, and you know, Emily, I feel bad. I should know whether I'm pronouncing your last name correctly by this point.
No, that was perfect, like a sound effect.
Good, okay. So Emily has been working with us on the education outreach portion of the literature review for demand management. And I think that she's done some really great work. I've really enjoyed working with her so far, and I'm glad that we have more time to work with her. She's going to talk a little bit today about some of the work she's done, some interviews that she and her team have conducted, and how that might inform this group. So with that, I think I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Emily.
Sure, thank you, Amy. And thanks to everybody on the call. I've met some of you, but not all of you. So Emily Zmack, I'm with CDR Associates, and we provide stakeholder engagement and facilitation services in the areas of land use, transportation, and water. So essentially, we try to help people make better decisions, informed and collaborative and cooperative. But I also want to introduce, before I launch into the presentation, I want to introduce Jonathan Barch, who is here with me as well. He is CDR's principal. Jonathan, I don't know if you want to say any hello words as well.
I'll just say hello, good afternoon, and I'm happy to be here.
And Jonathan will be jumping back in a little bit later. Today's presentation is, I want to provide you with information on the research that we've done and the conversations that we've had, but I also want it to be conversational. At the end of the day, we want to hear from you. So I know there's the chat box. I will try to keep an eye on that. But if you have a burning question, or if I've skipped over something you think is important, please feel free to flag me down or jump in. So with that, I think we can skip to the next slide. And I'll start with some background. So the purpose has been to analyze existing knowledge of education outreach strategies, lessons learned, and data gaps that are relevant to the feasibility investigation. So as you know from your own experiences with communication, education outreach has a bit of a catch-22 where it needs to both inform the program and be informed by that program. So today's workshop is one of the ways we're working to establish that iterative process, pursuing a decision without jumping to any conclusions too fast. I like how Russ George framed it. We're not making summaries at this point. We're hearing things that are sometimes in conflict, and that's important, as important as the things that are in agreement. So we started our work in late spring of this year, and in June, we met with the Education Outreach Work Group at the tail end of their process. It was their last work group meeting. And they grappled with the how would we question. So how would we communicate a potential demand management program? And we've grappled with the how did they question. So how did other water conservation, efficiency, demand management programs conduct education and outreach? And then how can we apply what they've done to this process? So a little bit earlier today, there was some talk around this very theme. I think it was Jeff Myers wanted to learn from other demand management programs, such as in the San Luis Valley. And I will touch on some of that work that we've done in a minute. So with that, we can move to the next slide and we'll dive into our approach. So we started with a literature review, which is what we've been brought on to do. And we analyzed 10 articles and reports on relevant demand management projects. They were very interesting and they had a lot of detail, but they lacked detail around the strategies and tactics used for engaging and marketing. And from our education outreach perspective, how did you engage the stakeholders and then how did you market the program were two critical points for us to investigate a little bit further. So we followed that up with a series of program manager interviews. These focused on people with experience designing and managing demand management programs across the West. We interviewed in total 15 people from Nebraska to California with a focus on Colorado. And then 5 of these 15 interviewees were in municipal roles and or had an urban focus. Our interview questions focused on a few areas that could inform this demand management process. First, what outreach was done prior to program development? So how were stakeholders involved in the early decision-making? What motivates their participants to participate in the program? These programs were tailored for very specific contexts, and we wanted to know what was it about that program that made it appealing to someone on the ground to then participate. We wanted to know what specific strategies and tactics they used to market, engage, and communicate the program. And finally, we wanted to know what were their lessons learned in those education outreach efforts so that we can then apply that to this process here. So we can move to the next slide. The big question is what came out of it. It's nice to talk to people, but it's better to move the needle. So through these literature reviews, and then the series of interviews, we defined 3 objectives for education outreach, which are here on the screen, if a demand management program was determined to be state policy. So the first outreach objective on the left there would happen prior to program development. And this is engagement to develop and tailor that program to community needs. This is where the conversations around equity would fall in. How might equity inform project management across the state or even within basins? And then I liked how Casey had framed it in her introduction. How do we have a statewide program with some local flavor? The second and third objective, so in the middle and on the right, would happen after the development of a program. The second objective, it's sandwiched in the middle, but it is by far the most important of the objectives. How do you motivate participation in a demand management program? We could design the most technically perfect program, but if nobody signs up, then we're not managing any demand. So at the end of the day, what's actually going to get people through the application process and then participating in a meaningful way? And that third objective is the education objective. So what statewide discourse on the broad policy impacts and benefits need to happen in order to address some of the broader concerns and interests? This morning, we already have had a variety of conversations on this. The questions that we started off with, the legality of the program, some of the conversations around voluntary. These are all the types of conversations that we would expect to happen at a statewide level. I also want to highlight underneath each of those 3 arrows, we have defined audiences. And that is because one thing that we know from our experience and that we've heard through these interviews is that defined audiences will really mark a success or not. So we need to have tailored outreach for both municipal and agricultural audiences. Based upon the feedback of these interviews, we wanted to discuss some of the recommendations and discuss the critical takeaways for each of these objectives. But before that, I've thrown a lot of information at you in a very quick amount of time. So did anyone have any questions before I dive into some of these takeaways? All right, well, feel free to jump in or toss it in the chat box. So one of the critical takeaways for the first objective there, engagement to develop and tailor the program, is that municipal and agricultural interviewees were in agreement. Regardless of who we talked to, regardless of what context they were in, early and proactive engagement for both ag and muni contexts is critical to program success. So we've heard, the program itself should have fingerprints of the people who would be participating ingrained in its very design. In our municipal interviews, we heard an emphasis on tailoring programs using data, using highly targeted programs for very specific audiences. In programs in the past have been successful starting with a pilot and scaling up. In our agricultural interviews, we heard an emphasis on flexible, localized programs that meet local needs. So for some, the programs needed to have long-term stability. In other contexts, we heard, that short-term flexibility helps farmers move through their local goals. So the importance of having that localization at the program level. And then also in the ag settings, we heard from our interviewees that there's the importance of being engaged through a trusted local representative. So going back to the role of PEPO and being at the basin level, being that local face of a statewide effort and being trusted by the communities. So I'll sum that up with the takeaway for that first objective there is that it's important to design a program that can evolve and that's flexible and is meeting local needs. The second objective in the middle, and like I said, we've interviewed ag and municipal settings, and for this objective, we heard different types of input. This is where the needs between the two groups are different, and that they would participate in a program for very different reasons. From our municipal interviews, we've heard that municipal stakeholders are motivated to participate in water reduction programs for environmental benefit, for long-term water supply security, and for saving municipal resources. Additional drivers included simplicity of applications for homeowners, simplicity of program management for local utilities and governments, the simplicity of managing ongoing programs. For ag, it was quite different. Our interviewees emphasized that agricultural stakeholders are motivated to participate in programs because of individual financial stability over long term. So going back to that theme of kind of the 30-year, 20-year stability. By the choice to participate on their own terms and schedules. This was things like, maybe starting earlier in the year or holding off till later in the ag year. And then finally, by the short-term convenience and flexibility of the program. So in opposite, you've got the 20 or 30-year stability, but you might also have 2, 3, 4-year programs that provide farmers short-term flexibility. Additional drivers, again, were different than in municipal settings. This included trust in the program and in staff, and the perception of statewide participation. For agricultural stakeholders, it's important that this not be a burden that's only carried by agricultural communities. So the takeaway for this objective from our interviews was that the simplicity of the application is important, but most importantly, that a one-size-fits-all approach won't be successful. To motivate participation in the program needs to emphasize the benefits that are going to appeal to that specific targeted individual or community. Our final objective on the right, looking into the future once a program's defined and there's broader statewide interest, what is going to be needed around education on the broad policy impacts and benefits. This is a little bit different than our interviews. We didn't ask program managers, their thoughts on engaging broad statewide audiences, but we did define what those goals would be. So for the general public, the education goal would be to inform and educate them on demand management programs so that they have a better understanding of the risks and benefits that justify the state's investment in the program. For rights holders, water rights holders, the education goal would be to educate those holders on opportunities to participate first and foremost, but also to engage in dialogue, address their questions and concerns on impacts, and most importantly, provide process transparency. Nothing makes people more nervous than not really knowing what's happening. So we want to make sure that everyone who wants to be in the know is in the know. So before we move on to the next slide, I just want to really underscore that a perfect program without participants isn't going to work. And so the stakeholder engagement piece is really what's going to shape a program in a way that fits Colorado. We recommend that education outreach happen before, during, and after program development, and that there's a real emphasis on creating a program that's localized and appeals to the program users. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. And these are the open questions and priorities that we presented to the CWCB board. These are difficult questions. That's a lot of text up there, and I really want to underscore that they can't be answered in one afternoon, and we're not asking you to solve these issues today. These questions are going to require a lot more engagement, a lot more research, some intentionality, and probably some trial and error to define what's going to work. But I do want to put them in front of you, and then I'll ask you a couple follow-up questions in just a second. Our first open question here is around balancing flexibility and localization of a broader programmatic structure. So how can you have both the flexibility of a localized program and the rigidity of a program which has the primary purpose of ensuring compact compliance? Our second question is one of equity. What education outreach needs to happen to first encourage both municipal and agricultural participation, and second, assure stakeholders of that statewide participation, that this burden isn't being borne unfairly or unequitably. And then finally, we're looking towards participation, and then the key elements that encourage people to apply and then participate. So how do we incorporate stakeholder feedback and market the program in a way that builds trust and ultimately motivates actual program participation? So I know those are difficult questions, and we're not going to get them today. We won't get them answered today, sorry. But I do have two follow-up questions for the PEPO members here today. And the first is, do these questions seem right based on the presentation? we can of course revisit that as well. But are these questions right? And then I'm also interested to know kind of what are your gut reactions, your knee-jerk reactions to what we've got on the screen here. And so with that, I will hand it over to our PEPO members. And I have Elaine, Abby, Kelly, Casey, and DK. Do we have any other PEPO members on the call? Okay, perfect.
Patrick Stanko is a PEPO member.
Thank you.
And then Emily, this is Russ. I would add Robert Sakata, I believe is still on, and he is now officially on the working group for IBCC's the IBCC side of things proper.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so that list, not to put anyone on the spot, but we do want to take the rest of the hour and have more of a conversation. We can start with these open questions and priorities before diving deeper into PEPO's role. But any reactions?
Oops. Hi, it's Elaine.
Hi, Elaine.
I think it's hard to even address these questions until the demand management program is clearly defined by the roundtables and the CWCB. You know, to the first part of this Zoom meeting, you know, there was still a lot of uncertainty left with you know, we can't educate and do outreach programs if we're not clearly defined on if the program is going to happen, if it's feasible, what the parameters are around it. And then, you know, the equity concerns, well, that hasn't even been established. So how can education and outreach be useful to address equity concerns when we haven't even determined what that is? So I think, to me, in looking at this is the cart before the horse. I don't know if PEPO can tackle education and outreach around the demand management program about it being flexible, localized, until we have a really clear definition of what that program's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, I know in our basin, there's definitely a handful of people, you know, in the water world, in the roundtable, who know what the demand management program is, but I'm not sure a lot of the general public even know what the feasibility study is. I'm trying to bring that forward to figure out how we can educate people on what's going on and how important water is and what we need to do with it. But these are very hard questions right now to answer when
we don't
have a program.
Absolutely. And a follow-up question for you, is there a need at your basin level to be engaging or educating on demand management, or is it just not the pressing water issue to address at this time?
No, I think it needs to be addressed. I think it's very prominent in the roundtable discussions. We do get some public who do join, but it's the same public, you know, 20, 30, 20 people maybe max. And I'm trying, you know, how can we bring this topic and the importance of what is happening with our water scarcity, drought, fires, forest health, all these things. This has been a big goal of mine to bring to the public. So I would love to invite you guys, you know, maybe we could talk about this offline, but I am looking at doing a Zoom meeting that's going to tackle more than just Water 101 and water law, but I'm really wanting to do a big blitz to the general public to engage and learn more about all that has been happening. So yeah, I'd love some support in it and love to see how we can bring it out even at this level to the general public and, you know, get more engagement from them and understanding.
Aaron, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. And I think I'm going to add a little bit on to what Elaine said, just as a maybe a comment followed by a question. I hope there's a question in there. One of the other sticky problems with demand management, well, there's two that come to mind. One is we've named it something terrible that, you know, there's energy demand management, there's water demand management. It is not catchy. It is necessarily complicated. So I still want to figure out if there's a way to brand this whole suite of tools, demand management, dealing with shortage, all these different things are themselves important. Demand management is one option, maybe one of the most important, but certainly not the only option that we need to pursue to address water scarcity issues in the state. And the other piece that, yes, it's somewhat premature to talk about the specifics, but it's not premature to talk about the issues. And the other complicated issue we're running into is, well, we can't move forward without funding. And at least in Colorado, we're not going to get new funding unless the state recognizes the importance of this. And I know a number of us, I'm not sure who's still on this call, but have been talking about looking at a statewide opportunity to raise funding. I know the River District and the St. Brendan Left-Hand District are trying to educate their constituencies about the importance of water, not demand management, but the importance of water investments. So I'd love to think about how all of the work that you put into can be tailored to engaging the general public. Yes, the folks at the roundtables, but those folks are already much more educated than everybody else in the state, and kind of simplifying it to say, this is really important. Water is critical to your everyday life. It's part of the reason you live in Colorado economically, recreationally, quality of life, et cetera. And maybe focus less on the specific tools from an outreach perspective, and more on the issue and that we have a solution. So I'm just kind of curious how you think the work you're doing could fit into that, or if that's a totally separate project than what you've been tasked to work on.
Just to make sure I've recapped it better, there was a little bit on branding, but mostly you were wanting to focus on the issues. It might be too premature to talk about the program, but it's not too early to talk about the issues, and then tailoring that for engagement, particularly around fundraising. Did I get all that right?
Fundraising's maybe, I'm biased about that, but it's like, I don't know if Robert Cicada's on the call anymore. I don't have all the photos up, but every time he's on a panel, he wears the, essentially support farmers shirt. Water is important to grow your food, which is a simple message that everybody agrees with. And that's the kind of thing we should start with. Not just farming, but, water is important. Everybody in Colorado agrees, and making people realize water is important. There's a problem, we can fix it. And funding is one of the things that we need the public for, more so than the programmatic structure. Does that make sense?
Broad public support or buy-in. Yeah, so I guess there's a few pieces there. We can definitely look through our research and the interviews and brainstorm with the rest of the consultant team about how the demand management research that's being done applies to a broader public audience. We've targeted audiences that would be participating if the program was set up, and not necessarily audiences that would be critical to engaging around funding issues. And then your second question was about whether a broad public campaign would be within our current scope of work. And unfortunately, no, that wouldn't be within the way that we're looking at demand management at this point. But I do think it would be an important step to look at within the broader, at this current phase of demand management, maybe it doesn't fit in, but looking forward within the next year or two, where does that broader public buy-in need to fit in, and then what groundwork needs to be done before that? Does that answer your question, Aaron?
Yeah, it does. And thank you. I think part of it was me wanting to raise, there, Robert Cicada, no water, no food. Yeah, so it's partially just a commentary, but I think this is really great in figuring out how we can expand the pie. And I would love to hear from you all and others about just how can we market this better. Those of us on the call know what demand management is. The rest of the state, I mentioned earlier on this call, the climate roadmap for the state that talks about energy demand management. So it is itself a complicated term, and a term that is not easily defined because of all the various issue areas where it comes up. So thanks for responding, and thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, this is Jonathan, and I think if I understand it as well, Aaron, it's just sort of the, how does demand management fit within the sort of the larger need for both the public education to understand sort of the sort of where water fits in, the priorities, and thinking about how to communicate those in sort of in ways where people can hear it, less about the specific tools and more about the needs that water can provide, and sort of creating that outside of the roundtable and sort of water expert conversations to build that understanding. So what's the role of this program and how can it kind of dovetail with those efforts? I think that's useful for us to think about.
Abby, had you raised your
Excuse me.
hand?
Oh, sorry.
I think, Abby, had you raised your hand? If not, I'll let Casey go.
Oh, no, thank you, Emily. I lowered my hand because I think Aaron and the conversation subsequent to that addressed the concerns that I have. It's really the socializing of what a demand management program, and I agree, the marketing of it, the term is very wonky. It's something that most Coloradans don't know where their water comes from in the beginning, and then we're asking them to have a deeper understanding of what a demand management program might look like. So I think that the socializing and the education aspects of why water matters, where does it come from, what all does it support, there's a key first public step to bring that public along, as Aaron was talking about, with the larger funding issues. But really it starts with that water awareness and why are we worried? What's the why? And I keep coming back to, that's what people need to understand. It's the why. Why is water scarce? Why is it not abundant and infinite seemingly? And that folks need to come back to that stage, and then kind of rolling it back to Elaine's earlier comments. These are great questions that they're definitely tough with that, but I just think that there's some foundational bedrock that needs to be found and kind of laid first, before we can really dive into the greater meat on these questions.
Thank you, Abby. Casey?
Thank you so much. Well, and I'd like to also kind of bounce back to Elaine's initial comments and echo those. And Aaron, I'm so sorry, I have to admit that I'm not entirely sure what demand management means. And I try not to miss a lot of meetings, but for us on the East Slope, is it conservation? Is that all that it means? I'm glad that Lisa Darling is going to be part of the liaison group between PEPO and IBCC, because at least it's been my impression that we haven't talked much about demand management, at least at our roundtable level. So there's definitely a lot of groundwork that needs to be done, and I guess that goes back to the idea of a statewide basic message that we can then all build upon. So thanks for hearing me out.
Yeah, thank you, Casey.
Emily, this is Patrick. Sorry, I don't have a raise my hand feature. I evidently need to update my Zoom browser. One of the things that I've been sitting here looking at the main question, what education outreach program that'd be useful to address the equality concerns, this whole thing needs to be there needs to be a connector part to it. I'm going to get on the soapbox that Kelly's been on more recently about participation. Right, there needs to be sort of a connector part to it. If you could connect to a Western rancher for somebody in Denver to really know this is why the water is important, I think that would be helpful. Part of the work we do for the Community Ag Alliance is trying to be connectors to agriculture within the Yampa Valley. And that should probably be sort of brought out in the statewide area. It's just to start connecting the folks, connect the ranchers to the recreationalists to know why it's important for them that they want to recreate or float through their property and be able to get on their property to fish, etc. Right? That sort of needs to be sort of brought out in some of these questions and hasn't been talked about yet, but being able to connect people would be good. And then I saw that in the chat and I want to, put my hats off to the State Water Education Plan. I used it this year with the 5 key concepts in my print ads. And I also went to it for one print ad I did on demand or contingency planning. It wasn't demand management with the whole contingency plan, just to get it out there to our basins. So a lot of good work that WECO has done on that too. Thank you.
No, thank you, Patrick. Elaine, I'll come back to something, Patrick, about the connecting piece. So I'll return to you in just a minute. Elaine?
Just had a question when we're talking about the demand management program. So all the PEPO people are clear. Are we talking about the voluntary, compensated, and temporary for irrigation or water users to give up a portion of their water rights to go into the Powell River or the Lake Powell Bank? Is that what we're talking about on these questions?
For the purposes of compact compliance.
Right, and the purpose. So with that, in just the last comments on, you know, the bridge between recreation and farmers and stuff, that is very important, but does that relate to the specific demand management program and what kind of education we want to enlist in public to know, why conservation is important, why we have water scarcity, and why this program is even being considered in the feasibility study. So I think we might be talking about two different, what I'm hearing may be wrong, but it sounds like two different discussions.
And Elaine and Emily, so I can just jump in just very briefly, just maybe a couple clarifying remarks, hopefully. I think that part of the issue we have with demand management and communications around demand management is that that phrase has been used a lot to describe a lot of different types of things. And so I certainly have been thinking a lot about how we can be more specific about what we're talking about in the Colorado River Basin, you know, the demand management storage agreement, where that all comes from and what it could be, in contrast to more general conservation efforts that might have other purposes. So the demand management storage agreement, which was part of the drought contingency plan, is an agreement, and it's federal law that allows the upper division states, just like you said, to set up a demand management program if we all determine it's feasible. That would give us space in Powell to store water that is conserved as part of that program. And then the Upper Colorado River Commission, which is just the upper division states, would be the only entity that could determine if and when to release that water, and it could only be done for compact compliance purposes. So it's kind of like, I think people have said a rainy day fund, but you know, a drought day fund. So we're essentially saving it up so that we don't end up in the situation of compact curtailment or compact administration rather in the Colorado Basin. We've never been there. But you know, what we're doing now is still trying to figure out whether demand management might be a tool to be able to help us with that. We don't know yet. It's not a foregone conclusion. And I think that there is a lot of discussion around different types of conservation and referring to it as demand management or equating sometimes, I think, curtailment with demand management. And we try to be really careful when we're talking about this specific brand of demand management that it would, first of all, have to put more water in the river, right? It would have to get to Powell. So it couldn't just be types of conservation that wouldn't do that, that wouldn't put more water in the river that we can then kind of store up. And it would be specifically in an effort to avoid curtailment. And it would be temporary, voluntary, and compensated. And people would only participate if they choose to do so. So that's kind of the framework we're working within. But I think that there is a messaging, this highlights the messaging issue we have, one of them around it. So.
Right, thanks. That's what I understand it totally to be. And I'm just trying to put the pieces together about that with what we're talking about here and what some other PEPO members are talking about, you know, who may not know much about the demand management program. I'm very entrenched in it, know about it. And so then with that, how do these questions and priorities relate to public, and what is the message we actually want to bring to the public? That's what I'm trying to get clarity on. At the roundtable and people are in the know about it. But if we're asking how can a potential demand management program be flexible and localized and all these, I'm just going back to on the outreach and education. What do we want to bring to the public? What exactly are the education and outreach to them with regards to demand management.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
It does, and it's some of the broader questions we've been working with is who is the target audience, first
Right.
and foremost for messaging, and the top stakeholder would be participants. And this brings in with a comment Patrick had made a little bit earlier around connecting people and making sure that the right people are being engaged.
Right.
And I want to turn that around and ask you all who should be engaged, who should be outreached to, and then what the role of PEPO might be in that. I do want to recognize Kelly, Melly, Patrick, and Aaron have raised their hands. And so I guess we'll start with Kelly, whether or not you braid into this theme of audiences and who needs to be engaged with or outreach to in PEPO's role. We can always come back to that, but I want to make sure you have a chance to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually my comments do relate to that. I think as Patrick mentioned, there's definitely this kind of urban rural divide. How we communicate with those different audiences is very, very different. I think here in rural Colorado and on the West Slope, our roundtable members, they really are liaisons for this a very nuanced subject matter. So the more that we have them educated and informed, I think the more we'll have a clear message, or at least we'll have a community that's ready to receive that clear message. But I think it's important that we hear from some really key messengers on the subjects. And what I'll say is a lot of our roundtable members confound demand management with compact administration. And so that's why I propose cloning Russ George so that he can participate at least once in all of our roundtables to kind of help clarify some of that. And I realize we may also have to clone Director Ryan, and he may need to come to all of our Basin roundtables to kind of explain the nuance between the two and where they overlap. And when our roundtable members are more informed, they're better equipped to translate some of this information to the rest of the community. And then if those, if the community's hearing messages that are, some sort of marketing messages, whatever we put out there through whatever media form, at least then they know who to go to ask for clarification and whether they should care about it or not. That's just how it works out here. I'm sure it is very different on the other side of the divide and in the bigger urban areas. So again, I think tailored message, rural urban divide, being very clear with it, and I think this is especially for the general public, being very clear about what the problem is. What is water scarcity? What does that look like? What are the risks? That might be as far as we can go with most of our audience. Once we start going down the rabbit hole of what demand management is and isn't, that might get a little bit tricky to market. But again, this is all a little cart before the horse, because we may not quite be ready to be marketed to. We're not quite sure what we're marketing. So anyway, thank you.
No, that was helpful, Kelly. It reminded me of what I heard in the interviews, is that trusted representative who is accessible, who people know. I had interviewed someone in the San Luis Valley, and she swore that one reason she was successful is because people knew her first name, knew where to find her. So that's it's very helpful input. Thank you. Melly, you had raised your hand as well.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm a little bit outside of this conversation, have not been very involved in the whole communication aspect of this. So my question may be a little too primitive here. And but I'm still trying to get my arms around what the goal of communication is, because sometimes I'm hearing this conversation and it sounds like a lot of the same themes and things that we talk about when we're trying to get the Front Range to use less water outdoors. So conservation means don't use as much water. So that targets a certain audience for a particular purpose. We live in an era where we're bombarded by information all the time. So, you know, I think that that's what are we asking people to do? Why are we educating them? Are we just dumping a whole bunch of information to feel good about it, or do we want them to do something? And I think that in some ways frames, you know, what the goal of the communication, frames what that communication should be and who you should target. So maybe all of this has been thought through and has been analyzed and is part of it, and I just don't know about it. So I'm sorry if that's the case.
No, and if it's helpful, we can go back 2 slides and look at the 3 objectives, which I think is answering your question here. What is the goal and what do we want them to do? The first goal was to localize programs. So what we want them to do is we want these stakeholders to inform what this demand management program might look like. What would work, what wouldn't work, what is completely off limits, what would be something they get excited about or buy-in. The second goal was to motivate participation. So here what we want them to do, what the messaging would be for, is to get them signed up and enrolled in the program. The third objective was this broader statewide public discourse. And if you think of it as a pyramid where participation is most important, this statewide discourse would be the least pressing of the goals, but probably the most time intensive in some ways, because you're going to get so many types of questions about water rights, about secondary impacts, economic impacts. And for those, I would leave questions about that to Amy or the other consultants. But in terms of communication, what we're asking them to do is essentially just support a program in its existence. There's no immediate call to action, if that makes sense.
So does that, okay. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. And I understand that at a high level, but I'm trying to figure out what that looks like and who you're talking to. And in plain terms, I mean, the second portion, when you're talking about, participation, then you're talking to people that own water rights that may be willing to participate in this kind of thing. That third one, it may be that what you're after is that you want people to agree to some sort of statewide ballot or something like that. But I just, I guess the way I think the goals need to be a little bit more refined, because people need to understand why you're asking them the questions and why you're talking to them about it in some ways. Because if not, again, I get bombarded by information all the time, and it's very important information, but there's just so much that I can absorb. If you don't make it relevant to me, if you're not asking me to do something specific, or if it's not something that may impact me negatively or positively, I'm not likely to respond a whole lot. And I don't know that I'm unusual.
If it's okay, maybe I can just jump in briefly. I think, Melanie, that you've really highlighted one of the struggles that we have with the demand management communications piece, because, and this question came up in the education and outreach work group is, are we communicating about what we're doing right now, or are we communicating about a potential program? Are we trying to get people enrolled in a program, or are we, and I guess from my perspective, what we're doing now and probably in the near future is trying to make sure that all the people who are interested have up-to-date, accurate information about what the state is doing with respect to demand management. That, and again, we're kind of in an awkward time right now in this moment because we're between the 2019 work plan and whatever the board's going to adopt next. I think we'll have a little bit more material to fill that out once we have a new work plan going forward. But at that point, again, I think that the goal from my perspective will be to make sure whoever needs to hear it is getting this up-to-date, accurate information. Meanwhile, I do think it's worthwhile to look at, if we were to set up a program, we're not there yet, but if we were to set it up, how do we motivate people to get engaged, to potentially participate? How do we make sure people know about it, that kind of thing? But I think those are really two different categories of issues and communications needs. And I think it is helpful to be clear about what it is that we're asking from people at various points in this. So I do think that the November, the discussion that we'll have at the November board meeting and beyond might help set us up a little bit better with that first question. That's all I wanted to contribute.
No, and thank you, Amy. And I'll note we can come back to this. Jayla just put a very astute comment in the chat box, so thank you for that, Jayla. And I do want to hand this over to Jonathan in just a minute to discuss PEPO's role moving forward. But first, I want to make sure that Pat gets a chance to talk, followed by Aaron.
All right, thank you. Boy, this has been a really good discussion from my perspective. And let me see if I can tie a couple themes together here, starting with where I think some points Kelly was emphasizing. It seems to me like it's probably premature to talk about, a demand management program, what it would look like, how people would participate. I think you've got to go all the way back to probably wrapping up or having an education program that's focused on water scarcity and the various elements of water scarcity in general, and why it's important to the average consumer, water user, water rights holder, you name it, a broad stakeholder base, and just start with the most basic building blocks. Our experience, my day job is working for Colorado Springs Utilities, and as the second largest municipal water provider in the state, and also a Forest Service utility, we struggle significantly with bandwidth because we have energy, gas, and wastewater services as well. So reaching even our community can be a challenge with utility messages. So it's really important to have other trusted resources and information channels out there to help communicate along with us. And I think what we've learned is that it's been a challenge to separate or to communicate the difference in between everyday water conservation, drought response during a near-term shortage like we may be heading into this next year, demand management, which is maybe more of a decadal program or trend, responding to a 20-year drought on the Colorado River system as a whole. And then, taking all of these concepts and saying they may look the same, but the implications are very far different, and they have different timeframes, different impacts, different stakeholders that need to be involved. But I think it all comes back to water scarcity as a central theme, and getting people to understand what it means to them and how they can help. And then in regards to localized programs, I think it's very important to custom tailor those programs, urban versus rural, or based on where you live. But it's also really important to tie it back to, hey, this is the community you live in, but you're part of a larger system, and you share this water with 40 million people, and the actions you take are connected throughout the Colorado River Basin and have impacts on the entire ecosystem and population. And then what I think is really would be helpful from my standpoint is having educational resources and experts out there to help reinforce points and bring credibility to local experts. That's particularly important for boards and elected officials. When we do our water resource planning, it's very helpful for us to say, what we're attempting here with it, let's say an ATM or something is consistent with the goals of the Colorado Water Plan. And our boards and elected officials will go and read or scan the water plan, and being able to maintain that consistency, or say, we're not doing this in a vacuum. Other experts are seeing these trends and they're bringing these resources to the table, and we're all aligned, is hugely important for building that credibility at the local level that what we're talking about, we're being thoughtful, we're planning, and it's backed up by the science and other experts in the water community. So those are kind of the thoughts I had listening to this great conversation and really good discussion.
Thank you, Pat. That was really good. The consistency piece, but also that systems approach to communicating and stepping back even all the way to just water scarcity as an issue. Aaron, I think you were the last of the hand raised.
I agree with Pat. I think that's absolutely right, that we need to both start from the beginning and kind of explain why water scarcity is an issue. I said this earlier. And also, I mean, everything that Amy said earlier is spot on for the details, but I don't want to overwhelm the public with that level of detail. I think we have to kind of step back. There's definitely an audience for everything that Amy just said, and many of those are the roundtables and folks involved here, and we shouldn't lose that because the particulars are really important in how this thing will be implemented. But I do think we need to start now with building broad support for something, for addressing water scarcity, whether it's demand management, whether it's, I don't even know, I could make things up, conservation mandates, nobody wants that, but whatever it is, we need to get the public engaged, recognizing that this is important, recognizing that it's an issue. So I think we kind of need to do two parallel tracks of education with different levels of specificity. So I think I agree with Pat. So thanks, Pat.
It makes my notes easier too.
It's a good segue into the sort of the question, which is given that, and thanks, I would agree with Patrick in terms of the discussion and the sort of the challenges associated with communicating demand management, both in terms of the specificity as well as at large. And, you know, one of the things that we want to do here is to know sort of where does PEPO want to be involved? What do you, given that that what we've talked about thus far, what are some of the ways in which you would want to see to being involved in terms of the, and if we could switch this slide to the next one. There you go. So you see the three questions here. Your role both at the basin and the state levels around this. How do you want to engage and be engaged? And, you know, in terms of this, you know, general support of communication with CWCB and your communities. And so we wanted to take just a few more minutes. We're running short of time, and we've talked a little bit about this already, but particularly for PEPO's members associated with this, which is, you know, for you all, how do you want to be engaged and to engage, and what's PEPO's role? So just wanted to have a short discussion about that here before we wrap up. So again, for PEPO members, really appreciate your sense about where do you see your role both at the basin and the state levels around particularly demand management, recognizing that we're talking about broader issues of scarcity, that it's hard to communicate about a program that's not yet established, those kind of things. And, you know, I think the intent here is really to engage you, PEPO, because we know that your important role in helping to obviously around, you know, participation and education and outreach. So, so really sort of in the last few minutes of our time with you, what do you think about what's PEPO's role? How do you want to engage and be engaged? When we saw this time frame, I was worried that was going to be right after lunch. But go ahead, Elaine. Go ahead, Elaine.
I thought I'd start it off. I think we mentioned this earlier. It would be great if we all had the same message. Like if somebody could come up and create kind of some talking points for us about water scarcity, the importance of water, how it affects each of our basins, and, you know, the lead into what demand management is without all of its specificity. And then if we all have that same information, then maybe all of the PEPO groups, you know, we can offline get together and go, okay, what are some strategies we can have to you know, what involvement do we want? How do we bring this to the roundtables? excuse me, to see what and how we do a public outreach on just that, to make the awareness of our water situation. I mean, a lot of people are aware, but maybe not to the detail of what we're all talking about.
Yeah, but you're talking about having talking points related to a lead into why are we talking about demand management, and how do we kind of set the stage for that without getting into the specifics. And that would be helpful for you and PEPO's role. And then that as sort of as a group, then you may start thinking about some specific strategies, whether they be statewide or basin specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, as long as we all have the same message and we're all on board with the same communication efforts.
Good, thank you. Others?
I think Abby raised her hand.
Sorry, I'm looking at chats and hands. Go ahead, Abby.
Thanks. No, there's a lot of screens going on for sure. So just to add in to Elaine's list, I feel that, certainly for the Colorado Basin Roundtable, there's been a robust demand management engagement, even a sub-work group. So we're very aware. So I appreciate the statewide message talking points. And I feel that, and again, just very early in my PEPO role, but I feel that to be able to use PEPO as a bridge, from the basins to the CWCB and vice versa, just as a conduit of information giving and receiving, I think that would be really helpful to just kind of facilitate these, again, giving and receiving conversations and seeing how we can inform each of these processes.
Yeah. Yeah, this concept I think has been discussed for much of the day, which is this concept of a bridge, and how do you bridge from basin to the CWCB and vice versa related to that. Okay, that's good. Others? I'm not going to call out every one of PEPO members like Emily did, but give you an opportunity, please, to share kind of how you see PEPO's role, both basin, state levels, how you want to engage and or be engaged. This is sort of really helpful discussion. And if there's the communication support we've already talked about, some statewide talking points associated with that, that might be really helpful.
I think Kelly's raised her hand.
Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's good for us to always take a quick read of House Bill 1177 to remember why we exist. And just taking a look at it real quick, the IBCC developed PEPO to, quote, create a process to inform, involve, and educate the public on the Interbasin Compact Committee's activities and progress of the Interbasin Compact negotiations, and to create a mechanism by which public input and feedback can be relayed to the IBCC and Compact negotiators. So whatever that mechanism looks like, I think that's where our individual PEPO groups could use some help. If there's, obviously we have those two-way conversations within our basin, but I think it's also important that we have a standardized mechanism across the state so that nobody feels left out. So that can help.
Can you say a little bit more about the mechanism, a standardized mechanism, just what you're thinking there?
I actually am not thinking. It's just what we're called to do. And so maybe that's what we could use some guidance on and what that could look like. Okay.
Which is help to sort of identify specifically what that mechanism could look like, particularly around this topic. Yeah.
Looks like Mallory. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, I don't know if my other PEPO committee members feel the same way. Be curious.
Yeah.
It looks like Mallory raised her hand.
Please, Mallory.
Y'all can go on to discuss what you're saying. I had new topics. I didn't have an answer to what we're currently discussing.
And we only have a few minutes left here, so unfortunately we won't sort of be able to get into sort of maybe further discussion, and I think if I'm understanding my time is literally 2 minutes. So so a couple more thoughts about roles and how you want to be engaged just quickly before we wrap up this section.
Okay, thank you. One thing back from the old set of questions with motivation, I took a climate change action class, and one of the main learning points from that is that if the goal's too small, we feel like we're already doing it, and if the goal's too large, we feel hopeless and helpless. So I feel like many of our water users have the basics of turn off the water while you're washing your hands and brushing your teeth, take shorter showers. And then there's the huge like worldwide shortage of water. I think one way that we can engage in a way that's motivational is to have those medium goals that are achievable from people. And I think one of the main starting points would be to like restrict our overconsumption. I feel like we can tie direct actions from single-use plastics into our climate change, which then leads to drought. If we can empower people to, in their daily lives, take control and use their passions instead of being downtrodden by hopelessness, to motivate them in that way.
Great. Thank you. And Amy, I think we're at, and Emily, I think we're at 2:30, and I don't want to poach on the rest of the agenda for today. So I'll turn it to you if in terms of, I think that there are other opportunities, both in terms of the chat, if you have ideas, additional ideas about PEPO's role, about engagement or being engaged, and what might help to support the communication. Sort of a couple of things, specifics that came out of here in terms of statewide messaging associated with sort of why demand management, and where does that fit into sort of the larger issues of water conservation and scarcity and conservation. That's really helpful. Amy and Emily, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I'll just make a final comment. I'll put my email in the chat if you go on a walk after this and have a stroke of genius and feel like you need to share that idea. Feel free to email or give us a call, and we'll make sure to include that comment with the rest of the consultant team.
Thank you so much to Emily, Jonathan, and Amy. And I know that all this input collectively will be rolled back up and ultimately provided back to our board as well. And I think is good fodder for future conversations at IBCC and PEPO. And I mean, I just in reading some of these chat comments and listening into this kind of take it back to the basics reminds me that however we frame things up, there may just be, and I think there certainly is, and whether it's the roundtables or groups like WECO that do this, but just a constant need to kind of revisit the basics and remind people. We see it all the time as well, and roundtable turnover and the questions that come in and just kind of revisiting things. There's certainly nothing wrong with that. I mean, we have to bring people up with us and make sure that they understand the basics before we kind of take the deep dive in the pool. So thank you all for the great comments. We will be thinking on that and processing that. So maybe just moving on, I know we've got about 28 minutes left, and I will do my best to kind of guide us through those discussions. It will probably cut down on some of the engagement, but I think that I think we're all probably wanting to get out of here on time after being in an all-day meeting. So I will do my best to get us there. And then, of course, as Emily said, whether it's this issue or anything else, the conversation doesn't stop just because this meeting does. And my door is always open, and my phone, many of you have my cell or can always email me as well. So I did want to just talk a little bit about integrating education and the BIPs, mostly because I think this is a very opportune time. And some of you that are on the phone have talked to me about how we integrate any number of issues. I think we've heard a lot today. I know it was brought up a few times by Director Brown and others about just how we integrate things like forest health. And I wanted to kind of just walk through a little bit high level where we're at with water planning and specifically kind of touch on education. So if you can click on the next slide. This is just a note to say that this is a slide we've shown many times. We are in the middle of the Basin Implementation Plan updates, as well as really kind of at the start of the water plan update itself. Some of this tracks together. So the Basin Implementation Plans are set to wrap up at the end of 2021 and really have drafts kind of in that June timeframe of 2021. And then we will be in that same window working on starting to draft the water plan update. So right now we're kind of in a scoping phase. And I would just make a quick note that I don't want to lose, and I really want you all to take to heart that, through a lot of this kind of just scoping of the BIP update and what that should be, and when we had the implementation working group and we talked with roundtables, it was very much on our minds. I think we got a lot of feedback of how to integrate education into those. So, the education action plans are kind of these standalone pieces, but they can certainly more formally be brought into the Basin Implementation Plans, and certainly the projects, as that's been a huge focus, is let's get projects with good data that are ready to go. Not all projects are going to have a shovel, and that's true for environmental projects, it's true for planning efforts, it's true for education and outreach in many cases. So I just want to not lose sight of that. So let me dive into the next slide here a little bit, just into the immediates of the planning phase. Just as you're going, and I'll call out that Engage CWCB, Sam, maybe you could pop that into the chat just so people can look at it if they want, but on engagecwcb.org, a lot of these details, just even on the water plan update, links to the next steps panel that we had at Water Congress, and that video is actually online. So if you're curious of where we're at, some of this is already made available. And I know there was a question in the chat. Certainly all these slides and now this recording and our notes will be made available in the next couple of weeks too for everybody to reference. We are in this phase 1 scoping on the water plan level. So as the basins are working to do their BIP updates, we're also seeing a need as staff to kind of revisit where are we at with our actions? Where are we at with the objective measures? What might need to be updated? And how do we make sure that happens? Where are there opportunities that we need to elevate some conversations that maybe have this kind of cross-cutting theme element, such as forest health, such as some of the equity issues, and certainly education being one of those. Kat, if you click one more time, there are 3 main work groups that we're kind of focusing on. When I say work group, I mean really kind of staff-led initiatives, but just looking at the municipal, so really, where are we at with reuse, conservation, land use, and what are the opportunities? What are the areas that we need to think about innovating, and how do we have those conversations? With agriculture, a lot on kind of discussions I think have been some public too, I know, with the CAWA board on, what make for good ag metrics, and what are the things that we should be looking at to really support ag in this water plan? What are the stories we need to tell? And then watershed being a category that's really more inclusive. We're thinking about a bit of a rebranding to broaden it out, but we've talked so much about environment and recreation, and then forest health, and kind of giving a nod that those things are really in the same bucket. Of course, all these things overlap and integrate. ATMs, for example, are something that touch on municipal needs, agricultural needs, and can have an environmental benefit as well. But in the category of watershed, really just thinking about how do we more, holistically think about environment and rec, as well as forest health issues. So staff are noodling in these areas, and we're kind of doing some ad hoc calls to get some input as we develop ideas or have questions. And Kat, I think if you do one more click, some of the opportunities to kind of highlight where we're at that we see is, again, it is the 5-year anniversary of the water plan in November. Part of the Engage CWCB website, thank you, Sam, for posting that in the chat, is really to kind of provide that space. And as we talked about earlier, provide a place where you can share your stories on the good work you're doing. Certainly, those education stories are very important to tell, and we would love to see people taking advantage of that platform to kind of share their story. At Water Congress, or at least in that time pocket, depending on what happens with Water Congress, but in that January timeframe, we see kind of having some maybe one-pagers out that might really give a nod to where some of the ideas and some of the big direction we think we might be headed, and then really working to kind of refine that with some conversations with our board, and maybe concluding with some more public listening sessions in that June timeframe. So this scoping phase is really this first 9-month effort that effectively takes us from now to June. And then second phase, next, if you click, Kat, you can go ahead and click that one more time as well. The next phase is really when we start drafting. So idea here being that we waited, I don't want to say we waited, but certainly the first water plan was a huge lift. There's a lot of input along the way. We also got 30,000 comments at the end. And so we don't want to wait until we put out that public draft, and then that's the only comments we have, and maybe people feel like they had a more limited role in shaping it. I know there were a lot of input around just, maybe the objective measures, for example, kind of coming in near the end and people not feeling that they had as much of a buy-in into those pieces. So I don't think there's a badge and honor of saying that we got, 30,000 comments or 40,000 comments. I would certainly like to have that much engagement, but I'd also like to bring people along with us. So the idea is that we're in this scoping phase now to really kind of be more transparent, try to get some input, be collaborative before we start drafting. So that next drafting phase would really kind of be from that next July, and really kind of starting with a report to our board on where we're at and getting some more board feedback. And then we would be coordinating primarily with our board, working with the legislature, again, highlighting those water Congress opportunities for summer and winter water Congress, or making our own opportunities if something changes with water Congress, or we want to make sure that there's more availability to attend these meetings outside of having to pay for an event. We will be working to kind of keep people informed about the progress we're making, and really utilize this website to share any drafts that we, or get any feedback as we move along the process. And then that third phase, Kat, if you click again and click, yeah, there you go, thank you. That third phase is really just the finalizing phase. So this is that more formal process of, now we have a 90%, maybe 95% draft. We'll put that out there for public comment, and then really actively looking to get feedback on that, in written feedback, and really shape and refine that final product that we would have out at the end of the year. Some opportunities there, I think, that I wanted to highlight, especially for this group, that we maybe don't talk about all the time, but a lot of you have talked about Water Education Colorado and their role. We have been partnering with them on this concept of Water 22, and I'm going to dig into that in a second. But outside of the public comment, I think there's going to be lots of opportunity for kind of celebrating water and having a more active role. I think as PEPO starts to plan around how they might engage them in that effort, I think there will be a lot of rich space to have a lot of the kinds of conversations that we've been talking about here today. So that next slide, I might just highlight this Water 22 concept. So again, for some of you will remember Water 2012, which was an effort that was put on by WECO under their former name. But it was, at that time I was on the municipal side, and I thought it was a really neat way to just offer opportunities. I saw a lot of people really latch on from the public of, groups that maybe didn't really always reach out to us, asking for presenters to come talk to them. Or there were some neat things done around book clubs, and trying to get kids educated and learn and thinking about water in different ways. At that time, 2012 was the 75th anniversary of things like the River District, CWCB, Northern Water. So this would be 10 years on. So we'd be looking at the 85th anniversary of those groups, including our own, as well as there's some other neat anniversaries in there. It'd be the 20th anniversary of the 2002 drought, which I really look at as kind of kicking off a lot of the water policy we have today, and really leading up to the water plan. And it would be the 100th anniversary of the Colorado River Compact. So just a lot of neat synergies, including the update to the water plan in 22. And I just wanted to highlight this as something that maybe is that thing as we're planning over these next couple of years, that we can really get some good synergies around. Next slide. The other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit is something that you guys have all highlighted here today. I heard several times, is just SWEEP and the Statewide Water Education Action Plan, and WECO's support for that. Just so we're all on the same page, I think WECO has done a phenomenal job with getting this out there. It looks great. It's very detailed. It's an excellent product, and it's one that we help support, and it certainly fits the bill of supporting actions that are in the water plan. It provides a common and strategic framework that people are welcome to use, and I know that many of you are doing that. I think Kelly had noted that she has found it, and Patrick, really helpful. It's one of many tools that are out there to use, and we're often in that position at CWCB of not promoting one way to do things. In fact, I think we hear that a lot from you all. Don't tell us the one way we have to do it. Let us choose. That being said, I just want to acknowledge Water Education Colorado's great work. in this space and their ongoing support for this. I know they've reached out to many of you on PEPO and are willing to continue to play that role as you would like to utilize that, and certainly appreciate their partnership with the Water 22 effort, and I'm really excited where that goes. Next slide. Well, actually, before I go to the next slide, Jayla, I know you've been very active in the chat, and I wanted to at least maybe give you one opportunity if you had a thought here that you wanted to add.
Hey, Russ, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And Water 22, as you mentioned, Russ, is actually an identified strategy that's part of the statewide water education action plan. And we are working to establish a steering committee to guide that effort. And we plan to meet at least monthly throughout 2021 to plan those activities. So please message me if you are interested in being part of that. And then SWEEP is just, many of you, the PEPO liaisons, were part of creating this. So I want to acknowledge that. We absolutely worked with a statewide coalition of educators to put this together. And we're really excited about bringing it to life and continuing to activate this plan. So we certainly want it to be something that is effective and utilized. So we appreciate that support from the CWCB and providing that funding and in continuing to highlight this as a resource. And Scott Williamson is also here. We've been listening along, and so he's the project manager for SWEEP, and I encourage you to reach out to him as well. I'll put both of our email addresses in the chat. Thanks, Russ.
Thank you so much. We want to keep to the time, so I'll just go to the next slide here. One thing that we're looking at a lot, and I wanted to call attention to this for this group specifically, because I think you guys might have some good ideas, and certainly it's the right time to really be thinking about this. But as we look at our water plan objectives, you know, there's kind of a sprinkling of years of which these major objectives come due. For better or worse, there's, you know, they kind of range from 2020 out to 2050, and there's some in between at 2025 and 2030. One of those that comes due in 2020 this year is around education. And Kat, I'm not able to read this slide that well. If you could, can you read what it says? Actually, I zoomed in. So to improve the level of public awareness by 2020, and then we have this kind of secondary goal to really engage Coloradans on some key water challenges by 2030. Maybe one of those water challenges is really going to be this emerging discussion around demand management, wherever that heads. So keep that in mind, but I am really cognizant of, you know, our goals don't stop. Just like, you know, Greg Johnson used to say, we were working on the water plan before there was a water plan, and that's certainly true for all of you. You know, the water plan helps codify and set some concrete goals around things, but once these goals are, you know, quote unquote completed, there will be, you know, new road to pave, and we'll need to do that together. So I would encourage you, as we think about this 2020 goal, to engage Coloradans. How do we expand upon that? How do we build? What are the actions that we want to think about around there? So please, as you are planning and have thoughts, don't be shy about emailing me. And we have kind of been talking a little bit too with Jayla and Scott about, you know, how we can kind of track what's going on with education across the state and work together. So appreciate those of you. I know there were some comments about partnering with WECO, and we certainly always consider them as partners. Next slide. So we've got about 15 minutes left, and these are the questions I wanted to tee up for you. A lot of that was really just to say, please feel empowered to bring education back to the BIPs. You know, it can't be a zero in any of the BIPs. We need to talk about education. We need to talk about it, and we need to think about outside of the box and think about how we can do better. And that's honestly true for everything, whether we're talking about ag, muni, environment, those big issues, or some of those cross-cutting themes about equity or education or forest health. How can we be doing better? What have we done well so far? What do people not know that we're doing? How can we highlight the challenges and the opportunities? So please, maybe the best way to frame this up is, since we only have a few minutes, I'd really wanted this to be a bit of a back and forth here, but please take back to your basins, you know, to think about if the topic of how education or the education action plans hasn't come up yet, bring that up. I mean, it's important. It needs to be included, and now's the right time to be talking about that. We talked about projects. If you have education projects, bring those forward. That's absolutely, you know, part of the good work that needs to be showcased and seen. I think you know, even when it comes to the wildly important goals of the governor and the WIG that we have around water, it's certainly, as is encapsulated in that one pager, important to see a variety of projects that really embrace the full spectrum of the water plan and the objectives that are in the water plan. And education is one of those. And help us think, and I would welcome any feedback, whether that comes now or in the chat, or as you're going back to your roundtables. And I think you've been very fair and honest about that today. But what could we be doing better? And I would challenge you to say, what could we collectively be doing better? We get a lot of comments, and we've heard some comments on this call of things that maybe we could be doing better as staff. And I'm always open to that. There's always, none of us are ever doing it perfect, and I want you to call me out when you think we could be doing something better. But I would also challenge you to say, almost echoing Jim Yon's comments earlier, as IBCC members, as PEPO members, what's your role in helping us spread the information? If people aren't hearing the message, if the message is confusing, funnel that information back to us and work with us on how we can refine it and work together as a team, because we can't do it alone. I always say it's not bottom up or top down. We have to meet in the middle, and I think we shine when we do that. And I would really love to embrace that partnership and work with you guys to collectively do a better job. So maybe the last question that I'll open it up for in our last 10 minutes, if you click the next slide, Kat, is really just thinking about this future visioning. How did today go? How are you all feeling about this reintegration and maybe energizing of PEPO? It seems to be more important than ever. I think we've heard that from Russ, George, and many of you. But should we continue to have these kind of joint meetings? Does it make sense to continue to have PEPO kind of as a partner on the same day, or try to strengthen this connection? Do you have other ideas? What are your hopes as we move forward? And please feel free to raise your hands, add that in the chat, or just pipe in here. Kelly says, we broken record, but we need capacity and money to implement our education plans. That's fair. And I think money is a topic that we've heard a lot about today on many levels, and certainly input that we're taking back. Any other comments, Sam? Are you seeing any hands raised?
Looks like Melly just raised her hand.
Go ahead, Melly.
Yeah, I was trying to type it. I wasn't typing fast enough. In terms of your question, should we have combined meetings? That may be a good idea once in a while, but I think we need to really understand what the work plan for the IBCC will be before making commitments to spend a big chunk of the IBCC time that meets only 3 times a year on this. It may be that we can tack on in every meeting a conversation about it and understand what the work groups are working on and maybe provide some input. But I think we really do need to understand what else is in the IBCC's plate before planning any more combined meetings. It's just my opinion.
Good input, Melly. And I didn't mean to imply that, they always have to be attended by both groups. I think certainly now that we have that strengthened connection, which was so important today. And again, really appreciate Lisa and Robert stepping up to be that. So you're right, maybe the IBCC portion could be a report out. Of course, PEPO members are always welcome to come to IBCC meetings, but currently we have only had PEPO meetings really tied more to Water Congress. So if we have 3 meetings for IBCC, we've typically had just 2 meetings for PEPO. I'm wondering a little bit if it makes sense to, at least in keeping this coordination going, to and also given our online format and Water Congress being spread out over weeks and not confined to maybe a week or a few days, if maybe for now it makes sense to at least try to plan these out and have that same certainty for PEPO members of when we would meet. If that's something that's desirable, maybe you could all think about that. I think Sam is going to put a doodle poll in the chat, and we will send that out by email as well, of just future meeting dates for IBCC. So PEPO members, if you're feeling that that would also be a good time to go ahead and kind of also have PEPO meetings, whether we do it combined or not, let me know, fill that out. Elaine asked a very astute question here. What are the next steps? Will we receive some information about statewide messaging? I think we, as always, are evolving those next steps and would be looking to continue this conversation. I think that we need to identify what that state messaging should be and looks like. And I'm very encouraged and really would like to get the full PEPO membership. I know Bethany had some really strong thoughts about this, about how we could share resources and what that state messaging needs to be. I think we heard a lot today about breaking it down to basics and maybe kind of starting there. Would we have, so many of you are doing these amazing videos. We heard a lot about that today. Should those be centrally housed somewhere? Can we do a better job of promoting those or having a shared resource around videos or podcasts or a newsletter? I know Kelly had some very good thoughts about just where do we go to get information? We've really tried to do a better job, I think, than ever, maybe of just pushing information out to all chairs and sharing that with the board and sharing that with IBCC when there's kind of a sequence of big messages. And yet, maybe there are smarter ways that we could do that where people can more readily get information. How do we engage PEPO on helping us push that out, or IBCC members on pushing that out? So Elaine, TBD, and with your help, I hope, but you're thinking along the same lines I am, is how do we take this good input from today and really turn that around and keep this energy going, as I think Kelly had said. Any other hands raised?
Russ, go ahead. This is Ed Miller. I'm on my phone. I can't raise my hand. I just wanted to echo kind of what Melly said, is I think for the IBCC, it's kind of important we establish velocity and focus first. But I think it would be very valuable if you could communicate the invitations from PEPO to IBCC and vice versa, so that the members that want to go both can go both. But I would rather they were not on the same day, because it makes it too long and we don't have time to get that velocity and focus with the few number of meetings we have. So I welcome the idea of the cross seating. I just don't want to do them on the same day like today. It just makes the day too long and the schedule kind of crunched.
Good input. Thanks for jumping in there, Ed. Any other last thoughts? We got about 5 minutes left. And Sam, let me know if you're seeing any hands.
I'm not seeing any currently.
Okay. Well, if there's no other comments for now, again, door's always open. Please use it. Give us a ring or shoot us an email. Oh, Elaine, go ahead.
Sorry, one quick note. Will we have access to the notes on the chat somehow? I can't seem to copy and paste it. So there's some great information on there. Just wondering how we'd access that.
That's a really excellent question. So we do get a report out of everything that's in the chat. I hadn't really thought about how we might post that, or if it's going to be able to be viewed in the recorded video of this. So we'll get back to you on that, but noted that you want to have that available. So I think we can do that.
Thank you.
There's some other comments coming in here, and I will maybe we can address some of those offline. In our final moments, Russ George, if you are still with us, I would like to give you the final say, just as kind of setting the vision, not just for today, but with all this, everything House Bill 1177.
Well, thank you. I am still here. I wouldn't have missed this for anything. I really enjoyed listening to the back and forth and thinking about the thorny parts as well as the beautiful parts. So I'm really pleased. I'm heartened. And however we choose to line up our future meetings, I want to see us strengthen the tie between the two groups. I mean, we really are doing the same work and trying to accomplish the same goals. So we ought to be interwoven in ways that work for all of you who are donating your time. But I think it'll strengthen both missions. So that's going to be my hope and encouragement. So really not much more to say. It's these days are long, but we pack lots in. I always feel like I've learned way more than I needed to make the day really worthwhile, and I hope the rest of you do too. There isn't any other way to do this important work. And whether they know it or not, our public stands to benefit from the volunteer work that we're all doing And we're far better off by trying than we are by doing nothing, even though it's hard some days to see the end or the accomplishment, but it's there. So thank you all, and be safe.
Thank you all. Nothing to add there. You've heard it from Russ himself. I'm so grateful to all of you for making the time today, and my best to all of you as we push through what has continued to be a very challenging year. So keep up the good work. Thanks for participating, and we will look forward to talking to you in the near future.
Thanks.
Good job. Thanks.
Hey, Kat and Sam, do you want to, maybe we could just go into a breakout room real quick? And maybe if Ben is on, we'll bring Ben in too. But I figure we could just kind of do a quick download and make a plan for next steps.
That sounds good. I'm gonna just stop recording.
Perfect.